Here, I'll go ahead and make one real quick. What else? What are you doing back there? You are going to town on your nuts. You are. You are going to town on your nuts. I really need to add volume settings for people. So they really need to add volume settings for people. It's just super loud. Like, I just want to be able to turn you down just a little bit. You know what I mean? Very good. I gotta turn my mic up, funny enough, as usual.
I'm gonna go get me something to drink.
Alright. What's up, yo? Oh, my boy running Squall.
Yep, yep.
So it'll be a short game.
Is it?
I mean, last Squall I went up against, he OTK'd. Well, I mean, it was one person at a time, but he OTK'd one person at a time on like starting like turn 3 or 4.
With the what? What did he do?
He he just fucking equipped a whole bunch of shit that gave it like fuck man, I can't even remember everything he equipped it to. Equipped to it. But yeah, a whole bunch of shit he just equipped to it, and then fucking was just swinging with like double strike, like 11 or 12 double strike. And he had protection on it, so it couldn't fucking be blocked. Oh, he had protection from creatures. That's what it was. Some some old artifact.
Yeah, I'm back.
That's it.
Who are we got playing? All Seed Mercenary.
I told you I was playing God of War.
Yeah, he did. Texted Owl, see if he wanted to play before he went to work, and he was already on his way to work before.
Yeah, I sent him a link just in case. I haven't heard back from him in a minute.
Yeah, Mr. Negative has that card in his first hand that drops his life down to 26. I swear I've played 4 of those decks so far, and every one has
The Instone? No, I don't have an Instone in this deck.
insult.
Instone.
Stone.
It's like a sorcery.
No, Instone is an artifact. I don't know what sorcery.
No. This is a sorcery that if you put it in your opening hand, you get to play it for free, and your life total becomes 26.
That's crazy.
I don't have.
I've seen it happen 4 times. I wasn't like saying you were doing it.
Nah, dude, I'm saying Blade Rune's doing it.
Shit, let me check my hands. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Alright.
I can play this.
I'm gonna draw my first hand.
I'm not keeping a one-lander again with this. played it because it had a soul ring in it. Don't trust it.
Well, fuck it. We'll go with this. Just because I have a pre-game action.
I wonder if I'm actually gonna win with this and kill myself against a lot.
What are you playing? Oh, Mr. You come pretty close every time.
Yeah, like I come close and then I just kill myself. It's fucking
I come close with this deck, and then even though everyone fucking gangs up on me.
yeah, but we don't have a stuffy doll and then fucking but I seriously doubt that. So this time it's not gonna be like, oh, you can't just swing at somebody else and kill you. It's straight up.
Yeah, but I'm sure everyone's playing a lot of removal.
This is fucking Mr. Negative. The only removal I got is Flicker, and even it's not gonna do much for you. Okay, I'll keep this. Everybody ready?
Oh, you guys cut your deck down there by chance? Oh, he's just leaving.
Oh,
Okay.
No, I think his. Oh wait, he left.
Yeah, he left.
he just did.
Yeah, didn't say shit and left. Refused to elaborate. What a piece of shit.
Fucking dickhead. Well, at least he didn't break it.
So we're gonna have to draw new hands from the fourth person that comes in. Like I said, just make sure y'all cut. I'm gonna just put this up here while we wait.
It was funny. He left. He left
I cut my deck when I shuffled.
I know that was funny. As soon as I was about to say something about cutting, he fucking leaves. And he was mid shuffle as well.
You think it was cheating or something?
I don't know. I just always tell everyone to cut before.
I mean, which way?
And if
This way or this way?
if they throw a fit about it, then it's usually because they're trying to cheat.
I'm gonna cheat on spell table. Speaking of cheaters on spell table.
Out of here, bro. Not doing 2 card action in bracket 3.
Loud in bracket 3 though.
Loud in bracket 3.
Yeah,
Sure.
two card late game infinites are allowed. As long as it's not like an early game infinite.
Infinites are allowed in bracket 3.
I run my
What is your definition of like late game?
turn 11 to turn. Nah, turn 5's early. The fuck? The fuck? Turn 5? Turn. Nah, dude. Later than turn 11. Like if you're not if you throw it out an infinite before fucking turn 11, that's still early game.
That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean if you can get it early, like earlier, that's just purely luck sometimes. But like my Kefka's 2 card fucking infinite is fucking what is it? It's 18 mana to fucking do. So there's no way I'm getting that early game.
My deck has a let's see, it's 2 prize pig, 3 for that, and at least 4 life on board or 4 mana on board to cast it. So it's like maybe 5 infinite. Prize pig and
We're gonna do
Yeah,
new.
that's 3 cards.
Ready, ready?
I have to redo. We had to redo turn order. There we go. There's 2 6s. 12. Alright, you ready? Oh. Oh, wait, I gotta get my starting hand. We'll mulligan. Oh my god, that's awful. Mulligan. God damn, dude. It's not even a fucking Voltron, dude. That's not true. You've only seen 2 deck the group. Not long.
What's your commander? Yeah, now you can.
Alright, are you ready? I'm gonna
Yeah,
keep this.
pretty sure.
Alright. I'm gonna draw. I'll go an island, tap, go brainstorm. Do back, call turn.
Play a brushland or a
I know it's my go. It's Blade right before me, right? So I'll be able to get it. I know. Blade's voice.
draw, play for Springleaf Drum and
Untap, upkeep, draw. Play planes. And we'll pass.
for a nature's the forest, put it onto the battlefield.
Oh shit, he's ramping, y'all.
I will pass after that. A tree. I will gain 1 life. And I'll just pass there. Draw.
Oh shit. That was close. Oh, god damn it. On. Untap, upkeep, draw. We'll go Steam Vits and we'll pay 2. We'll tap 3 and we'll go Herald's Horn, naming gods. We'll pass.
Will untap. A forest. 3 for a 2. 1 for a sylvan offering. Duels will make it 1/1 tree folk, and then Blade Runner will make a 1/1. Question: is that 2 instances of 2 less than 2 creatures covered?
Yeah.
Is a period, so I would draw 2 cards. Oh, it only triggers 1 creature. We'll draw a card from that. That I will. Gain the life and energy off that. Have upkeep, draw. I'll play a planes. Planes. Okay, Soul Warden and Exort. One will lose 1, and I will gain 3 life. And then I'll gain 4 off Guided Souls. 4 total life for me. I
we'll go 2 combats. I'm not gonna swear, and then Ace one will I'm just gonna upkeep 5, make a food token.
What's up? Draw. Want English gun? What dates I'll target non with that sword. Well, hold on. What's the biggest threat on board right now, actually?
I think Stone's a good one. No, the horn. I don't know. It just depends on what you. I don't want to.
What does
I
Prunes
think you
have
should
up
just
there?
make that on your own. Prince just has a welcoming vampire, then
How the fuck do
Pressure
y'all have
Caster.
so much shit?
Alright.
Big elf. Dick elf.
Oh, okay. Play off that.
Yep.
Okay.
God, dude, I'm so far behind compared to everyone else. Untap upkeep draw. Play this. We'll tap 3. Red, white, one other, and go Kratos. We'll call turn. Oh, actually, I reveal this and I get to draw. As a Hero's Horn. Oh, this is bad. Come on. God damn it.
I will. That's my turn. Upkeep. Play Rogue's Passage and black. Then I will go for black. I'm gonna play Night Whisper. I'll lose 2 life and then I'll draw 2. I'm gonna play a Authority of Consuls. Goodness, the negative.
Yeah, Blaze, your turn.
Draw. 3. Play Kid the new dawn.
I'll gain 1 life off that. It also comes in tap. I'll gain 2 life actually.
Untap upkeep draw. Comes in untapped since I control 2 or more basic lands.
At your upkeep, did you if it was a draw
Yeah.
card?
No, but it was a mountain. So.
Okay, okay.
Um. Hmm. Yo, Blade, I'm gonna throw a battle over at you. Can I swing at it? You ain't got shit, right? I'm gonna tap 3. Throw this battle over at um over at Blade, and then I'm going to search my library for a god card and put it in my hand. I'm gonna add Freya. I wonder if they have the Freya art up yet. I need to go check. Iros God of Victory. In other words, um, we're going to swing with Kratos and create an experience counter. And we're going to swing at the battle. You have no blockers, so I'll destroy the battle, exile, and come back under my field. As Ifara. Whenever another enchantment enters my battlefield, I'll draw. I'll then tap 2. We'll go ahead and play out Helioid. And being an enchantment, I'll draw a card off Ifar.
Okay. He'll come in.
He's not a creature.
Actually, he's not a creature, yeah. But your other guy is.
No,
Yeah.
he's not
Oh,
either. No, actually, yeah, he is. It doesn't say.
he's a creature, yeah.
Yeah, it's only if I have enchantments does he have
He's,
lifelink and
he's exile,
indestructible.
yeah, then it'll come back, yeah. It'll come in top.
Uh, and call turn, and we'll put a +1/+1 on Kratos.
We'll draw. I'll tap 2 for a Voice of Victory. Card. Holy shit. We'll then tap 2 for a Frenzied Taps. It will pass me 2. Tap. Good Temple of False God. Temple of False Gods for 2. I also tap this for 2. Use Spire when I commence already tap for black. Of 1 floating colorless, which I don't think I'll be doing anything with. Will. Guess I could do that. Means and 1 plays 0. I'll have to pay a life for this. True. Lose 1. A Pure Steel Paladin. I'll gain.
That's remind me, I need to load my ball.
Yep.
Seems like it's gonna be a game that I'm gonna need it. Summon my fucking vehicle. can't I summon my vehicle? Oh, fuck y'all. Oh, really? Now it summons? Glitchy shit. Alright, untap upkeep draw. I play a mountain. Tap 3 and go Iros. God of Victory. An enchantment enters, so I'll draw. I'll play 3 more. And I'll go Reaver Cleaver. Oh, he's now a creature. And I will swing with Kratos. What all do you have to defend, Prince?
Devotion to red and white.
7.
Oh yeah, because of Reaver. Exactly 7.
Mm-hmm. Prince, what do you got for blockers?
I got 2/3 and 2/1/1s.
Hold on a second. I'm actually Blade. I'm gonna swing E-Fire at you. Actually, for 4, just because you're open and I won't lose shit, just so I can get my experience counter.
Alright, I'll take it. Commander or
Non-commander, and then at the end step, I'll put 2/1/1s. Well, actually, I forgot Aros on the field, so my shit has menace anyway and prevents attacking, so I will swing Kratos over at Prunes.
A5.
Yeah. Menace. And that'll be commander.
Yep.
And I will put 2+1/+1s on Iros. Call turn.
Double draw. Overgrown farmland. At 4. For Jetmir. Rules, what is your biggest guy?
1/1, the one that. Okay.
No. I will send my Voice of Victory over at the negative. He attacks. I create 2 tap and attack. I will send those at pools. And then 2 more 1/1. So everything will be 1s with double strike.
God damn, what's giving them all that?
Oh, yeah, it says commander.
Mm.
You're 1, 2, 3.
I keep getting
Okay,
sidetracked
sorry,
by
I
killing
forgot
random
you were
people.
looking at that part. Yeah. Would be
What the
Oh,
fuck?
they get plus 3 because of all the things, right? What are you sending him?
Getting four or ones. Double strike. 32.
God damn.
32 how many things entered?
Two things entered, but they were tapped in attack.
Okay, that's
He
fine.
still, yeah, he still gets
I'm
life
just gonna get my
raffle.
pings, yeah. For life. I'll go lock.
On Blade Rune, I'm sending a 4/3 double strike at you.
Block 2 of them. I'll block 2 of them. So 2 of them will fizzle, and then I'll take double strike, which would be no 4 double strike or 2 4s with double strike, so it'd be 6.
Holy shit.
Which two are you
I'll go
destroying?
to 44. I don't think I can kill anything because they're too.
Well, the voices. Well, you said you blocked two of them.
What's Victor's going
I'll,
at?
I'll I'll block the ones that won't. Okay.
Yeah, they were 4/1s.
I'll
Well,
block them.
would they die? Cause they have
They have double
double strike.
strikes. No, they wouldn't die.
They wouldn't. No, no, you're. That's why I was like, there's no way I could kill them.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's bad.
They beat. They would still be tapped.
Two pass.
I'm gonna send all these. I will play Bojuka Bog. Lanes.
Kind of crazy people seeing people just walk around in Borderlands.
A command tower for 2 white. I'm gonna attempt to parting gift or parting gust your commander. I'm gonna do a tapped dish, which will wins.
Oh, I am sorry. I tap upkeep draw. I'll play Phosphorus, God of the Forge for 3. That was my draw actually, so I'll also reveal that. Or that was my Herald's Horn reveal, so I'll reveal that and then draw.
So it is it a creature right now? When it comes onto the field, right?
No, it's not. When it comes onto the field, it's an enchantment. And then I'll draw
So
from
your devotion
Ifara.
to red is less than 5. But your devotion to red is
1,
or
2,
not?
3, 4. No, my devotion to red's only 4. Alright, and I'll tap 3. I'll attach Reaver Cleaver to Kratos. And I'll swing, go to combat. I'll swing Kratos over at Prunes. And
I'll take 5.
I will create 5 treasure tokens. I'll move to main phase 2. I'll tap 3. Actually 4. And I'll go Kalim, Disciple of Iros, Double Strike Vigilance. When I cast a creature spell, convert mana cost 5 or greater, I get an experience counter. And he has a +1/+1. Yeah, for each counter I have. Yep. And I also get an experience, so he'll be 3. And we'll move to instep, and I'll throw 3 counters onto Kratos. That's turn.
Oh, no, the top fish. Oh, shit. Cool. So it was like fever or some shit.
Gearbox, 1999. It's their founding.
Grove. We'll tap 6 for Jetmute. It'll come in. I will move to combat. We'll send. Oh man, I will send
Prunes is scary.
Voice of Victory over at Blade Room.
Pull the fucking gun out.
Two 1/1s from Voice of Victory at you. Two 1/1s also at you. Okay. Or is 20 is 40 damage?
God damn, dude.
Wait, let me see. 2, 4, 2, 2.
God
Yeah,
damn.
I take the 40.
God
40.
damn. A lot of damage.
Draw off your welcoming vampire. Just about to say it. Play it clean. It's an missing
Well, he draws equal to the amount of life he loses, so.
negative.
Especially,
But only if he loses.
yes.
I will pass my turn.
So he'll draw like 40 cards if he switches with you.
Only draw 16.
Oh, you're only at 10? Oh, wow.
Draw.
I thought you'd be at like 6.
Blade, do you mind muting for a quick sec? It's just appreciate it. Doing much. Sorry. Combat. Main phase.
I'm about to save
Whatever you
everyone.
want.
It's alright.
All scars. I'll take combo. Putting still. 1-1. Sorry. I would tap it.
Oh, I love that. I love killing the thing. Oh, there you go. Hell yeah.
One. Rogue's Passage. Gold gain. I tap 1 black to play Stitcher Supplier. It'll mill me 3. 1. Find Obedience. And a Brother's Regalia. I'll gain 2 life. List to play Profiteering Mayor. I'll gain 2 life. Um, Combo reads whenever one or more battlefield under my opponent's control. For each of them, create a tap token that's a copy of it. Yo! Triggers only once each turn. Whenever one or more tokens control, each opponent will lose 1 life, and I will gain. Yeah, that's sick. You have to gain a bunch of life. You gain 4 life.
Yeah, yeah.
3, 4. Yeah. We'll go to combat. I'm gonna use a counters the hand. You also gain a flying counter.
Is the other guy just leave?
Refresh your game.
Oh wait, it's me.
Yeah, it's you, Prince.
From there, I'm just gonna pass. 4-6 and
Got draw, play planes. 4, 5, 6. I'll cast Miss for negative.
we're coming tap.
I'm gonna change life totals with blunt.
What? What?
Blunt is 26 and now blade is 37. gain 2 life off that, so it'll be 21. And come and tap.
You know you'll have to discard all those cards you draw, right?
No, because I have a reliquary tower.
Oh, hell, nice.
Yeah. It'll just come and tap. Yeah. The difference is.
Key was necessary, but nice. You say pass?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said tap. Alright. Untap upkeep, draw.
Wait, so he swapped with me, right? So he's at 21 now?
Yeah.
Whatever. Or...
Pretty sure he swapped with you. That's what he said. Blade, you swapped with him, right? You're at 21. So.
Yeah, that 21. He's your 15, right?
I don't even know what to do now. Tap 2 and I'll equip a 3 and I'll equip the Sword of Vengeance to Kratos, giving him a +2, +0. First strike, vigilance, haste, trample, but he already has the trample. Okay. This also has lifelink and indestructible. The fire has lifelink and indestructible now. I have 3 other enchantments. No. Besides Sword of Vengeance. I'm gonna swing Kratos over at Prunes for an 8 or a 10, 8, first strike, trample, vigilance, haste. Put that up for, and Ifara's gonna be going over to Jules for lifelink. Indestructible.
Keywords other than indestructible.
Nuh-uh. Lifelink and indestructible.
You block with my.
Oh, sorry, it has menace as well. Creatures that control have menace. And also,
Menace.
yeah.
Okay. I will double block over here, and then the fish roll that.
And I'll
And then
gain
we'll
4
play
life.
Duster Sword, Buried Alive,
I'll move to main phase 2. Pay 4. Going down to 8. And we're gonna cast I'll run God of the Cosmos. He'll come in tapped. And you'll gain your life.
Okay,
We'll pay 3. And we'll go Atreus.
gain 2 more life.
We'll already gain that. And we will call turn, I think. Oh, sorry. This was my draw. So this is my reveal. It's God. Then I'll draw. Oh shit, actually. Axe, I don't really have shit I can really do with it right now anyway. Alright, so we'll give 4 to Kratos. And call turn.
Or does he have vigilance?
He's vigilance.
The equipment. Can you move the equipment?
It's
Move besides the river.
Reaver Cleaver and the Sword of Vengeance.
you have open mana?
Oh no, nothing. Good token.
4/4 a
Fine.
Actually, before I cast that,
That's cool.
have 5x being 4, and I'll make 4/1/1 wrath. Base.
All commence hats. All heal 8.
Then I will tap 4 for Chroma's Will. We'll move to combat.
Oh, what it does, but I know it does.
He has protection from.
Like they're all.
If he has his commander, he has both of them, but one gives protection.
Both
Uh,
Yeah.
Five
it's-
protection.
I was trying to tell y'all, but y'all seem to have it handled.
Yes, 5 protection.
We also created 4 rat tokens on my side. Everyone will lose 4. They'll lose 4 life. 4
What in the actual fuck?
Elemental Warden.
Will be full swinging at you.
Yeah, I'll probably die, right? Like, I think it's just like way too much damage. How much?
Yeah.
Can you just tally it up for me?
He definitely had a hard on for taking you out.
4 double strike.
It's all lifelink, ain't it?
Oh, vigilance, right?
Yes.
Do the math for me. If I made it.
Automatically. Mobilize Voice of Victory.
They won't have the effect though.
They will have gently as They will have double strike. There's gonna be 5, 6, 4 ones. 3 4 ones, and then 1 4 4 3.
Okay, just play it all up because it's important for you as well. Because you.
$35.
Damn, that's it.
That's without double strike.
Oh, that'd be 70.
We'll take the 70. I'll take the 70. On that, I'm gonna tap the king.
I'm honestly
That's why I was kind of confused why you swung all out at him. You know why you didn't split it up? You probably could have won the game and it killed us this
Yeah,
turn.
I wouldn't have been able to kill Jules.
That is true.
I mean, I don't really have damage on the board to like kill you though. Could have swung at
Is that turn?
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Then.
Yeah, no, you're definitely dead. Yeah, you're definitely dead. No, there's no doubt. I just need 1 damage to get through with
Yeah,
Kratos.
that was dope though. Fucking bust him up so fast. That's what we should. Fucking scary. Like, that's it.
Oh, that's what, that,
Break on Mr. Nix.
why?
Draw 2 cards.
Oh, okay.
Total with runes that he had to
That dude
execute.
was a bit lazy. You had a hard on for taking him out though. He was gaining a lot of life.
He kept fucking
I didn't
triggering, so
Just get him pissed.
I didn't like his fingernails either. You're just gonna deck yourself out. I don't think you even have 63 cards in your deck at this point. So what's your plan now?
One.
You got 3 triggers, so you're gonna end up decking out.
Hold on, Nugget. What? You'll go to 89.
Okay.
I'll go to 30.
What does he have over there? Prunes.
Oh wait, no, I would have had to go.
Okay. But
Blunt, you got it.
yeah, that's me. Alright, my turn.
See, puppy.
I'm just gonna tap 3 and go Jessica's Will.
Gotta swing Kratos.
Yeah, I know, I just want to do this. Oh, actually, is this an instant? No, it's a sorcery. It would have been funny to fucking pop it on his right before he died. Just get a whole bunch of mana.
Right, Jessica, go.
Yes. Yeah. I just swing fucking Kratos over at you. That's crazy. Top 3, the first one, my next card was Farewell, and I had Blastack in hand. And I want to run another.
What? It's been fun playing with you tonight. Bro, I gotta go to bed. I've been up this morning.
I heard that, brother. You have a blessed night, brother. I appreciate you waiting up for me.
Play again or this afternoon sometime whenever you get off.
Nice. Alright. You have a blessed night, brother. Sleep well.
Wish you luck.
Thank you.
Have fun.
Alright, guys. We're just going to go ahead. Stop virtual. We're just going to move on over to this. And we'll listen to some YouTube while we sit and we play. Let's finish our video on Randy.
Whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
And over the top and scenes like I've never seen before.
His trademark salesman pitches and endless hype convinced fans that Duke was finally back, cashing in on nostalgia and the franchise's legendary status.
the variety that you'd expect to be there. It's all there, so it's a huge game.
But enthusiasm alone couldn't save it. By the time Gearbox acquired the rights from 3D Realms in 2010, the project was already a mess. Gearbox rushed it out the door in just over a year. The result
You're
was
about to be null and voided!
successful launches in video game history. Later, it was just the itself as the hero.
You know, we had those like a giant
Like you had a chance. I am wildly impressed. How'd you have that one?
Hard gameplay, but Randy simply couldn't take the L. He had to spin a monumental failure into sales numbers. But let's be real, Duke Nukem Forever was always going to sell off the hype of 14 years in development. The promise that Duke was then, not because of the game's actual value, and for him, that seems to be all that mattered.
The kid in the head is with
Gearbox and Randy, however, just couldn't let go. For months, they reiterated that the viewers and gamers were not only wrong and unfair for the poor reception of Duke. Both Randy and co-founder Brian Martell claimed, "The last time I had a really solid experience like Duke Forever was Half-Life 2. But in the end, Randy and Gearbox didn't need to worry, as their golden goose was about to explode.
Suffice it to say, Vault Hunters, I'm gonna kill you. You wanna prove me wrong? You wanna stop the greatness that is Handsome Jack? Well, come and get me.
By 2012, despite all the ups and downs, Randy and Gearbox still had a bright future. Many players were willing to forgive, and with that came Borderlands 2. This is where everything was doubling down. No loot, a proper story, and Handsome Jack, one of the best villains of all time, pulling players into the Borderlands universe, making it feel more than just a loot grind. For many, it was the pinnacle of the series, and the numbers proved it. By 2015, Borderlands 2 had sold over 12 million copies, and then over 30 million. But with that success came something else. Randy Pitchford himself. His eccentric persona was about to transform into full-blown chaos, and the controversies that followed wouldn't just stain his reputation, they would make him one of the most infamous figures in gaming history.
You have to be, careful and respect the authenticity of the community. And in many regards, what's already been created gives us a lot to work with. But we've also been able to have fun adding to it. And I think the biggest advantage that this game gets, because it's Gearbox software, we're not settling. Like a lot of games based on licenses, they kind of work for higher projects. Gearbox works in other people's spaces. We love that space.
Originally announced in 2008, Aliens Colonial Marines was marketed by Fox, Sega, and Gearbox as a canon entry in the Alien universe.
had it in
The
them the
premise
entire
was simple,
time.
a fateful return to the world
yeah,
of James
you'll love to
Cameron's
see it.
1986 classic. By the time the first trailers dropped in 2011, the hype was unreal. The early videos showed tense corridors, authentic sound design, and graphics that seemed ripped straight from the movies. Oh man, this looks good. It's been in development for fucking ages ago, so it's good to see that it actually still exists. It's true, Colonial Marines have been delayed multiple times, but even the fiasco of Duke Nukem Forever couldn't kill the excitement. At E3, Randy Pitchford himself took the stage, controller in hand, once more for his famous live demos.
Hands in your face!
discovered that the broken AI, one of the game's biggest problems, could be fixed partially by correcting a single typo in the game code.
All parts guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love.
You'll still have common days. But this is not one of them. A few weeks a year and you'll discover the most uncommon time of your life.
Gamers had enough. Two players filed a lawsuit in 2013 against Gearbox and Sega for false advertising, claiming the final game looked nothing like its promotional material, showcasing the demos that Randy claimed were actual gameplay. In 2015, Sega agreed to pay $1,250,000 to settle. Gearbox, however, was dropped from the case, something they had pushed, as technically as a developer, they were not responsible for marketing, while also claiming they had invested more than $10 million of their own money to finish the game and lost it all, when accused of diverting funds to other projects. Randy would go on to repeat their sacrifice on Twitter, hoping to gain some victim points.
Oh, poor you!
Legally, their asses were out of the fire, but not out of the public wrath. As you see, court documents had revealed something else. Gearbox had apparently made announcements to the public without Sega's approval, 8 times in fact, and one of them was the E3 demo. An email from Sega's own brand manager went on to say that the picture was, quote, doing whatever the fuck he likes. Apparently, he did it twice on borderlands 2 also. More interestingly, another email from a Sega official verified with Gearbox that the E3 2011 demo was indeed the bar that we should use to determine where the entire game would be. And yet, another PR document that reads, Gearbox must be given a certain amount of free rein to generate PR hits. Randy Pitchford is a respected development celebrity and is guaranteed to be headline material. Clearly, there was, allegedly, some involvement, one that the only goal was to generate clicks, not represent a functional game. And Randy didn't help his own image. He lashed out, calling the entire case a mafia-style extortion tactic, a waste of time, and Gearbox as a hero, standing up to the angry gamers. On Twitter, he doubled down, sparring with critics, accusing journalists and YouTubers like Sterling of being mean, blocking anyone who demanded accountability, and insisting his intent had always been pure, adding that games change during development all the time, and that the final game was actually better than the demo. It's no surprise then that behind the scenes, according to reports, Aliens was a rabbit hole of mismanagement. Here's the rough timeline. From 2005 onwards, Gearbox was already juggling Borderlands, Brothers in Arms, and by 2007, after Sega prematurely announced it, Aliens. Once Borderlands became a slow burn surprise hit in 2009, it was all hands on deck for the sequel, the big moneymaker, leaving Aliens, which we can assume would have jumped into full production as game development goes, starved of resources, and in 2010, quietly outsourced to a studio called Handgate. What Handgate received was little more than a pile of assets and a fake contract. According to a Sega whistleblower, Gearbox then allegedly was still taking funds of Aliens and not only siphoning them to Borderlands development, but to fund Randy's brilliant writing, still forever in Borderlands, stretching the resources while later Aliens needed a cash injection to stay alive. By the end of Borderlands 2 development in 2012, Gearbox finally turned its focus back to Aliens. But late, rushing to do and redo huge portions of the game at the last minute, as delays were no longer possible for Sega. As one developer put it, the game feels like it was absolute train wreck. Gearbox tried to do everything at once and mismanaged it to hell, with Borderlands always at the top of the food chain. And Randy, he did what he always did best: talk.
It was probably one of those 7.5 games. So if you want a 9, you expect a 9 to give you a 7 and give you a 5. So it was like a 7.5 game, which I think would have been fine for an Aliens game. Borderlands 2 is Borderlands 2. All of my attention's there. If you want the best game possible, you need to give us as much time as possible after we ship Borderlands 2 before it comes out. And I think Sega just didn't. I think they were just at the end of their rope. I think they just did not have the runway inside. I was actually investing our money we'd made in Borderlands. I was investing in it.
Sure, people can enjoy a bad and even hate a good one. But as the head of the studio, you don't aim for a 7. You should aim for the best possible product. And people just expected the game that was shown. But Randy hid behind the expectations. And after 6 years and multiple runs, his excuse is there just wasn't enough time. The blame reached out to Sega. The excuses didn't land. And 10 years later, he never changed his stance. In 2021, he tripled down, this time blaming gamers for the disaster, claiming that fans had become so hostile with their expectations that developers were now afraid to show progress.
You hack! I'll cause chaos and trouble.
Classic
We're
language,
such a good
never
team.
accountable.
Starting in 3, 2, 1. Let's go!
The kids have a right to express themselves.
Yes, Henrietta. I don't want to be doing this.
Kids just have grit.
Now giving them the tools to discipline them.
Keep hacking,
you ready to
little
start,
buddy.
Chelsea?
I'll buy you
You're not
whatever
allowed to
time
ask
you
me
need.
that.
Miss Sanders, can you text my mom and ask her if I'm ready to
Just pick one. See what happens.
All new Thursdays on CapEx. All episodes now streaming on Hulu. Don't miss
You go, fool.
After just helped over 55,000 small businesses get the financing they need to move their business forward. Learn more at Capitals.com.
Always. Sega would eventually redeem themselves by reuniting in isolation, but Gearbox and Randy's antics only got worse and weirder.
Battleborn is, by a long shot, the biggest game Gearbox has ever made. Battleborn alone is probably larger than everything we did in the first 10 years of our existence added together. Now, I'm just guessing, I haven't actually mapped that out, but on gut, it feels about right.
Battleborn is FPS, hobby-grade co-op game, genre-blended, multi-mode competitive esports, meta-growth, choice plus epic Battleborn hero. This week, after Randy announced Battleborn, was so strange, so baffling, so bizarre, it became some legend. And Battleborn was indeed a tall order, but something Gearbox did best, blending genres wins few other studios would be can. It was a great premise, and finance, right. Hero shooters were resurgent thanks to Fortress 2. Borderlands took a step back, the Brothers in Arms sequel was cancelled. Gearbox since 2K went all in on Battleborn.
Borderlands shipped, we had 4 playable characters, and then we added a couple of DLC. Like, we're shipping the game with 25 playable characters. Like, it just destroys the stuff we did for Borderlands. I'm just like, oh my god, this is great. I
Like
hope
you had
like
a
the game.
chance.
But there was a problem. Overwatch. Announced in 2014, Blizzard's Overwatch and Gearbox's Battleborn initially were cut from the same cloth, both colorful, fast-paced hero shooters with a arcade style, but where Overwatch was a competitive team FPS with hero characters, in Fortress 2, Battleborn promised layers of Blizzard-style RPG elements to stand out, effectively blending your typical hero shooter with Smite. Both games were set to launch in May 2016, just weeks apart. Randy, Battle the Showman, welcomes the rivalry on Twitter despite being within spaces of the genre. But shit just got real. Blizzard's doing Overwatch 2 on our Battleborn launch, excited at literally that we do there is a business
Keep
competition.
hacking, little buddy. I'll buy you whatever
The
time you
communities
need.
were rabid, fighting for the #2 hero shooter. Not long, PC player base had dropped below 1,000, prices were slashed, microtransactions were added in desperation, and the population kept sinking, eventually dipping
Much
below
better.
100.
I'm so
Randy
sick of that guy's
swore the
voice.
game would never go free to play. In 2017, it did, set into maintenance mode. But Randy's pride couldn't take the hit. On Twitter, he insisted it wasn't free to play. It was a free trial with DLC. And then came his strangest move yet. Seeing the popularity of Overwatch Rule 34, Randy decided to promote Battleborn with his own Rule 34. Shockingly, it didn't work. By 2021, Battleborn was shut down completely and pulled from storefronts. For fans, Battleborn wasn't a total disaster. It had a small, loyal cult following, but it never stood a chance. Overwatch devoured the audience with Blizzard's brand power, a lower price tag, and gameplay that was simpler and more approachable. Together with a needless competition and confusing marketing set by Randy and Gearbox, and the dream
Come and get me!
pictured, of course, downplayed the rivalry.
Let's imagine Overwatch didn't exist at all. I don't know that anything would have been different. Maybe Battleborn would have the same exact audience. It just wouldn't have been the same. That's true. And so it said, like this is better than that, or this failed compared to that. And it's like, no, it's not. Better is like, they're actually different things. Like, maybe they might have had the same thing.
But after Battleborn, Randy wasn't just accepted anymore. He became a hero. And while some still loved things were about to dance. In September 2016, at West, Randy took the stage, not for a magic trick, but for a song. A song with Timbergate still in the background. Randy singled out a joke in life about women, of which the audience laughed.
First woman on the stage. Houston, we have a problem. What? Never mind. What's the problem? Nothing. Please tell us. I'm fine.
And then he sang to the chilling amusement of the audience.
Nice try! Now it's my turn.
Nobody likes a bigot unless he's crying. Boo-hoo like a big fucking baby. Boo-hoo when he's crying.
Finally, right after this virtue signaling, Gearbox rolled out a trailer for Duke Nukem 3D World Tour Edition, with things you would expect from a Duke Nukem game.
So many babes, so little time.
And yet, somehow, this wasn't even his strangest moment.
Doop-a-doo. I was watching Cam Girl, and I just discovered this, and I was just fascinated, like, what the fuck? And it's a woman who is, and when she has some experience that appears as if she's having a huge amount of fluid comes out of. This is not a sex worker. This is a fucking magician.
December 22nd, 2018. Randy Pitchford sat down on the PivPod podcast and casually described the contents of his lost personal USB drive, a drive that contained highly sensitive Gearbox company files, and right alongside it, an only 18 cam girl video, which Randy insisted wasn't for his own pleasure, but a study tool for a magic trick.
It was barely legal. Like this girl's handle was only 18,
Yeah.
but there was some method here that was like, oh my god, this is genius. It was super clever, and so I purchased one of her videos. I wanted to watch this.
You wanted to work out the method.
I wanted to work out the method, and
Why?
but it was late, so I copied it
Are
over
you
this
going
memory
to
stick.
use
That same USB stick was then recovered from a Medieval Times restaurant in 2014. But why bring it up now? You see, it all started with a man, Wade Callender. In October 2018, Wade, Gearbox's longtime lawyer and Randy's friend since 2010, filed a discrimination complaint. He alleged Randy mocked him for his Christian beliefs, calling them and indicative of a broken brain. Days later, Gearbox struck, suing Wade for fraud, accusing him of missing home loan payments and misusing company credit cards. In response, Wade fired back with a countersuit, and the allegations were explosive. Randy had secretly diverted a $12 million advance bonus into his personal company, money that should have gone to Gearbox employees. He and his wife allegedly hosted peacock parties involving indecent exposure to minors, later clarified as a variety show, and the USB drive, which Wade described as containing Randy's underage material. The internet ran with it. Memes, outrage, disbelief. Randy cleared it on the podcast, but the damage stuck. Even a bizarre old photo of him kneeling in Penn Jillette's bathroom resurfaced to fuel the chaos. By October 2019, the case was settled. Legally, Randy walked away exonerated. Both parties seemingly bitter and disgruntled, so the truth was hard to find, but in the court of public opinion, the allegations never really went away. And all of this, it was happening just as Borderlands 3 had been finally announced in March 2019, a game fans had been waiting nearly a decade for. But instead of celebrating, Randy found himself right back in the spotlight, not for the game, but for fresh allegations. Allegations of assault.
This here is a vacation like nowhere else, because here you can find new thrills, big chills, and oh, look at that. There's a
On the Borderlands 3 gameplay reveal trailer, fans noticed something odd. Claptrap's voice, the game's iconic robot, equally loved and hated, wasn't the same. The next day, the original actor, David Eddings, took to Twitter to explain why. For the first time, I insisted on getting paid for my performance, and all of a sudden, they couldn't afford me. Now, I'm not telling them how to run their business, but maybe next time they should put the $12 million payment from 2K in the Gearbox bank account instead. But Randy just couldn't take it, replying to a fan. Mr. Eddings was paid very handsomely during his employment. After his employment, he was made a relatively generous offer to reprise the role. Unfortunately, he turned that opportunity down. And Eddings wasn't alone. Troy Baker, who voiced Reese in Tales from the Borderlands and even the main character in Brothers in Arms, also didn't return. Randy claimed Baker turned the role down too, but Baker had a different story.
I said I would love to come back. They said I'm coming back. So I think it's interesting that Randy Fishburne tweeted out that I turned it down. And then he said he heard that I turned it down. I would fact check before I tweeted out to the internet.
So what was it? Two bitter actors? Or Randy spinning the truth again? David then dropped the real bombshell. In a Twitter thread, David revealed something he had never spoken about publicly until then. Randy physically assaulted me in the lobby of the Marriott Marquis at GDC 2017. He added, "Personally, I think Randy's been on a tilt the last few years. He's not the victim he portrays himself to be. I even blocked him a couple of years ago for stalking me on social media. Enough is enough." In an interview with Newsweek, David gave more detail. At GDC, he heard someone was looking to buy Gearbox. When he quietly passed this information along to Randy, Pitchford became visibly angry, demanding the source. When David refused, Randy allegedly shoved him back several steps. Eddings later shared angry texts from Randy demanding his loyalty to Gearbox. What happened next of this allegation was telling. Randy Pitchford was quiet, tweeting about Sea of Thieves instead. Gearbox issued a corporate response, and that was that. No accountability. Randy slithered his way out once more, but not out of sight, because his Twitter crash out was only just beginning.
A miracle, you guys! A miracle!
Borderlands 3's original reveal came with a surprise. On PC, a 6-month exclusivity deal on the Epic Games Store. To gamers, it felt like a betrayal, locking the game away on a storefront many already despised for buying up exclusives. Fans revolted, review bombing older Borderlands titles on Steam. And Randy, he poured gasoline on the fire. he threatened to reconsider publishing on Steam altogether. He told angry fans to fuck off. He even tweeted that people should think of him not as a CEO, but as an entertainer.
What?
Then came the rant, a 40-plus Twitter thread where Randy went on about store competition, glazing Epic, trashed Steam as a dying store, and told fans they could bitch and moan all day long. The same man that a few years earlier said this.
And I get what people want to control their customers, but customers don't want to be controlled. Customers want to buy content, and we'll buy it from whoever gives us the best price and the best service. And Valve and Microsoft, they don't really have anything to worry about. They have the best service. And if they're open, I think their business would actually be even more benefited, though it can explode even larger.
But thanks to the Epic versus Apple lawsuit, we learned Epic paid $146 million
Guess she wasn't crazy.
for Borderlands.
Better trail that ship and see where they're taking
It all reeked of shitness.
There's that
Weirdly, he
metal
was then
bird.
seen that same month, repeatedly replying, "Is Borderlands 3 the new Half-Life? Is Borderlands 3 the new Half-Life 3?
Stop it. Get some help.
September 2019, Borderlands 3 launched, and despite every controversy, every rant, every meltdown, players didn't see it. It sold 5 million copies in just 5 days, the biggest launch in today's history. Gameplay was the best in the series, and with looter shooters like Destiny and Warframe booming, plus a pandemic surge soon after, Borderlands 3 would go on to sell over 20 million copies. However, it became polarizing. A quick run-through Steam reviews tells you all you know. The writing and dialogue.
You're all getting free right now. Best wait for
One, ironically, Randy created this gearbox.
I can't wait to remember
Discover relics.
Embrace the wild or whatever.
Learn skills by finishing quests. Profit from trading routes.
The umbrella over both Gearbox Software and Gearbox Publishing. Soon after, Gearbox merged with everyone's favorite publisher, Embracer Group, in a deal worth up to $1.3 billion.
Run free and
That's
go.
how valuable the Borderlands brand. On paper, he was more powerful than
Done with the
but in
pens.
practice,
Now to take
Randy's
out the
crash
ordered
outs
trash.
would just connect.
It was really important to me for all of the fans of our video games, for them to feel like the film respected and was authentic to the world that we created, that I created.
Hollywood decided to give Randy his biggest stage yet. And it went exactly how you would expect. After years in production hell, the film finally emerged. And initial reactions to the trailer, well, superb work. You can really tell the production team glanced at the Borderlands Wikipedia page.
No problem. I'm going back in here and wait. I'll see you later. I got a weight room in here. Just rolling those weights in between takes.
Then came the screenings. Then came the reviews. On release in August 2024, a staggering 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. Over the following days, it crawled to the 20th, with an audience score stuck at the first. Budget $115 million.
And so
The worldwide gross just 33 million. A flop
have been subdued.
And just like
Approach
Aliens,
human.
just like Duke
So
Nukem
I might
Forever,
look upon the
Randy went
face
into a full
of our
meltdown
champion.
defensive mode. He started replying to anyone who criticized the movie, ranting in tangents,
Was that voice you?
blocking fans,
Does my
even some of the
eloquence
biggest
surprise you,
Borderlands
human?
creators.
I
By
wonder
now,
what
people
other
were
truths
asking
you have
the
missed
obvious question.
due to
Yes,
the
Randy
comfort
was part
of
a
assumption.
generational run for Gearbox.
Better my
Yes,
assumptions than the
Borderlands
Order's
had made him
experiments.
and his company
This looks like their
billions.
handiwork.
But how many
The Order.
controversies, how many meltdowns,
They saw
how
my
many
people as
lawsuits
ignorant
could
cattle
one
to be
survive?
hollowed and
To make
glutted
matters
with
worse,
machinery.
in early 2024,
Yet once they understood
Gearbox
the
was
depth
sold
of our
again,
intellect,
this time
We
from
became
Embracer Group
subjects of
back to
study.
its longtime publishing
What
partner,
will you do now?
2K's parent company.
I've pondered
Take-Two,
long on
a
how to best provide for my
$460
brethren.
million deal that saw waves of
Unfortunately, the
layoffs
callow
hit
life
within
forms
hours
of
at
this
the
planet
end of the drawing.
do not
Meanwhile,
have the
more original
capacity to
Gearbox
grasp the scope
developers
of our
were
wisdom.
quietly leaving over creative
that end,
differences, as is the case
I will
for
retrieve
these
my
massive
herd
AAA studios.
and find a verdant
And with
pasture
Borderlands
elsewhere
4
on
looming,
Kairos,
that meant the
far
circus
from the
wasn't
trials
over.
of its
It
people.
was only gearing up for
That's
its
enough
next
weird for
act.
me. I'm out.
August
Good luck,
20th,
though.
2024.
Your well
At
wishes
Gamescom,
are
Borderlands
appreciated.
4 was unveiled.
Go,
Excitement
knowing
was there,
you have
but
done
so
my
was skepticism.
kind
Between the
great
film flop,
service.
Randy's antics, and the
Maybe I
divisive
should go
writing
back and let
world
that
of
rancher know her
Borderlands
herd had about
3,
14 PhDs each. Or I could just mind my own business. Yeah, that feels like the right call.
fans were cautious. It's either over or we are so back, literally no in between. And so came the brilliant PR moves by Randy Pitchford. When fans raised concerns about Borderlands 4 costing $80, Randy responded, A, not my call. B, if you are a real fan, you will find a way to make it happen. The backlash was instant, and the hype surrounding Borderlands 4 buried under Randy's arrogance. On stage at PAX East, he doubled down.
So there's some folks that don't want to see prices go up, even the ones deciding what the prices are. There's other folks accepting the reality that game budgets are increasing and there's tariffs for the retail packaging, and like, it's getting gnarly out there, you guys. Borderlands 4 has more than twice the development budget than Borderlands 3.
This would put the game's budget at over $300 million, one of the most expensive games ever made. But was that really an excuse, or just another case of AAA bloat and mismanagement? The effects of this were already seen on Borderlands 3. Developers complained bonuses were slashed, with Gearbox blaming the high costs, and Randy reportedly telling staff they were free to quit if they didn't like it. This from a studio with a unique revenue-sharing model that, during Borderlands 2, had been so generous, some devs literally bought houses. Maybe the issue wasn't the game price at all, but the way the money was spent. And through that PR nightmare, Randy did something rare. He actually apologized to fans. Well, sort of. A wall of text of damage control that let you know Randy wasn't sorry for what he meant, but for the misunderstanding, or the existence of paragraphs. Fans weren't buying it, but in the end, the price settled at $70. Whether that was the plan all along or the result of backlash is anyone's guess.
Heyo, I'm Randy Pitchford, founder of Gearbox Entertainment. Today, we're giving you our deepest look yet at Borderlands 4. It's the perfect entry point for new players, with incredible new places and a great story. And for our longtime Borderlands fans, we're throwing back to our more grounded tone, while pushing gameplay ahead further than ever before.
For months, Randy Pitchford and Gearbox had been selling Borderlands 4 as the just right Borderlands. And at release, that promise mostly delivered. By many accounts, it was the best and most fun Borderlands since Borderlands 2, fixing many of its predecessors' issues. However, first impressions came with a storm of performance problems. Low FPS, stutters, crashes, even on promotional videos.
Wait, what? We just went to... What happened? I don't know.
Oh, the game? You crashed the game?
How?
Another AAA Unreal Engine 5 mess, in a game that wasn't even chasing visual fidelity.
The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema disrupts my skin. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now, I have Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
Randy tried to reassure fans. A day one patch would improve things, urging players to set realistic expectations given the massive and unjustifiable PC requirements. But the problems persisted, leading to many negative Steam reviews. And Randy, instead of accountability, he told fans to just enable frame generation and performance mode with DLSS. Replies summed it up. You are seriously disconnected from what actual gamers want. You also don't seem to understand how this is unacceptable behavior. Just promise to optimize your game. Frame gen should absolutely not be the answer. It spiraled from there. Randy declared Borderlands 4 as a premium game made for premium gamers, angering players yet again considering even premium hardware like a 5090 ran the cel-shaded game poorly. It continued, "If you are trying to drive a monster truck with a leaf blower's motor, you are going to be disappointed, or simply refund the game. How dare you to have an older, weaker system?" But he wasn't done, telling one fan sarcastically to just code your own engine and show us how it's done, like some high school argument. Then doubles down with numbers, insisting only a small fraction of players were reporting issues, dismissing poor reviews as just angry, emotional gamers, ignoring the fact barely anyone files tickets. Hours later, he triples down with another thread. PC gamers must accept the reality of the relationship between their hardware and what the software they are running is doing, relentlessly still blaming everyone but himself and his studio for the poor optimization. It was the perfect culmination of Randy's narcissism and Twitter addiction, even when the product is a good one. And while the debates over optimization, DLSS, and Unreal Engine 5 are a topic for another time, one thing is clear. All Randy ever needed to say was, "We are working on it." Borderlands has kept succeeding against all odds, yet it remains trapped under the weight of Randy Pitchford and Gearbox's own chaotic management. Which raises the question, performance issues aside, would the series be even bigger under different leadership? Could Borderlands and Gearbox finally escape this terrible bad PR and image? But as it stands, Randy isn't going anywhere. As he himself once said when asked if the internet had moved on from his infamous USB stick controversy, "The internet is fine. All they care about is if my next video game is good or not." And that is Randy Pitchford.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's hot. Remove what's not. Crystallize it. Instantly set a tone that speaks in your voice to your audience. Keep moving. Your site grows with you. Add solutions that meet you where you are and take you where you want to go. Smooth to make, easy to love.
That's what it's meant by the girl he's interested in, then why would he be telling his friend about that? Things to keep in mind. Well, the next video seemingly confirms that suspicion, as it is titled Prey. And this video is of somebody's house from the outside at night. The camera walks up to the house and peers through the windows to see a girl getting ready for bed. I'm not 100% positive on this, but I think it's the same girl who was wearing the purple jacket in the mall. So it looks like our cameraman has followed this woman all the way home and is now filming her in her own house. This is what I mean by the setup for the series makes the punch of it all the more effective. Because up until this point, you've just been watching videos of clouds and trees and ants. You get used to the way that the cameraman shoots these scenes, but then when it's something as intense as this, something as intense as peering in on a woman in her own bedroom, it's recorded with the same objectiveness, as if she is something to be observed. And it makes the sickening feeling of what you're watching all the more impactful. Which also, I should clarify again, because people theorize about the series online. No, it's not real. This is not actually a man stalking a woman. The acting for the most part in the series is fine, but when acting's required, you can tell that that they're acting. There's also some more fantastical elements of this later, and some of the crimes we'll see, if this was real, then they should get Batman on the case. I've also seen people talking negatively about this series because someone said that this is based off like a real criminal case, and that some of the images that are used are from an actual crime scene, and that some of the names are from actual victims, which is not true. Everything in this series is fictional, and all the imagery was made by the series creator itself, whoever that is. The YouTube channel they're thinking of is Deeper, which is like an ARG that's based off of Unsolved Homicide, I believe. But yeah, Kept Here didn't kill anyone, except for the raccoon. To follow up the imagery from Prey, the next video is called Clouds, which is just a minute and 20 seconds. Clouds. The next video, titled On Roof, shows our cameraman standing on top of the unfinished building from earlier. Once again, just recording the sky, clouds, people on a golf cart. We get some images of the unfinished house from outside, and it is huge, but again left in a state of disrepair for some reason. However, once again, when night falls, our cameraman goes to a house, perhaps the house of the same woman with the purple jacket, and begins to peek through the windows as the video ends. Our next series of videos switches over to a new file type. These files being designated by P or DSLR camera. Our first clip is just of the woods at dusk, but the quality is already a stark contrast from what we've seen prior. And from here, we have a couple dozen videos from the P series, and it's immediately clear that this is from a different perspective. While in the DV,
You're here. Good. I wanted to...
This place is colder than Jack's dead head. Still haven't fixed the heating pipes, huh?
Well, well, well. Look who escaped from the retirement home.
Heard you were rounding up some vault hunters, so... Reporting for duty, boss.
And how did you hear that?
Oh, like none of you plant listening devices on your friends. Look, I'm tired of bouncing drunks. I'm fit, I'm focused, and... That's a cool new arm! Do any tricks?
It can count to 1.
Right? Won't even notice me. Call me Zane Silence Flint. I'll just be off here. Stealthy. Covert. Fly on the wall. Oh, Hermes, you furry little shite! Who's my great big boyo? Oh, you little...
Thanks to you, Vault Hunter, I finally know where Lilith is. She's stuck in the phase.
That's the dimension Vile Lictor was trying to reach.
Yeah. Lilith went through the phase to teleport from one point to another. When she pulled Elpis here, she must have been too weak to escape. She's still up there. We've literally been looking on the wrong plane of existence. We're so close. We've got to get her back. I know you have your sights on the Timekeeper, but with Lilith on our side, we can give Kairos the crimson resistance it deserves. Now, the one thing we don't have is a way up. Sanctuary isn't flying anytime soon.
Oh, if we're shooting the moon, lass, we don't need to fly. We've got a lift.
Shit.
Really, Zane? You trust a Ripper-engineered space elevator?
Heck no! You said it yourself. You can't fly there. other choice do you reckon we've got? If and we die, least ways we do it looking cool.
Well, what more could one ask for? Meet you at the launch platform, Vault Hunter. Come on, we'll use the fast travel. So, the mighty Zane Flint. Is a pub bouncer.
Good riddance to bad.
So what's the plan here exactly?
Ask our resident space elevator expert.
Well, let's take a gander.
Monster rocket? Oh, let's have a go with that clamp release lever then. You got this, Vault Hunter?
No dice.
Someone must not want us flying today.
Stay grounded. We'll manually release the clamps.
There's the first. Easy pickings for our siren here. Tigress, unhook this thing, won't you?
Yeah. Okay. Blasted. It's this new arm. The auger said I'd need to adjust to it, but...
What? No, you definitely loosened it for sure. Don't you think, Vex? Loosey-goosey?
Totally. Here, I'll just get it the rest of the way.
That woke the Rippers. Let's move. We've got 2 more clamps to release.
Not sure anyone could have moved that clamp alone anyway. Rusty as our nun's bed springs it was. Just an absolutely shy clamp when you get down to it. Didn't trust it from the start, right?
Good. 1 more left. You take it, Vault Hunter.
Totally. That clamp sucked.
Can we just focus on the task in front of us?
So, if I'm reading these fuel pipes right,
Expert at laying pipe.
Flint.
The ignition controls are just above. Only problem is, the way up to Banjaxed.
Just needs something to grapple onto.
There's something I could... No, never mind.
Just give it a go. Be phased, Tom. Let the tiger out.
One try. Worked.
Oh, it worked. Here goes.
You're a spectacle. Vault Hunter, get on up to that ignition switch.
Oh! Stop them! Only the Queen may light the sacred flame!
The key marks are on the loose again!
If Callus is dead, why are the Rippers still guarding this place?
Giving a lot of credit to some maniacs who took an ice cream scoop to the grandstand. Alice needed her gold for it, right? Where do we stick it?
I've got this one. Zabra, I need an assist.
I told you I want out of this group chat. Oh, Vault Hunter, it's you. What sort of assistance?
We need to use Callus's bolt to launch a space elevator so we can go into a different dimension on the moon.
I see, yes. That'll make sense, and I have no questions.
None. Zero. Really?
I've adapted to a new normal. To the task at hand. The device will require Callus's bolt signature, but we just wiped that. I can emulate it from here, but you will need to align a data relay connected to the command console.
Okay, now I have several questions. That was a lot of sci-fi gobbledygook.
And titled videos thus far, it seems that our cameraman is just an unnamed figure. The P videos are from the perspective of a young couple that wants to start a YouTube channel, so they're vlogging their weekend camping trip in the woods. There will be more examples of this as we go on, but every time we have a different file format for a video, it is a different perspective. All of these stories will interconnect by the end analysis. But for now, this new narrative just seems to be taking place around the one we're familiar with. At the end of their video series, we'll hear the boyfriend refer to the girl as Elowen. I'm pretty sure I know what the boyfriend's name is, but it's a puzzle piece I'm going to save for later. But Elowen and her boyfriend are disgustingly cute. And I mean that in the worst way. I hate young love. Burn it. There's several out of order clips of them setting up their tent or walking in the woods or playing with ice, all the while joking without a worry in the world. However, we get a haunting reminder of what series we're watching, as while walking in the woods, they come across a pink ribbon. The same pink ribbon we saw tied to a tree back in the first DB video, reminding us that these two narratives are in a dangerously close proximity to each other. I have also heard several people refer to these two as friends when discussing them, which, no. Not to say guys and girls can't be friends and go camping or whatever, but with them specifically, if they're just friends.
A business tip I'd wish I'd known, that LegalZoom can help you launch an LLC and stay on top of your business licenses. Visit LegalZoom for a legal hand.
If English isn't your first language like me, and you want your writing to reflect your voice, consider trying Grammarly Pro today to elevate your skills. Grammarly Pro can help
You're pretty.
Then he should never upload this to the internet. The comments are gonna destroy him. The P-series is then suddenly interrupted by another video from our original cameraman's perspective. This video is titled Sleeping, and it's our cameraman once again outside of the same house from before, looking through the window as a woman is sleeping, a woman I believe to be the purple jacket girl. And the footage just consists of him looking at her, looking at the clock, noting it's 1:43 in the morning, and just watching her. She's quiet in bed. Right after this, we go back to the couple. A lot of the punches the series throws works really well. Like, for example, I can't watch this anymore on the original channel, but there's the compilation video on YouTube I mentioned earlier and the Internet Archive. Either way, as you're watching the videos, they autoplay one after another. So after watching over a dozen clips of a couple setting up a tent and walking around in the woods and having a good time, bam, a woman sleeping in her bed and the perspective of a man looking through the blinds. And then right back into the couple. The entire series is told out of order, but it's in such an order that it delivers a different kind of impact. The highs and lows are balanced in such a way that it keeps the tension constant, while still delivering information in an order that lets you keep track of things. By the end, it's all together. When we jump back into the couple story, as mentioned, all the clips we see are out of order. But from the clips we've seen so far, we can kind of get a general timeline. All the videos of them driving and playing around in the woods are from files like 40 to 80. But there's a few files we've seen that take place in the 30s, which of course would have been before this trip began. It seems that the boyfriend went to pick Elowen up, and before they left, she decided to walk her dog. Well, right after sleeping, when we come back to the couple, we see a clip that shows when they were walking the dog, they came across the 3-story house.
Who owns this house?
This establishes that the couple is not only close to our cameraman from the Stalker series, but that Elowen is his neighbor, close enough that she would walk into his yard while walking the dog. Also, the outside of the house looks abandoned. It's as if either no one is living there, or at least Elowen thinks no one's living there. After this is a brief shot of Elowen's dog looking off into the woods next to the 3-story house. Perhaps the dog sees something they don't. After that, we get more clips from the camping trip, which I have to say, I have no idea what their YouTube video is supposed to be about. Like, sure, I get no one's first video is their best, whatever, but they're just like breaking ice off of sticks and then like singing Britney Spears.
Go.
However, something important happens when Elowen finds a tape next to the campsite.
Whoa. What's that? Like a mini DVD tape? Is this in the bag?
Acceptable work. The data relay is functional. Get over to the terminal and I'll transfer operational control.
It seems that our cameraman from the other series, the one that has a house next to Elowen, the one that's been filming with it in their bed, has left one of his tapes out here in the woods. Did he leave it here on accident? Was it left there for them to find on purpose? Once again, things to keep in mind. Before we switch back to the mini-disc tapes, there's this really funny shot where it's just Eloise walking out the road, and it's very awkward and she looks uncomfortable and there's no audio. So you know her boyfriend was just like, oh, go like walk on the road in front of the trees. It'll be great aesthetic B-roll shot for our vlog-documentary about a weekend camping trip, like 20 feet off the side of the road. And she looks so over it. Which, by the way, later you see another perspective of their tent, and they really are like right off the side of the road.
She saved
like
my
next to
life.
house.
He's
Babe, you don't get it. We're gonna pull over on the side of the highway. There's this little clearing. Babe, it's gonna be numbers. Our next video takes us back to the stalker's perspective. This time he seems to be in a small room with a concrete floor, like a garage or basement. In the room is a chair and dog bowl, but what's also in the room is a completely naked man with a bag on his head. It is there for a brief instant, and then it's gone. While this isn't the first bad thing we've seen him do, I mean, we've seen him peer through a woman's window twice at this point. It certainly ups the stakes. Now there's some guy seemingly held against his will inside of this dude's house. Our cameraman begins to move through the house, and as he does, we can see the same dead raccoon lying on the floor that we saw earlier, letting us know that it's likely the man with the bag on his head, who I'll refer to here on out as Baghead, is being kept in the 3-story house. Our cameraman continues to move through the house until eventually he gets to a staircase, and as he turns up the staircase, he sees a figure in a black robe standing at the top. The camera glitches, and we see a brief instance of someone saying,
Do you have a ladder?
and the video ends. So it seems there's more going on in this house than just a decomposing raccoon. Baghead is being kept there, and it seems that our stalker isn't alone. As we not only see the figure in the robe, but we also see that brief glimpse of someone asking if he knows how to get into a house. Quite possibly the house of the woman he was stalking earlier. So it seems this operation is much larger than just our cameraman. We'll see how large as we move on. Our next video seems to be shot on a stormy night. As our cameraman drives down mostly empty back roads, is a guy walking with a package in his hand. This could be someone the cameraman knows or just someone walking at night. There's also these brief instances of what seems like a flashlight off in the distance. Whatever it is seems significant enough that at one point our cameraman pulls over, rolls down the window, to record it. After this, we switch back to the perspective of Ellen and her boyfriend. However, in this first clip, something seems off. Her boyfriend asks how she slept and she's too busy looking around. Something about her seems agitated.
Pretty nice, right? Without all the animals and shit. Did you sleep well?
I only woke up like a few times. Did you sleep okay?
What you looking at?
After this, we get a segment from the end of their hiking trip. When the two of them reach the car, Elowen seems bothered about something. When her boyfriend asks what's up, she said she had a bad dream and heard what sounded like walking around the tent.
I'm an angel. See the wings?
You've been let go.
I'm fired? You've never eaten anything before. There you go.
All right. Ready to get to it? Some McDonald's. What's up? What's wrong? You okay?
I was just having like weird.
Damn, girl, and with style points too.
Not so bad, Cyber
What?
Tiger.
I don't want.
Elowen,
What?
you want me to stop the camera and we can talk about it?
This bothers her enough that her boyfriend seemingly shuts off the camera to talk about it. Our next video goes back to this segment. It's also the longest video in the whole series, clocking in at 31 minutes. The video begins as usual with our cameraman filming just deer and birds as well as the outside of the 3-story house. At night, he walks inside of the building with a flashlight, and we also once again see Baghead. In some moments, crawling across the ground, and others standing still, I said it before regarding the stalking, but it also works really well here about how frightening these images are compared to everything we've seen until this point. The weight attributed to a man being tortured is the same attributed to a flower or a brick on the ground. It also creates this constant tension where we have no idea what the next jump cut will be.
I'm at the control terminal.
It suggests the idea that something bad is happening and our narrator is capable of anything. The cameraman continues to walk around the edges of old buildings. At one point he sees the silver car through the trees with fixates on on it for a bit before we leave. Then after this, we see our cameraman driving and arriving at someone's home. It seems that our cameraman has driven to the house of a friend. As he's recording, we hear the friend talking about a class he's taking.
Tremendous.
It seems that what's
Callus's
happening here
bolt
is our
code emulation through
cameraman
Echo
is
4.
filming one
Have him
side
hack
of
the
the
console.
conversation, never capturing his own
do the
voice, but recording what his friend is saying. Because of that, we can put together some pieces of the conversation. Also, his friend is playing Harry Potter, so really there are two people in this room. Going off the half of the conversation here, the cameraman's friend is asking about a girl the cameraman mentioned to him. Perhaps our cameraman said that he's interested in this girl and can't see her. So his friend asks, this establishes a couple of things. For one, it seems that our cameraman has a tendency to film everything. I mean, obviously, we've already seen that from the series, but it's to the degree that even his
Control
friend
authority is
knows
transferred
about
to you.
it. And also, whoever this
Now,
friend is,
may I
he's not privy
suggest
to the
you
fact
not
that our
leave
cameraman has
Callus's
been filming
bolt
girls while they
behind?
sleep.
I hear
Right
this is
after
quite
this,
a
the
hassle to
cameraman's
acquire.
friend begins to ask about this person, saying that it's good our cameraman has found someone they can talk to that's hard for them, but that he's worried about this person the cameraman has been hanging out with. Especially, as this person points out, the guy the cameraman's been hanging out with is Kyle. His friend then notices that the camera guy's been filming this whole time, and in his frustration, he'll finally give a name for our narrator.
That's always freaked out shit, right? Alex! Turn it off! Is it on?
The guy who has been recording every video from the DV perspective is named Alex. Alex has a tendency to not talk to a lot of people, as well as a tendency to record everything. And Alex's friend is worried about this new person he's been hanging out with. He also says this to Alex.
Just doing my part for the Crimson Resistance.
We can only assume that Alex's friend is talking about Red Raccoon. So if Alex's friend thinks it's a huge deal that this guy might have killed a raccoon, then he has no idea what's going on. This friend then says that Alex should quit talking to whoever this bad influence is, and with that, we finally get their name.
I don't want to do this problem.
So
it seems that Alex has trouble talking to people, likes to record things, he shouldn't. But whatever his shortcomings, his friend feels that Kevin is making Alex worse. This would make sense because we just saw from the footage inside of the abandoned house that there was someone else in a black robe in that house. Perhaps that figure is Kevin, or Kevin is just one of many figures within this group. We also get to mention that Kevin cares about this project. Perhaps the project is the reason Alex has been recording everything. And considering Alex's friend says, I don't want to work with Kevin on this project anymore, then it seems the friend was involved to some degree. But again, if he's freaked out about Kevin killing a raccoon, then he's not built for what
This
he's
isn't
actually
filling
doing.
me with
After this,
confidence
our
about the
cameraman,
integrity
who
of
I
the
can
space
now
elevator.
finally quit calling the cameraman and just call Alex, continues to drive around and film random things. Eventually, in the midst of his driving, he comes to a couple of old gas stations. Once he gets to the second one, he gets out and walks around. As he's walking around, he fixates again on a silver car. Perhaps the same one from earlier, this time with the door open and someone speaking in front of him. Eventually, Alex begins to walk on a small trail behind the gas station. Eventually, he just starts filming with big brush, a river, a pair of tennis shoes on the ground, an old pipe, some buckets. For whatever reason, he seems fixated on this one location. However, we then switch to footage of Alex at night. He walks down an old drainage pipe into the sewer, possibly the same sewer system that Elowen and her boyfriend were near earlier. This is seemingly confirmed as the next shots are of Elowen and her boyfriend's camp during their camp videos. At one point, after Alex seemingly loses breath climbing up a hillside, as he seems to be panting and the camera is moving up and down a lot, he looks through the trees and sees Elowen directly, wearing the same outfit we saw her in during the camping videos. The camera then cuts to late at night, Alex still watching their campsite. Eventually, he creeps up to them and shines a light on Elowen, recording her as she's sleeping. Just as Alex had to the woman in her house, Alex is recording Elowen as she sleeps, perhaps marking her as the next victim of whatever he and his people are planning. For one, this explains Elowen's bad dreams. She said she had dreams of footsteps around the campsite, and sure enough, they were real. And this also explains how the DV tape wound up at the campsite, as Alex was there with the DV camcorder.
Okay,
Now the question
Flip should be
is,
good to
how
go.
did that tape get
It
there?
sounds like
Did
things
Alex
might get
drop it,
weird
or did he leave it there for some reason? Of course, we can't be
We're
sure
on our way.
until we know it's on the tape.
This is confusing.
Rise shall be thy name.
What was that?
Shell's emulsion fluids cool it down, reducing electricity usage by
This way,
about
Vault Hunter.
48%. Shell, powering everybody forward.
It used to take 5 apps and a spiritual
There's the platform.
journey to find
Next
the
stop,
game.
Low Kairos
Now
orbit.
there's no more searching. Fire TV does all the work. More time for you time.
We then see Alex meeting someone outside of their house. They exit their house in a tracksuit. I've tried to match this house to ones we see elsewhere throughout the series, and I don't think there's a match. I think this may just be someone else who works with Alex and knows what he's doing. After this, Alex is back in the 3-story house, and we once again get footage of the dead raccoon, only this time it is much, much further along in its decomposition.
Right.
Merely thin black
Tether
flesh
cable looks
roped over a
secure.
skeleton. Again, this
System's
entire series is told
operational.
out of order. Until you get to
Fuel
the end and
levels.
piece together all the file names,
Ah,
you're
who are
not
we
sure
kidding?
what happens when.
We're riding
But
this
weirdly
Widowmaker
enough,
to the moon, come
decomposing
hell or
raccoon
high lightning.
acts as a kind of sundial.
Right.
Given its stage of decomposition,
So,
you have a general
before we
sense
do
of where
this,
you are in the timeline. Because
we're
after
with
this,
you
when we see the
to the
raccoon
end.
again and it's more freshly
All the
dead,
way.
we know that
No
it's
backing
earlier
down
than the
now.
events we're currently witnessing.
I was
Morbid,
going to
of
ask
course,
if
but
anyone saw any
effective.
safety
We then get more
harnesses.
shots from the inside
But
of
hell, I'll take
Baghead's
it.
room.
Let's do this.
Seems that Baghead has bleach for some reason, as well as a bucket they go to the bathroom in. We then get footage of Alex standing outside before he pans down to see Baghead walking around outside in the daylight. Again, there's not a ton of things online that really pull off the effectiveness of this. You go from looking at nature to seeing a naked man walking around with a bloody bag on his head. And then, I kid you not, it hard cuts into a turtle. And Alex gets footage of this turtle for longer than he recorded, again, the naked guy with a bloody bag on his head. After this, we get footage of discarded pink gloves and what appears to be an open pit next to a construction site. At this construction site, we see the same tarp from earlier in the series with 514 painted across it, as well as the pink ribbon tied in the trees. Meaning this is the same location that Alex visited early on. Shortly after, we see why. As Baghead drags a black bag to the pit, the footage of this cutting midway and transitioning into the next video titled Clap 1, which shows Baghead throwing the bag into the muddy pit. And while you may guess correctly what's in the bag, you don't have to wonder for long, as we can see Baghead walking away with a purple jacket. The same purple jacket from the woman Alex was stalking back in the mall. This video gave us a ton of information. Alex is the guy recording these videos, and Kevin seems to be the one, at least according to Alex's friend, who is influencing Alex to do wrong. Or at least as far as the friend's aware. There's some sort of project that Kevin and Alex are a part of, and seemingly other people are a part of it too, even if they don't know its full extent, like Alex's friend. From Baghead dumping the body of the woman from the mall, we can see that part of this project or group entails stalking and kidnapping women and seemingly murdering them, after which their bodies are seemingly hiked into the woods. This could be part of the reason Alex records random rivers, lakes, construction sites, or abandoned buildings on the outskirts of town. They're all body dumps. And since Baghead was the one ditching the body, either he's a part of this group or project, or he is doing this against his will. Also, what does this mean for Elowen, the other woman Alex was recording? Questions are being answered, but there are still many to be solved as we move further. After this, we get a video titled Rot. Appropriately, it opens on the image of the rotting raccoon. However, this time its decomposition is much earlier than we last saw it, meaning what we're seeing now is earlier in the timeline. We also finally get to see what the writing underneath the raccoon says. It reads, "Please, God is watching." There's more writing above it we won't learn about until later. We then see Alex walking around the top of the 3-story building before he hears a voice from downstairs and the video ends. Our next video is called Clap 2. If you'll remember, the short clip that showed Baghead throwing a body into the mud pit was called Clap 1. Clap 2 seems to be much more stylized than Alex's previous recordings. A sort of synth tone plays over the video, and our initial cut seems to be from the perspective of someone dragging something heavy down a hallway. Based off Clap 1, this might be footage of the body. At the very end of this cut, we see someone moving in the darkness. We then cut to what looks like a ton of blood and gore, as someone in a yellow latex suit with gloves cleans it up, taking care to discard the remains and use bleach, the same bleach we saw on Baghead's floor earlier, to ensure there is no evidence of the mess left behind. We then get more clips of the 3-story house from outside, blood on the ground, and what appears to be the same homeless people from earlier. So it seems where Clap 1 showed us the disposal of a body, Clap 2 is showing us the cleanup of the body. Someone, perhaps Alex, considering he was the one filming, drags the body away, and the blood is cleaned up. I think the footage of the outside of the house goes to say, as you can imagine, most of this takes place inside of the house, and perhaps the footage at the end of the homeless people on a bench are to show us the targets. People who it is easy to make disappear. Perhaps everyone that Alex has recorded has been a potential victim. After this, we get another series of tapes from Elowen and her boyfriend. In the midst of one of them, we hear something interesting.
I've never been in this tunnel. I've been down here before. This is actually by the school.
So since the area they're camping, and therefore the area Alex has walked through is near a school, then we can assume all the shots Alex has taken of a school bus in a parking lot are from times Alex was stalking them, or at least in the area. Through this section of videos, we get the end of Elowen and her boyfriend's camping perspective. And while not a lot is learned through this section, it is cool because once you unscramble all of these, it creates one cohesive narrative. Or at least, you know, the cringy 2014 era YouTube comedy is in order.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got vlogging.
After this, we get a video once again from Alex's perspective. This video has a title.
When I came to Notre Dame, I wanted to be a part of something more than just business as usual.
Almonds, man. Any health goals you got, Almonds got you. You want to look good? You got to snack good. Eat your darn almonds and stop playing.
RLMR. I have no idea what RLMR means. I've looked it up. It doesn't seem to be text speak or like an abbreviation or anything. It doesn't look to be an anagram for anything. Maybe it's like someone's initials, but I don't know. Regardless, the video seemed important enough to Alex, or whoever's uploading these, to title it. In the footage, it seems Alex is walking down a road at night, but he's not alone. As in the very beginning, we hear a girl say this.
Who would just climb into people's windows.
Alex just caught the end of the conversation, but it seems she was talking about someone climbing into people's windows. This could be a reference to any story of a stalker or killer, but is more likely in reference to Kevin or someone else from the project. Either if she's just heard rumors or knows what the group is up to remains unknown. While Alex and the girl are standing there, Alex sees a light off in the woods. The girl lights a cigarette and the two begin to walk through the darkness. As they walk, despite the darkness, the girl is telling a casual story about an experience she had on a vacation. This is followed by shots of the lake at night and a dark silhouette. Given that lakes and waterways seem to be a sort of dumping ground, does this mean Alex took this girl out here to kill her? Well, if that's the case, then how is she so calm? Our next video is titled Gray. Alex seems to be in the passenger seat of someone's car, riding through town. I've seen people argue that this car is the same car Elowen and her boyfriend were in at the end of the camping storyline, but if you look at that footage, the inside of their car is clearly a two-tone like tan and brown, and the inside of this car is, as the title says, gray. There's a conversation in the beginning that is very distorted. For what little can be pieced together, it sounds like they're talking about drugs and asking how long it takes them to kick in. And from there, the rest of the video is just a shot out of the passenger window as fast music plays as they drive through town. Now, earlier when Alex went to his friend's house, his friend said that Kevin's always on drugs. And since this is from Alex's perspective and he's seemingly sitting in a car doing drugs, we can assume that it's Kevin he's with. So even though Kevin and Alex are part of some project that is killing women, the two of them still do things like ride around town and get high. Again, the casual tone of the events being depicted make them all the more sinister. Speaking of sinister, our next video is titled Pills. In the beginning of this one, it seems to pick up right where Rod ended, with Alex in the top of the three-story house hearing someone downstairs. We then hear a voice saying, "You will follow the instructions I give you." And with that, we get the most memorable imagery from the entire series. So from the title of this video being Pills to Kevin saying you will follow my instructions, it seems we now understand what Baghead is. All of the women we've encountered so far are killed by the project. And while some of the men might also be killed, it seems that at least this one was turned into a slave, made to take some kind of pill that made them susceptible to control, likely combined with the conditioning of being kept in a dark basement. We also hear the commands that Baghead is made to follow. One clap means Baghead is to bury the bag or the body bag, as we saw in the video titled Clap 1. 2 claps means it's time to clean up, again the cleanup we saw during the crime scene cleanup in Clap 2. 3 claps is hard to make out, it sounds like he says something needs to or something needs to be. And then 4 claps means it's time to go. Perhaps 4 claps is what happened to Baghead here, as he's being led out to a field by Kevin, who is holding a sledgehammer, which would explain his bloodied head we see lying on the ground later. Perhaps whoever Baghead was, people became suspicious, or people began to look for him. So Kevin and Alex couldn't have him around the house, so they had to get rid of him, causing them to take Baghead out to a field and kill him. I've seen some people be critical of the story and say this is kind of where they got off. Like, everything up until this point is a stalker and people trying to kill each other. And the addition of mind control drugs does add a layer of the fantastical to the story, but it doesn't really go further than this, and I think the idea of a bag-headed slave made to clean up bodies is cool and, dare I say, creepy. It also gives us an idea of how advanced this project of Kevin's is. They're not just killing people, but they're like learning ways to manipulate people into cleaning up crime scenes for them. Whatever this is, it seems to run deep. After this, we begin a series of videos from a new perspective, as several of the upcoming videos will start with the file name DSCF, which denotes videos taken on a digital camera. Similar to Elowin's videos, these start off completely harmless. From the voice we hear speaking to dogs early on, it seems that these videos are from the perspective of a young girl. To clarify, I mean young as in like early 20s or college age, not young as in child. Thankfully, the series doesn't go there, I think. In one of the early clips, we hear her say it's nice to be trusted with boys, but that it can be scary to be alone, whatever that means. She also records footage of a vinyl spinning on a record player. The vinyl is playing the song Quarter of Dreams by the Cleaners from Venus. Whoever this girl is, she seems to be a sort of romantic, or to at least be smitten by something or someone. After this, we get another named video from Alex's perspective. This video is titled Burn. The opening of Burn seems to be in the woods at night, and we hear a girl say,
Red Bull gives you wings.
Considering that we know a sledgehammer is the weapon Kevin used to kill Baghead, we can assume that this girl is in on whatever the project is, offering to carry the murder weapon. This might have been the night that Baghead was murdered. We then see gloved hands burning a Polaroid photo. After the fire's been extinguished, the hand picks up the photo and crumbles it between its fingers. From a brief glimpse of the photo we get before it burns, we can see that it's the blurry image of a woman who's been killed, lying on the ground, her face bloody. But if we look at the outfit in the photograph, as well as a dark shot we see for a few seconds before the image is introduced, we can see that the victim is the same girl from the beginning of the video who asked to carry the sledgehammer, meaning whoever this was likely in the know on what the project was up to, perhaps even being a part of it herself before she was murdered. Either she didn't know what the group was up to and she was always a victim, or the group is tying up loose ends. Our next series of videos takes us back to the DSCF perspective, and it just looks like a series of videos a girl would record with her handheld camera. Her with her friends at the lake, her with a couple of younger boys, perhaps her younger brothers or kids she's babysitting. Footage that would be completely harmless were it not in this series. However, that is until you get to tape DSCF-0024, which is 50 seconds of darkness in the woods. Until the camera focuses on what might be a pool of blood, it's hard to tell, but the setting as well as the darkness and the woods and the quiet nature of the shots implies that something nefarious and certainly less cheery is going on than the previous shots we've seen from this perspective. Perhaps whatever girl was recording these videos wasn't so harmless after all. After this, we get more footage from Alex's perspective. He gets footage of cats, chickens, a house that he's potentially stalking. You know, normal extracurricular stuff. We then get footage of what seems to be a sludge of flies. Perhaps this is some container that something is rotting or decomposing inside of. something infested with sickness and death. We get more footage of the woods at night, footage of what appears to be a black bag that earlier we saw a body inside of, and then we once again see that light out in the darkness, only this time Alex approaches it. What he finds is this: a man in a dark robe holding the light. His face a sort of plastic mask that makes him seem like a mannequin. I believe this figure to be Kevin, draped in a dark robe with a light, preparing for a killing. This is the same light that Alex has seen in the darkness a couple of times up until this point. The time he was driving down the road, saw it, pulled over and rolled down his window. Or the time he was with the girl in the parking lot at night and saw it before he began leading the girl towards it. Perhaps this mask, robe, and light are the things Kevin dons before a killing. Speaking of that parking lot at night, our next video is once again from the girl with the DSCF perspective. However, this footage appears to be from a parking lot at night. Perhaps the same parking lot we saw at the beginning of RMLR. That would mean that this short clip that doesn't have any audio is from the perspective of the girl Alex led into the woods that night and I believe murdered. So that means the girl from the DSCF tapes is the same girl who was in the parking lot with Alex, which means my suspicions about the DSCF having the weird footage of the ground at night and potentially a pool of blood means they're up to something, because the girl who was there with Alex certainly knew what the group was up to. I'll take it further and say I believe this girl to be the same girl who was asking Kevin to hold a sledgehammer and was then murdered before her Polaroid shot was taken and burned. So this girl was a part of the project along with Kevin and Alex, was a part of the killings, but then was killed herself for some reason. Why? Things to keep in mind as we move on. The next video is titled 19/05/2016, which is a date that corresponds with May the 19th, 2016. This footage is from the perspective of a Nest security camera. It's 1 minute long and the only thing we see is headlights appear in front of the house. Perhaps someone stopping by who is up to no good. I've tried to match the front layout of this house with some of the other houses we see, like the greenhouse that Alex was stalking, or the house that his friend in the sweatsuit came out of. I can't definitively match it to any, but if it's the security camera of a house in this series, that probably means that something bad is going to happen there. Actually, wait, okay, while I was sitting here recording, I have the footage pulled up to the side and I was looking at it back and forth to make sure I'm on the right place as I talk. Dude, okay, the front of this house from the Nest camera is the front of Elowin's house. And that makes so much sense because when you make all of the Elowin boyfriend camping storyline chronological, the first clip is like a 20-second clip of him waiting on her at the front of her house. And it makes sense why that's there now. It's so you can match it up to this security camera footage. Oh my gosh. Oh no, but if that's her house, that means, oh no. Oh gosh. Oh, this series is so brutal. Okay. Our next clip is called Vulture, and this gives us a ton of information. The footage begins with vultures eating something dead in the middle of a road, interlaced with images of a concrete floor being sprayed off, likely the aftermath of one of the project's victims. Just like in Pills, we hear a droning noise as Kevin is speaking.
I've noticed you've been aloof lately. You like her, don't you? My neighbor. I've had my eye on her for some time now. I will have her and you can pick up the scraps, like a vulture.
This is laced with some graphic images, one of which I believe shows someone slamming their hand with a knife, and footage of what appears to be Kevin outside of a farmhouse. The same house Alex was recording outside of earlier when he got footage of the cats and the chickens. It seems that Alex began to footage this house and eventually Kevin marked it as a target. Kevin continues to speak and says, I've had my eye on her for a while. When I'm done, you can pick up the scraps. Like a vulture. So initially, you may think this neighbor girl he's interested in is one of the girls he was stalking earlier. But I think it's Elowin. Because if you'll remember, back when Elowin was walking her dog at the beginning of her storyline, her dog walked into the yard of the 3-story house. Just as I realized a moment ago, they didn't show us a shot of the front of Elowin's house for no reason. It mattered later to connect it to the security camera. I don't think they would have mentioned that Elowin lives next to the 3-story house if it didn't matter here when Kevin mentions the neighbor girl. So it seems that Alex is interested in Elowin. This seems apparent from him stalking and recording her. But Kevin says he's been interested in her for some time, and when he's done with her, Alex can have the scraps. After Kevin is done speaking, we see this.
This here is a vacation like nowhere else, because here you can find new thrills, big chills, and oh, look at that. There's a new adventure happening every day. Universal Orlando Resort.
I believe these are glimpses of part of the project's killings. We don't know what the project is for sure, but we know it involves killing people, we know it involves converting someone into Baghead, and it has things like recording and Polaroids. It makes sense that there would be an air of regalia attached to their murders. We've already seen what Kevin wears, a giant black wizard's cloak, with, you know, a plastic face attached. It makes sense that others in the project would dress the same. We see glimpses of a long flowing dress, a red mask. There's a sacredcy in a presentation to these killings. Speaking of killings, our next video is titled Alex. In the beginning of Alex, the camera is fixed on a dark corner in the unfinished house. It seems that Alex isn't holding the camera. It's simply lying on the ground, slightly crooked. As the camera aims at the corner, we hear someone moaning and crying out in pain, louder and louder. Suddenly, a dark shape cloaked in black stands up from the corner. If the outfit is anything to go on, this must be Kevin. This is followed by the whole screen turning to an image of a guy being impaled through the throat. It's not real, I think. I'm pretty sure it's still just, you know, fake, made for the series. I don't think it's like a live leak screenshot, but it looks really good / bad. Like I said, viewer discretion for this whole thing. It's funny how people are like, I bet the series got kicked off of YouTube because it was real, or like a real person was convicted in these crimes. And then you watch the series and it's like super graphic images and complete naked people swinging around. And it's like, okay, well, that was probably it. After this, we finally see the full writing next to the decomposing raccoon in the 3-story building. It reads, "Please don't steal my tapes. Please. God is watching." This will be super important for my end analysis, but for now we're just going to move on. Our next video is titled 26/05/2016. This is again from the perspective of the Nest security camera. It takes place 1 week after the last. We see a girl walking into her home, and while yes, I did just figure out this is Elowyn's house, I don't think that's Elowyn. The hair is kind of the same length, but this person looks older, whoever they are, so perhaps Elowyn's mom. But this video is just 10 seconds of her entering the house, and then the video ends. Our next video is titled Suits. This is again from Alex's perspective. He's walking down the road and works his way through the trees until he gets to a crime scene. He waits for a moment before 2 detectives make their way down the path. The men are far off and it's hard to understand what they're saying, but I can at least make out the words second body and girl. Also, when they lift a sheet from the victim, they seem to be repulsed by what they find. It seems that the police have begun to find the bodies that the project has been burying. And considering they're out in the woods, perhaps this is the Purple Jacket Girl, or at least in the same region as the Purple Jacket Girl. And again, as mentioned, there is the note of a second body, meaning the police are starting to find several of the group's victims. As he always does, Alex seemingly gets distracted midway through and starts recording the treetops, and then goes back to filming, you know, the police looking at the body that he helped put there. Alex then records his walk home, before we get the brief glimpse of what appears to be a black tarp, wet under candlelight. So the police have begun to catch on to these killings. The consequences of this will be apparent soon. From here, for now, we switch back to the girl with the DSCF perspective. I know earlier I said she dies being killed by the group, and I still stand by that, but remember, this series is told out of order. I'm also, so I can quit calling her the girl from the DSCF perspective, I'm just going to call her Cigarette, since the most notable thing I've seen her do other than die is hold a cigarette. We again get a series of videos from her perspective, walking through a cemetery. recording an old mattress in the woods, recording an area that's being logged. Also, in one of my most convincing pieces of evidence that this cigarette girl is the same cigarette girl from the parking lot who I believe gets killed by Kevin. In DSCF 0772, we see her standing outside at night, and what does she do? She smokes a cigarette. After this, we see that she was walking through the cemetery with a friend, the two of them seemingly learning how to use the digital camera. It's after Cigarette hands the camera to her friend that she says one of the most revealing things in the entire series that lays the groundwork for nearly all of the analysis that will come after. And she says it in the most nonchalant way.
It just frustrates me how much attention Kevin gives Alex. It's like, I don't even know what he sees in him. The dude doesn't even talk, he just like records random ass shit. Like,
well, isn't Alex like autistic or something? Like, I think Kevin's just being kind of nice to him.
It's not even like that.
Okay, this does so much. For one, clearly, plainly, no obstruction about it. Cigarette knows what Kevin and Alex are up to. She went out there that night with them willingly. She offered to carry the sledgehammer knowing what they were doing, and ultimately they betrayed her. She also seems to be jealous of the attention Kevin is giving Alex. She is likely in love or infatuated with Kevin. This would explain her loyalty to the project and how she got roped into it in the first place. But more importantly, we get the mention that Alex is autistic. Or at least Cigarette's friend says, isn't he like autistic? Autism may not be the official diagnosis, but there's something different about him mentally. We've kind of seen hints of this. Alex's friend says he has trouble talking to people. And as mentioned, he records everything compulsively. But with the mention that Alex may be mentally unwell and Kevin is interested in him, this is no longer an evil guy finding a worse influence. This might be someone who's mentally unwell being taken advantage of. And then right after that, Cigarette drops another bombshell.
He hasn't been around lately. Like, Kevin has just been filming his own stuff without him. I think they got into like a fight or something.
This makes everything fit so much easier. See, when I got to the end of the series and I was trying to lay all of these out in order, I kept hitting complications. Because of my theories you'll hear in a moment, Alex couldn't have recorded everything we see, at least from the DV perspective. But Cigarette says here that they got into a fight and now Kevin is recording his own things. That means for the handheld mini DV tapes, there are two cameramen, Alex and sometimes Kevin. I also think we hear in the rest of this tape the reason the project murdered Cigarette.
With Prime Big Deal Days coming October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away.
Dove Men Plus Care.
Welcome to the team. Thanks. That's the finger bomb.
Dove Men Plus Care helps neutralize odor-causing bacteria that thrive on stress sweat.
Really needs more salt.
Get comfortable with uncomfortable. Upgrade to 72-hour protection with Dove Men Plus Care. Care changes everything.
Just about things we've been doing. I think he's like worried that Alex is gonna tell people stuff. Nothing, just like, it's none of anyone's business, really.
It seems that Cigarette got upset at Kevin and started saying way too much. I think that since Kevin is so invested with the project, he began handing out cameras to members of the group to record everything they were doing, especially the killings. This is probably why he was so infatuated with Alex, because Alex did that anyway. So it's likely that Kevin saw the same tapes from Cigarette that we're seeing now and saw that she started telling random people way too much. Off of just what we heard, this random girl now knows that Kevin and Alex are having to fight, and Kevin is worried that Alex will tell people about what they're doing. Keep in mind, this is in the midst of the police finding the bodies in an investigation. So if Kevin's tying up loose ends, then Cigarette's one of them. Also, when she said she thinks Kevin and Alex got into a fight, I think that's an understatement. I also think in Cigarette's footage, we see exactly what she brought to the project. Most of the videos are of her talking to other girls her age, walking around in the woods. I think that she was probably the bait, luring in girls her own age to be murdered. Tragically, this aligns with a lot of criminal cases in the real world, as a man manipulates a woman to bring him victims. Manipulation being a trait we already knew Kevin had due to his relationship with Alex, someone he could take advantage of. That video line seems to be the end of Cigarette's perspective, and like I said, I think we know how she ends up. Our next video switches back to Kevin's perspective with a catch. This video is titled DV100115. This is significant because earlier, the 30-minute video was also called DV100115. I believe as we're going to see, this is still Alex recording, but going off of what Cigarette said about Kevin, this implies that there are two cameras. In this footage, Alex walks around on a rainy day, getting a lot of shots of old cemeteries, walking through people's backyards. He gets footage of a smashed worm and a dead animal, ultimately filming the sky until night falls. We then get footage of Cigarette at the fire. She talks about how she likes watching things burn, which is like the most normal thing she's done. And after some footage of the lake, we hear this.
This is no fucking killing if you don't have that tape, right? We're supposed to know you didn't go to someone with it. Where the fuck are you going?
So this seems like it's from Alex's perspective. I mean, makes sense. It's a DV file, right? But that's Cigarette speaking. She's saying that someone, likely Kevin, is going to get mad if he doesn't have that tape. And then asking, how do we know you didn't go to someone with it? So she's mad because Alex has left a tape, likely a tape of something they've done. More than likely, a tape we haven't seen of the project killing someone. And Alex has seemingly misplaced that tape. Well, where have we seen one of Alex's tapes pop up? That's right, the tape that Elowin found back at the campsite. So that night, Alex, while stalking Elowin, someone that we know he and Kevin was interested in, Alex left a tape at that campsite for them to find. But why? We're almost to the end, just hold on to that. Our next video is titled Smut, and similar to videos like Pills, it seems to be far more edited. The video opens with footage of animal bones before it cuts to a white sheet in a field. Heavy droning music plays as the sheet begins to move, a person crawling around unnaturally on all fours. We then cut to footage inside of the 3-story house. We see someone walking around in a wedding dress next to what appears to be Kevin in his plastic mask. Between the woman in the dress and the person in the white sheet, it seems these may be victims of Kevin's control. We then see footage of what appears to be from inside of a shed at the back of the 3-story house. But before we do, we get this horrifying still. I assume this is one of the members of the project. Like, you know, they dress in regalia and go on killings and all that. But this is like the worst mask ever. I hate it so much. On the wall of the shed, we can see the Polaroids of several victims, most of which refer to women in derogatory terms such as slut, and show them in various positions of torture and murder. Notably, there's a Polaroid of the dead raccoon that is labeled Cat 1-6. If you'll remember, that's the same name as the YouTube video that first showed off the dead raccoon, implying that not only did the project kill the raccoon, but whoever uploaded that video also wrote the name on this Polaroid. We also see a Polaroid of the figure in the black gown with the plastic mask next to someone in a wedding dress that is labeled Kevin with company. This confirms for me that the figure in the black robe is Kevin. We see here that their victims are referred to as company. There's also a Polaroid of the figure in the dress bowing down to Kevin. This could be a member of the project that idolizes him, or more hauntingly, if the men that are placed under hypnotic control are forced to clean up bodies, then it's likely the women under Kevin's control are forced to do much worse.
Cut! Young Spike, you have something to say. You have to say it loud. This double dolly shot is devised to put the audience in your shoes. Let's do it again.
The next video is titled Prolapse. And it's that, I think. I'm going to censor it even more than how censored it is in the video, but it's like a super blurry image of what I think is a prolapse being stabbed a bunch with someone screaming really loud. It sounds like a guy screaming. So maybe this is part of the process to make someone into a baghead. Maybe this is just torture. I don't know. It's gross. The next video is titled IMG 8066. This is footage taken from a phone, and as we're going to see, a new perspective. It is 15 seconds of a black screen, but what we hear is interesting.
I just say, oh yeah, it's just some autistic kid. I mean, that's not an excuse. I'm trying not to get the police involved here. What am I supposed to do? Understand that it's your house, it's your face on the tape, no? No, I'm not recording.
So we have someone speaking to someone else about an autistic person, definitely Alex, but saying that regardless of that, it's no excuse. And whatever it is that's going on, this person is going to get the police involved. This didn't make a lot of sense to me until I listened closely to the voice. I believe the person speaking is Elowen's boyfriend.
It's cold, but there's no animals.
I just say, oh yeah, it's just some autistic kid. I mean, that's not an excuse.
So we have Elowen's boyfriend trying to find out something about Alex, but why? Probably because of the mini DV tape Alex left at their campsite. Her boyfriend found it, watched it, and as you can imagine, became concerned. He probably thought it was some kind of experimental horror movie thing and wasn't entirely sure it was real, but he wants answers. So he's gone to a friend of Alex's. A friend who has his house and his face on Alex's tape. I believe it is the same friend that Alex went to earlier. The one who told him he should stay away from Kevin, that he didn't like the project. As a matter of fact, the tape in which Alex went to his house was DV100115, the same one that there is a duplicate of later. And at the end of 100-115, we see Baghead throwing Purple Jacket Girl's body into the construction pit. So perhaps this is the tape that Elowen's boyfriend saw that got him so concerned. So he goes to Alex's friend who he saw in the video to try to get answers. And when he gets there, in case something goes down, records the conversation. With that context, listen to that conversation again.
I just say, oh yeah, it's just some autistic kid. I mean, that's not an excuse. I'm trying not to get the police involved here. What am I supposed to do? Understand that it's your house, it's your face on the tape, no? No, I'm not recording.
This is the only scenario here that makes sense to me. Otherwise, I have no idea what's going on. Not that it would be a first. After that, our next video switches back to Alex's perspective. It begins as he's just driving on roads through town. He passes the school bus and church parking lot with the cemetery we've seen a few times at this point, likely because bodies are dumped around the area, and as mentioned earlier, this is near the area where Elowen and her boyfriend went camping. He zooms in on a white truck and eventually parks at a gas station. While he is at the gas station, Elowen comes outside and walks up to him and says this.
What were you doing parked? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were somebody else.
So Elowen runs up to Alex's car and when he rolls down the window, says she thought that he was someone else. Ask yourself this. Why would you mistake someone for someone you know in a parking lot? Because they're driving the same car. That's the only way you would think you recognize someone, and then when they roll down their window, you realize you're mistaken. Keep that in mind. After that, we get another video from Elowen's boyfriend's perspective that, to me, ties a lot of things together. This video is once again taken on a smartphone. From the inside of the car we see at the beginning, we can match it up to the inside of the car from him and his girlfriend's camping trip. Same two-tone interior, same windows, same handles, same side mirrors. When he steps out, we even see that it's the same gold color. So we are once again getting a video from the perspective of Elowen's boyfriend. The title of his previous video was 8066, and this one is 8067, meaning right after having the conversation with Alex's friend, he has driven here. We're about to find out where here is right now. If you look at the yard and driveway as he's walking, it might look familiar. And as he approaches the front door and knocks, if you look at the brick around him, it might look even more familiar. Elowen's boyfriend has gone to the 3-story house. He saw the video, he spoke to Alex's friend, maybe hoping it was a joke, and I'm sure Alex's friend assured him that Alex wouldn't be capable of something like that. So he decided to go to the house that Alex, Kevin, Baghead, and the rest of the project are in, not knowing that he was walking into a monster. Eventually, no one comes to the door, so he lets himself in.
Alex? Alex?
With Prime Big Deal Days coming October 7th and 8th, greatness is a deal away.
Hey, dude. My name's Matt. I just want to talk to you for a second. I talked to your friend Liam. Can I talk to you for a second?
For one, due to the unfinished walls we see around him, this is certainly the three-story house. But also, we finally have a name for Elowen's boyfriend, Matt. This is the reason I've been calling him Elowen's boyfriend this long. And earlier I said that I think I know his name, but it relates to like in theory and stuff. I guess I could have just called him Matt and then explained I think he's Matt because of this moment. But I'm not re-recording all that, so. And this also gives us the name of Alex's friend who he visited earlier, Liam. As Matt walks into the house, he assures Alex that he just wants to talk, that Alex isn't in any trouble. He cautiously calls out to see if Kevin's there until this happens.
Alex, dude, Liam sent me. Okay? Can you come out here for a second?
It seems that something struck Matt, killing him. Likely, considering the sound of trickling blood that follows, a sledgehammer. So Matt went to the three-story house and has now become another victim of the project, another victim of Kevin. After this, the screen is black, but we hear something crawling around, getting closer, until eventually we hear three claps symbolizing that the bag head is needed. From here, we hear Matt's body be dragged away. If you'll remember, 3 claps was the clap we didn't hear what it means. Perhaps instead of disposing the body or cleaning up, they have some use for Matt's body. Regardless, it was enough to cause the bag head to appear and drag off the corpse. What follows is 10 minutes of silence before someone, most likely Kevin, walks back to the scene of the murder and finds Matt's phone, ending the video. This explains how Matt and Elowen's videos came into the possession of whoever's uploading these. I mean, as mentioned earlier, the channel is called Kept Here. It's as if it's a personal storage. The reason we were seeing Matt and Elowen's videos earlier is because Matt probably had all that footage in his car, and whoever's uploading these, likely Kevin, decided to upload their footage as well. The penultimate video is titled End. The footage begins by showing us Matt's car on the side of the road. It seems that this is once again from the mini DV or Alex's perspective. And since, you know, Matt died with his car in their driveway, people were probably going to come looking. So it seems they're ditching his car in the middle of nowhere. This also ties into why Elowen confused Alex for Matt earlier, as again, seemingly Alex was infatuated with Elowen. So after her boyfriend was dead and he was disposing of the car, he drove the car to a gas station where he knew she'd be. And driving her dead boyfriend's car, who she doesn't know is dead yet, she runs up to the window to greet Matt, realizes it's Alex, apologizes, and walks away. Alex gets footage of blood on the ground, followed by footage of a light walking around in the darkness, likely Kevin. And then the video ends as the flashlight makes its way back to the car. This is most likely Kevin disposing of Matt's body. I don't know why he didn't have the baghead do it, but maybe it was already a little too high vis. There was too much evidence pointing Matt's killing towards them, or at least the house. So maybe it would have been too risky to bring the baghead this time, and he had to do it discreetly. Also, yes, earlier in the series, they killed the baghead. But for one, the whole series is out of order, so they might have murdered the baghead later. Or I don't know how complicated it is to make a baghead. Maybe they made a new one. Maybe that's what prolapse was. You have to torture people in that way to make bagheads. How would you know? You've never tried. With that, we are taken to the last upload in the series, at least the last upload before the YouTube channel got nuked into orbit. That video is titled Old House. Old House is simply silent footage of someone walking through an old house. From some of the details we see, this appears to be the 3-story house. Only it is far older than last we saw. Leaves pile the ground, things are covered in a layer of dust. Mud dauber nests and spider webs clutter the area. It seems that this is the 3-story house we were familiar with, but after some time has passed. Without spectacle or note, with that, the series ends. So that was every video of Kept Here, at least every one I know of. Maybe one got deleted somewhere along the line and I can't find it. I'm doing my best. But if there is a way to make it cohesive, then what is it? I mean, what did all of that mean? Well, let's talk about it. So the core difference that establishes my framing of the series is the fact that Kevin is taking advantage of Alex. Sometime before the series began, Kevin got Alex on board to this project. We don't ever hear a clear layout of what it is, but we certainly have signs. People like Cigarette are inducted to bring in new victims. Some are murdered, some are turned into puppets. The moment's captured on a Polaroid, their bodies dumped, and all of it recorded. Perhaps Alex always had an interest in recording things, and that's what made Kevin seek him out. When you line up all of the shots chronologically, it kind of leans into this slow descent. Starts off with Alex and Cigarette around a campfire. Then there's footage of the dead raccoon. Then there's them stalking women, and then the murders begin. Which I actually think this person we see by the campfire all the way at the beginning of the series, I believe this is Kevin because it's the same voice heard in Vultures and Pills.
Dude, do you mind like putting the camera down for a minute?
You like this, don't you? My neighbor. You've taken the pills and you're mine now. You will follow the instructions I give you.
But we actually see this person one more time, albeit briefly. At the end of the 43rd upload, DV100112, right after we see Kevin in a black robe at the top of the stairs, the camera glitches into this guy.
Get in. Do you have a ladder?
I believe that this is also Kevin. So Kevin's been there every step of the way. I believe this conversation on the porch to be outside of the house that Alex was stalking. So if Kevin's been manipulating Alex, and Alex is having his hand forced at each turn, then what all has Alex actually done? Because if I'm right about my theory here and him stalking this woman was just at Kevin's pressure so she could eventually be a victim, then otherwise the only thing he's done is document this. Obviously he's a willing participant, but we don't know how far his mental illness goes. We don't know how far he's being puppeted. The one thing we do know that he does is have an interest in Elowen. After all, in Vultures, Kevin said Alex likes her. But then Kevin says that he wants her first and then Alex can have the scraps, of course, implying that she'll be killed. So with that, what does Alex do? He leaves her a tape. Despite living next door to her, he can go over at any time. He chooses not to do that. Instead, he finds her and her boyfriend and leaves them a tape. A tape that Matt should have taken to the police, but didn't. I think that Alex feared Kevin and Kevin's influence. I think he was too scared to walk away or go to the authorities, but he wanted someone else to do it. I think Alex tried to warn Elowen, paid the ultimate price. And I think that because of the tape called Alex. See, I didn't think this initially because there's tapes that on a timeline happen after these events. And they're shot from the same POV that Alex normally would. Well, that wasn't until Cigarette mentioned in her video that after Alex and Kevin had a fight, Kevin started filming his own stuff. And by fight, I think Kevin killed Alex. When we hear Cigarette say that Kevin will be furious that Alex lost that tape, she was right. The police were investigating, Alex had let information get out, he had to clean up shop. Initially, he used Alex to do some of those things like kill Cigarette, but then he would eventually kill Alex himself. That's why I believe the video titled Alex, in which we see no one operating the camera and Kevin standing up, features a photo of someone, I believe Alex, impaled through the throat. Every video that occurs after this being filmed by Kevin. Perhaps the final straw that tipped the scales was Matt. Matt showed up, had to be dealt with, and then his car disposed of. So after Baghead cleans up the mess, Kevin and Alex ditch his car, ditch Baghead, ditch Cigarette, and then finally the last dead weight, Alex. All of the photos and related evidence being burned as we saw in Burn. This also raises the question, what happened to Elowen? Well, last we saw her was when she mistook Alex driving Matt's car for Matt. But we actually get one other clue of what might have happened to her, and it's not great. So remember how there's two security camera tapes from outside of Elowen's house? Well, in one of them, nothing happens for a minute except some headlights go by. And in the other one, we just see who I believe to be Elowen's mom walk into the house. Well, if you turn up your audio on the clip of her mom walking into the house, it's not great. At 8 seconds, it sounds like there is a spring of some sort. Or if not a spring, maybe something breaking. I think whoever walked into the house ran into some kind of trap. And if Elowen's mom was murdered or kidnapped inside of her home, then chances for Elowen aren't the best. Especially if Kevin was tying up loose ends and the loosest end was Matt and the tape, then the only other person who knew about that tape would be Elowen. But maybe Elowen wasn't home. She doesn't have to be dead. Maybe she's still alive if you want her to be somewhere. Even if Alex was trying to save Elowen, it's not great that after Matt died and Alex was in Matt's car, probably with Kevin, they were waiting outside of a gas station where Elowen so happened to be. I think one of the biggest pieces of evidence that Alex was never evil, he was just a mentally ill person who was walked into an evil place, is the message we see following the pictures of his death that says, "Please don't steal my tapes, please, God is watching." I think in some way in Alex's mind, he was trying to do the right thing. He was too scared to speak out. He may have been incapable of speaking out, but he felt like if he documented everything, if there was some evidence out there somewhere, maybe it could be stopped. He had some grand concept of God or a higher power or moral right and wrong. And his answer to that were these tapes. He wanted someone to see what was happening. He needed someone to stop it, and he tried with Elowen and Matt. The other video series are pretty self-explanatory at this point. If you line up all of Elowen and Matt's tapes, they go to walk the dog, which leads them into Kevin or Alex's yard. I think the 3-story house is Alex's because the state of disrepair and Alex's mental condition kind of imply that maybe his parents left it to him. Maybe he doesn't have anywhere else to go, so he just kind of hangs around there. Maybe that's part of the reason that Kevin is so manipulative of him so they can use the property. Maybe that's also why Liam knew to tell Matt to go there, because obviously Liam would never have gone there and seen, like, you know, the baghead and the other bodies, besides, you know, the raccoon, rest in peace. But with Matt and Elowen, they walk the dog and then they go camping and then they find the tape and they come home, which leads to Matt confronting Liam, which leads to him going to the 3-story house and getting killed. Cigarette's tapes are much the same. She hangs out with some friends who she, in my opinion, is trying to lure back to the project. She says too much and is brought out into the woods to be killed for it, probably not realizing this until it was too late. One final thing I want to clarify is I don't think Cigarette died on this night where we see her and Alex in a parking lot. Reason being, this footage from both Alex and Cigarette's perspective comes midway through both of their timelines, going off of the video files. I think this was just another normal night of killing for them, and then later, after Cigarette said too much to her friend, she was murdered. Another point of evidence for this is the clothes she's wearing in the Polaroid and the night she asked to carry the sledgehammer are different than the shirt she was wearing that night in the parking lot with Alex. So I think a timeline for the final events of the series goes as follows. Alex gives Elowen and Matt a tape of the project's killings. This causes Cigarette to freak out. Matt then comes to the 3-story house to confront Alex and is killed by Kevin. Kevin and Alex then get rid of Matt's body and car, seeing Elowen at the gas station on their way to do so. After this, because Alex tried to tell Matt and Elowen Alex is murdered, Cigarette probably doesn't know this, which is what leads her to telling her friend that she is jealous of the way Kevin treats Alex and that the two of them got into a big fight and now Kevin is recording his own stuff. In this conversation, Cigarette says too much and she is murdered as well. Kevin then continues to burn and destroy evidence, likely killing Elowen and her mother at their home. If there's only one Baghead throughout the series, then this is likely when Baghead is killed as well, and Kevin seems to be the last man standing of whatever this project was. The ultimate mystery is who is uploading these tapes. Again, the channel's called Kept Here. Most of them just seem to be the file names ripped straight from the cameras that were taken. I think it only makes sense that the person uploading all of these is Kevin. I mean, nearly everyone else is dead and it was his project in the first place. Because of that, I think we see some images of what he wanted this project to be. Some kind of experimental art piece about murder and death. Because most telling, this seems to be the theme out of a lot of the named clips. Things like Pills has Kevin's voiceover as this droning music plays. Vultures, Burn, Cat 1 through 6 all things that featured death or something being destroyed. Granted, I think a lot of these were filmed by Alex, especially because they'll do the thing Alex does where he films one thing and then gets distracted with another. But I think a lot of the named ones, like Smut for example, have been edited, named, and uploaded by Kevin. I mean, the Alex tape had to be uploaded and named by Kevin. I don't think Alex named the video of his own murder. And Kevin also seems to be the one to murder Cigarette and Matt and possibly Elowen, meaning that is how he had access to all of their footage to then upload. I also think the last video in the series points out what happened to him. See, all of these are shot as if they're several years old. The only time we really get a definitive year is 2016 in the Nest security camera footage, which seems to be at the end of the timeline when Elowen possibly dies. And in addition, from the different seasons we see outside, from fall to spring, as well as the various states of the decomposing raccoon, it seems that the series takes place over about a year. So if the series happens between 2015 and 2016, then I think the final video, Old House, was meant to be recorded around the time the video was actually uploaded, 2020. The video that shows Alex's house abandoned after several years. Kevin wanted to hide the evidence and get away with it, and it seems he did. He killed everyone who knew too much and got rid of the evidence where he needed to. Now he's come back to the house years later, alone, the only person living or willing to tell of his crimes, which creates a horrific notion that Kevin is still out there, which I believe is a terrifying way to end the series. I mean, like I said earlier, there were a lot of people when these videos were coming out who thought it was real. I mean, think about it. If you were one of the first to come across this YouTube channel, you just saw footage of like streets and buildings and trees and then a dead animal, and then boom, naked guy with a bag on his head. Obviously, the series is fictional, but it does such a great job at making itself come across as real. From the graphicness of what's shown to the casual nature of it all, I think it's an incredibly well done piece of found footage horror that doesn't get talked about enough. I mean, so many found footage pieces want to feel like they came from the internet or feel like they were pieced together videos taken from across the web. And this actually is. I mean, I understand why YouTube, nuked it, as mentioned earlier, but what an interesting piece of terror. When I was watching this for the first time, like alone in my room with the lights off, the droning noises during vultures and during pills got to me. I can't find a lot of people who even talk about this thing online, let alone the creators or the actors and people involved. Hopefully this brings some light to it, and hopefully they come forward, and hopefully they have some more projects for us to check out. But for now, that was kept here, the horror series banned from YouTube. And I thought it was really cool, and I think you're really cool, and I just want to say thank you for watching. I heard this series mentioned a while back, so I watched the re-upload of it and was baffled that this wasn't like some Shudder exclusive, found footage horror movie, that this whole thing just got wiped from YouTube. I think it's really cool. Obviously, it's graphic. Obviously, not everyone wants to see, naked dudes and a lot of blood and, stories about women being kidnapped and murdered, and that is totally okay. I do not blame you. But if you are into horror that deals with some heavier themes like that, then I highly encourage you to check it out. I'll have the re-upload as well as the Internet Archive version linked in the description below if you want to check those out. If I find any information about the creator after this video goes up, I'll be sure to link whatever I can link of theirs in the description as well. But most importantly, this was a scary thing I found online that I wanted to talk about. So thank you all for checking it out, and thank you for the support you've shown not only here, but on Creepcast and on Wendigang. It really does mean the world. New content on the way as always, so stay tuned for that. I believe that should do it for now, but before I go, I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. Hello everybody, today we are going to be talking about the disturbing and controversial video game iceberg. It's been a while since I've covered an iceberg, and since a lot of people have seen my video on the disturbing movie iceberg, I figured that the disturbing video game iceberg was quite fitting. Now I put together this iceberg myself, and it's exclusively made up of the worst I could find. A lot of the icebergs I see about disturbing video games will spend the first few dozen entries with things like Resident Evil or Silent Hill. And since a lot of you guys are probably already familiar with those, I want to get to the good stuff first. Well, not good stuff, terrible and traumatizing stuff, but good for the channel. Every entry on this list has raised some level of social, political, or moral issue. We're going to start with games that are just kind of strange or trying too hard to be edgy, and from there we're going to get into things that I consider legitimately terrifying. And as I mentioned, most of these, especially near the bottom, are so terrifying because of their real-world consequence. And to give myself some parameters, there's a couple of rules that I've set up for this iceberg. For one, I'm sticking primarily to developer publications. What I mean by that is if we're trying to look for video games that are just offensive or crude, there are hundreds of mods and fan-made games that people just made at home to be edgy or funny. So to prevent myself from talking about like 12 RPG Maker titles that are all disturbing in the same way, I am sticking to things that were made by companies or known game developers. Now there's a couple of exceptions for that, for individual mods or games that were made by a single creator that garnered a lot of infamy and became popular in the disturbing video game genre. But for the most part, I'm trying to stay away from edgy one-offs that were just trying to be shocking. My other rule is that in order to keep me from talking about like 10 different games that are all the same kind of disturbing, a lot of these games are representative for their whole category. For example, instead of going into detail about like 20 games that all have racist themes, I just have one entry that kind of encapsulates that whole idea. Same with things like sexual violence or mass murder. Again, just to keep this video from being 5 hours of me describing the same horrible things over and over again. I fear that some of you all may watch that, but I choose not to do that to you, so you're welcome. I also want to mention before we get started, I know that I've been slacking on the uploads lately, and I apologize. I have a lot of really, really cool and fun projects in the works that I can't talk about yet. Hopefully whenever I can talk about them, you all will think that it was worth the lack of videos, because I certainly think that it is, but you're just going to have to trust me for now. Sorry that there hasn't been a lot of videos lately. There will be more on the way soon. I still love you guys, and thank you so much for the support in my absence. It really does mean the world.
Build a website you love with Wix, where your words create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Wix.
And with that out of the way, we can go ahead and get into a long compilation of me telling you about the most depressing, brutal, and disturbing things that I could find on the internet. Because for some reason, this is how I chose to live. But do you know what's even more disturbing than that? That's right, your diet. Yeah, that's right. You can't hide from me. I see you in there. I see you with your half-closed bags of potato chips and empty peanut butter jars and soda cans thrown across the room like an animal. It's disgusting. We should do something about it. And we can do something about it right now thanks to today's sponsor, Factor. Ignore the drawing I did that's like second grade arts and crafts level. This is their actual logo. See, it looks a lot better. Anyway, Factor delivers fresh, never frozen food right to your door and lets you have a diet that is affordable, healthy, and delicious. I understand that cooking your own healthy meals at home can be very time consuming. So a lot of the time I'll just order takeout, but then I'm paying too much for a meal that I know isn't good for me. But with Factor, all of these problems are solved as they deliver fresh, healthy food to your door that is as affordable as it is tasty. From a wide variety of foods that can include everything from breakfast meals like sausage, eggs, or pancakes, to delicious dinners like surf and turf meals or pastas. Factor makes fast and healthy meals a reality without causing damage to your wallet or palate. The best endorsement I can give for Factor is whenever Factor sent me the products to try out, I never had it before, so I tried it with my whole family to get their opinions, and ever since then, my mom has been pushing me to make this ad so that she can use the discount code to order food for the next couple months. So we're already sold. From a variety of affordable entrees, side dishes, and even smoothies, Factor is the best way to get healthy, delicious food delivered right to your door. And you can get in on this fantastic product at a major discount. Because right now, if you go to factor75.com or go to the link in the description and use the discount code Wendigoon50, you'll be able to get your first Factor box for 50% off. That is right, half off your first Factor box, and get in on gourmet meals that make you feel better about how much you're spending and what you're putting in your body. Again, that's factor75.com or the link in the description with discount code Wendigoon50 to get half off your Factor order today. Thank you all so much for watching the ad, and thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring the video. It really does mean the most. Hope you all check them out. Link is in the description, and that means Mom, right now, go to the link in the description. And we are back to the video. We are gonna go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. On the first here, we're gonna be looking at a lot of the more popular titles, things that either garnered a lot of attention with the media, or things that are just kind of bizarre or abstract in their creation to begin with. Beginning with our first title, Erebos, or Erebos, or however you're supposed to pronounce this. So when I went through and picked this iceberg, like I said in the beginning, I have rules for why I added stuff, but really I just put something on here if I found it interesting, because why talk about something that bores me, right? So this one, I'll be completely level with you, isn't disturbing at all. This is just a really weird concept that I've never heard done again, and I had to tell someone. So in Erebos, you play as a vampire who is trying to kill a vampire hunter cult, to my understanding. It was developed by Greek studio NYX and published in 2002 for the PC. Now, while some consider this game to be disturbing because it uses real photographs of actors, something that was much more common in the early 2000s with PC games, and it features some kind of bloody depictions of those actors being killed, that's not what I find interesting about this game at all. What's interesting about this game is that, if you'll remember, you play as a vampire, right? So if you try to turn on the game when it's still daylight, wherever you live, whatever time zone you have set, the game won't let you play it because vampires aren't supposed to be out in the day, instead giving you this error message. So it is a video game that can exclusively be played either by changing the date and time on your system or wait for nightfall. And yeah, insert joke about gamers only come out at night, haha. But in reality, while interesting, while I think it's kind of cute or whatever, this is one of the worst ideas I have ever heard. Imagine going to a pitch now to try to sell your product, and you have to tell them that the product is only accessible for half of the buyer's lifetime. The game never garnered a lot of popularity outside of a small cult following, and I've never seen this concept done again to my knowledge, and there's good reason for that. And while I don't consider the game to be disturbing at all, I found this in research and I wasn't going to not talk about it. So on to our first real entry, we have PETA Flash games. So a lot of you are probably familiar with PETA, the People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. And a lot of you are also probably familiar with the shenanigans they get up to at animal protest. While a lot of us are familiar that PETA always has a strange way to protest for the rights of animals, a lot of you may not know that they developed a series of Flash games to protest as well. And they can be accessed from PETA's website. This includes games like Whole Lotta Lies, where you play as a pig in a slaughterhouse who is trying to escape from the slaughterhouse workers. You can also speak to other pigs who are afraid of what's to come and think that the end is near. The message of the game being that while you can run for a really long time, the game always ends the same way, with you being caught and killed by the workers in the slaughterhouse. There's Monkey Fright, where you play as a monkey in a laboratory trying to free other monkeys and evade scientists, which, as someone who tried to play it, I can say is the worst platform controls I have ever seen. Cage Fight, a beat-em-up with horrible hit detection that has you go through settings like a military base and a research facility while fighting doctors and soldiers to release all of the imprisoned animals. And of course, my favorite by far, J-Lo, Monster in Fur, which is a game that has you running from Jennifer Lopez as she tries to stop you from educating people on the dangers of fur clothing, as well as freeing the animals that she plans to slaughter to make more fur coats. I mean, look at this. This is incredible. How can you not love it? While a lot of these games have some blood that is purposefully dramatic to get their point across, The real controversial element to the games is the fact that they exist in order to push their agenda. Which, if you agree with that agenda or not, is totally up to you. I just found out that PETA makes all these weird video games and I had to tell you about it. LSD Dream Emulator, and yes, that is its real title, was made by Osamu Sato in 1998. Now, LSD Dream Emulator is outright a form of interpretive art. It doesn't try to be a standard video game. As a matter of fact, Osamu stated multiple times that he made this for people who do not enjoy or can't play standard video games. So LSD Dream Emulator was made for the PlayStation as a sort of art exhibit. The only real feature the game gives you besides a start menu is a map that allows you to see what section of the dream you are currently located in, with the only objective, if you could even call it that, being to travel from one location to the other and simply experience the world you're in. Osamu built the landscapes based on inspirations he had from his own lucid dreams, as well as dream journals from those he knew. Because of this, several people who see the game says that it gives them an intense feeling of familiarity, despite the incredibly alien format most of these worlds exist in. Given the drastic contrast between elements of the world that are known and elements that are staunchly unknown, many believe LSD Dream Emulator to be the first piece of media that really captured the horror of liminal spaces. And while I find this horror fascinating, as it kind of exists as the grandfather to concepts of things like the backrooms as we know them today, I also think this game is absolutely hilarious because it was made for the PlayStation 1, and while it never really saw distribution in the United States, it did see some level of attention in Japan. So there was probably a young child who turned on his PlayStation to play Crash Bandicoot or some jet ski game or whatever, and turned on this and was never the same person again. Night Trap was made in 1992 for the Sega CD. The game featured FMV cutscenes, which again was very popular at the time, not so much nowadays. In the game, you the player are eavesdropping on a girl's slumber party that is being attacked by vampires. To protect them, you have to move to the viewpoints of different cameras within the house and set off things like traps in order to stop the girls from being harmed. While I think this is a really cool idea, especially for the time, I can tell you that the plot or the acting is nothing to write home about. What made this game so controversial is that if you failed, your game over screen would typically be the death of one of the girls. Well, I mean, nothing to us cool kids that, grew up on Live Leak or whatever. This was a problem for a lot of parents at the time because in 1992, there was no rating system for video games. So at the 1993 committee hearing where they had the whole discussion of how video games should be regulated and what their rating system should be, Night Trap was brought up alongside titles like Mortal Kombat. And a lot of people attribute the B-movie-esque killings of Night Trap to the reason that you can't buy an M-rated game without your parents' permission. Again, not that disturbing by today's standards, or for adults at all really, but an important footnote in the history of disturbing media. The first entry of Postal, which was developed by Running with Scissors, was released in 1997. While there have been 4 entries in the series, Postal 2 is the one everyone remembers. The game allows players to go on mundane daily tasks, or cause a whole lot of havoc. If I had to describe Postal to someone who wasn't familiar with it, I would describe it as what boomers think GTA is. You know how you always hear on the news, they're like, oh, in GTA, the goal of the game is to run people over and then shoot them with guns and light them on fire. And it's like, sure, you can do that, but that's not really like, what the game's about. In Postal, that is absolutely what the game is about. It's very satirical and very over-the-top in its presentation, but graphic nonetheless. Sure, a lot of games will let you set someone on fire or shoot them, but in Postal, you can pee on their corpse, which is really what it's all about. It's graphic and over-the-top because that's exactly what it sets out to be. And while we're on the topic of games that made the news lose their mind for a couple months whenever it came out, let's talk about Manhunt. Manhunt was developed by Rockstar North, and the first game came out in 2003, with the sequel coming out in 2007. In Manhunt, you play as a man named James Earl Cash, I'm not kidding, as he is forced to participate in multiple snuff films. Most notably in the game, whenever a player performs an execution kill, the camera cuts to a grimy handheld camcorder that would likely be seen in a snuff film production.
The hardest thing is to get started. You have to get it on paper. We have started to deal with computers in higher and higher levels of abstraction. Just push a button.
Rapid prototyping allows you to identify what's important early on. You're able to learn very quickly.
People then end up spending more time on the decisions of what they want to actually make.
The game didn't garner that much attention from mainstream media when it first came out. It was the next year in 2004 when a 14-year-old boy was murdered in the UK, and the media began to blame the killing on the game Manhunt. The news around this time had a field day, talking about how the killer was motivated by the game and he would play the game over and over again, and it's because of the game he decided to murder this child. But the only quote I could find that ever referenced Manhunt at all was the parents of the victim said regarding the killer, I think his friends mentioned that he played it, which is pretty much just a speculation. Because of that, Manhunt hit the news cycle and became the next subject for the whole "Are video games bad for kids?" debate. So in response, in 2007, Manhunt 2 was way worse than Manhunt 1. Whereas Manhunt 1 had a story, and it was just a particularly brutal story meant for adults, Manhunt 2 relished much more in the brutality of it because that was the thing that got the game popular. So people ragged on the game for being disturbing, and Rockstar North turned the dial up to 11. On to Tier 2, these are mostly games that are still kind of edgy or bizarre, just more so. Ugetsu Catan was made by the Tonkin House in 1996. I'm sure I pronounced none of that right, but we're just going to keep going. The game involves you playing as a character who recently attempted suicide, or possibly succeeded in it, but then a ghost brought you back, but then you're alive at the end, but it's a Japanese game, it's weird. The reason it's on this list is because at various sections in the game, the ghost takes you down these very strange and, like I said, Japanese settings, with each set piece being the story of a different individual who took their own life, or just, in general, monsters of the afterlife. While this is bizarre in its own right, where the game gets interesting is that given its themes of suicide, there are several who believe that several of the faces depicted within the game are of suicide victims. Now, of course, this isn't confirmed anywhere and it's just an urban legend surrounding the game, but given the bizarre nature of the game itself, you can see why. Hatred was created by Destructive Creations in 2015. In the Hatred, you play as a guy who has decided that humanity is awful and then goes on a rampage. The game is just you slaughtering as many people you can with as many executions and different weapons as possible. The ending of the game has your character making it to a nuclear facility where he blows up the facility in order to cause the maximum casualties. The game received so much backlash on its release that it was temporarily taken down from Steam. Or more specifically, it was pulled from Steam's Greenlight program. However, eventually, it was put back up. Now here's what's interesting. There's a story that Gabe Newell, the Valve founder who all the memes are made about, apologized for the game and then had it taken down. When it seems in actuality, he apologized to the dev team of Hatred for taking the game down in the first place, citing freedom of expression and whatnot. And because of the controversy and how much attention getting taken off Greenlight garnered, Hatred got so much support that it eventually came out in full. And after this game that everyone was clamoring for finally came out, they universally decided that it was mid. Which, yeah, the selling point of the game is the brutality and absurdism of it all, not, great controls or story. I'm not even going to pretend I'm pronouncing this one correctly. Roly Poly's no Nana Korobi Yoki. Yeah, Nana Korobi Yauki? Sure. Translated, the title means Roly Poly's falling down 7 times and getting up 8, which is a saying in Japan, to my understanding. This game was released in 1997 and made by Osamu Sato, the same guy who did the LSD Dream emulator game, which when you look at the two side by side, you can probably guess that. Roly Poly's was supposed to be a game to help young children learn new languages. However, instead, it became a game to help young children develop new nightmares, because these are some of the most terrifying character models I have ever seen. It's also in that weird, uncanny age of early CGI, so that doesn't help. But what's so interesting and also disturbing about this game is while you've probably seen a lot of games or videos in this aesthetic, the whole, mascot horror or creepy games for kids idea, this does it all natural. It was a game for children that just so happened to accidentally be nightmare fuel. And while the game is a cult hit, as you can imagine, it didn't sell well at the time because people thought it was terrifying. I also think it's kind of hilarious how the artist who did LSD Dream Emulator, and we can understand the idea of kind of out there or, heady art pieces that are kind of disturbing and scary, but weirdly comforting in a different sense. Like, we can process that. But that guy took that same mindset and was like, if we bend the shapes and colors we built here into this, they can teach children the alphabet. For our last one on Tier 2, we have by far my favorite on Tier 2, Left Behind Eternal Forces. Left Behind Eternal Forces is a Christian real-time strategy game based off of the Left Behind book series. It was made by Inspired Media Entertainment in 2006 and places the Tribulation Force against the global community peacekeepers. The Tribulation Force being the remnant of the Christians left after the rapture, and the global community peacekeepers being a part of the New World Order. In the single-player mode, you play as the Tribulation Force as you try to battle against the New World Order while also converting people to Christianity. You also need to manage your resources for the survivors at your base camp and also keep your men in the field supplied so that they can get new converts. While you do have weapons, you want to use them sparingly and only when you have to, because killing people lowers your spirit level and causes more people to defect and choose not to convert. In the multiplayer mode, you play against other players as either, again, the Tribulation Force or the New World Order. And to all that, I ask, who was this game for? Because, well, the obvious answer you may think is, oh, well, it's for Christians who are really into RTS games, I guess. But no, it's not, because it's like making a weird mockery of it. The idea that there's like a point system for how many converts you have, and that there's a spirit level that takes you further from God the more people you shoot. And it's definitely not for non-super Christians, because who's gonna pick up a game called Left Behind otherwise? The game had several critics on either side of the aisle. Again, people who were not Christian thought the concept was ridiculous, and people who were thought it was a mockery, especially because in the online mode you can effectively play as the Antichrist. And eventually, the game faded into obscurity. One of the funniest stories I found around this game is they planned to include this in a care package program for American soldiers in the Middle East, but after all this public backlash started, they decided against it. So there was a chance, for a while, that there were going to be soldiers on their mid-2000s computers in the middle of Iraq playing as the Antichrist to mow down their friend who's converting people to Christianity. Do with that what you will. With that, we are on to Tier 3, and within Tier 3 we're going to look at more real-world disturbing factors, as well as games that, again, push the envelope in a political or media sense. Starting with our first entry, Hong Kong 97, which was developed by Happysoft in 1995. Hong Kong 97 is a satirical game about what might happen if the people of China invade the land of Hong Kong. The setting of the gameplay being, and I'm not kidding, Bruce Lee's relative shows up in Hong Kong to kill every Chinese person in the world. So it's very ridiculous, over the top, and made for a laugh, except if the player dies, on the game over screen, there is a photo of what appears to be a real dead body. Now, this was a huge question for a long time. Why on earth does this random parody game have just a dead body for seemingly no reason? But thanks to Gooseboost on YouTube, which I'll link his video in the description, it turns out this was in fact a real dead body. It comes from the documentary Death Files, which I talked about in the disturbing movie Iceberg, and it turns out the corpse shown in the game over screen is the corpse of a man who was killed in the Bosnian Civil War. And it's presented so unceremoniously, I can only imagine the creator of Hong Kong 97 just didn't really think about it. They're like, oh, well, your character dies, so we'll show a dead guy, which is really sad. if you think about it. Kanye Quest 3030 is a turn-based RPG that centers around a fictional story regarding Kanye West. The game is about Kanye West going to the year 3030 to fight all of these different rappers and artists in the future. The game itself is just lighthearted and fun. It has things like lyrical references and song titles to use as weapons or defense in battle. And on the surface, the game just seems to be an easygoing RPG title. That is, until you dig a little deeper. Nextpo made a great video about all of this, which I will link in the description, but the short version is that many believe Kanye Quest 3030 to be the hub of a cult known as Ascensionism. Several ciphers and codes that are found within the game lead people to believe that it is either a recruitment tool for the cult or it is used by a hub for cult members. Eventually, people found enough information to contact developers of the game who supposedly were a part of this cult, and several of these supposed cult members asked users to send in things like their full name, address, and images of themselves. Now later on into the iceberg, we're going to get into a lot of what I believe to be real scary, cult activities and video game stuff. Or at least things that I think have more potential to be legitimate, because in all my research of Kanye Quest 3030, I'm pretty sure all of the ciphers and codes and whatnot are done to just drive attention towards the game, and they're kind of building a sort of ARG. But it is real that they ask people for pictures of themselves and names and whatnot, and that is always scary online. Never do that, ever. Even if you do want to join a cult. If they're a good cult, they'll already have pictures of you. They should have done their homework. And on the note of things that are probably fake, but I'm going to talk about them anyway because it'd be a lot cooler if they were real, we have Station.exe. Station.exe was a comedically simplistic game that was uploaded to 4chan. The poster said that the disc was for sale at a local venue and there was no information about it. When loading into the game, we see that it is as simplistic as a design for this quote-unquote station could possibly be. The player just walks from room to room, seeing a few things that appear to be generators and, I guess, grass around the facility itself with a bridge leading away from it. However, after a few minutes of walking around, really strange noises start to play, and then these giant floating polygon heads begin to follow the player. When they make contact with the player, they do damage, and upon dying, the game crashes. One player noticed that on the outside wall of one of the buildings were coordinates. When typing in those coordinates, we can see that it takes you to a location in Siberia. This Siberian station is an abandoned diamond mine that has a striking resemblance to the structure within Station.exe. Now, this abandoned diamond mine is in a prohibited area of Siberia, so no one's able to go up and check out the location for themselves. And to that effect, why on earth does this game have a potentially one-for-one recreation of an abandoned station building at a diamond mine in the middle of Siberia? Digging into the game's files, there were connections to old messages that were left on the weapons board of 4chan, but that probably makes sense because if the game was made as a sort of hoax, then there were archived posts brought in from 4chan to freak out people on 4chan who might see them. So that's all well and good, but why on earth would it just be this random building in the middle of the tundra for seemingly no reason? I suppose maybe the person who created the game saw the abandoned building on like Google Earth or something and decided to recreate it in his game to be creepy. But even then, like, what on earth does the giant heads mean and everything else? It's such a strange little mystery. I hope it's something terrifying. It would make me so happy. Quest for Saddam was made by Petrilla Entertainment in 2003. Now, Quest for Saddam was an over-the-top shooter that was a parody of Saddam Hussein and of Middle Eastern militants that just had a bunch of stereotypes and featured the player going through with Doom-esque controls and just shooting everyone they come across, eventually killing Saddam Hussein himself. And while there were a ton of these edgy games, especially in the early 2000s, like Muslim Massacre or Zog's Nightmare, the reason I want to mention Quest for Saddam is because Quest for Saddam got like a weird amount of attention in the news, and not in the way things like Postal or Manhunt did, but like positive attention. Like people saw it and thought it was interesting, and and that it was a fun way to interact with the war on terror, I guess. So in response, the Global Islamic Media Front made a counter to Quest for Saddam called Quest for Bush, which was pretty much the exact same game, only all of the character models of the Middle Eastern soldiers you kill were switched over to American soldier models, and at the end of the game, instead of killing Saddam, you kill President George Bush. Like, sure, there's been a ton of propaganda games that were made by one agency to push one ideology or another or whatever, but it's rare to see one side make a game where you kill the other side's leader, so the other side literally goes, "No you," and decides to kill the president. To be honest, I don't know if something like that has ever happened again, but it should. That's hilarious. Moving into Tier 4, we're getting into the heavy stuff. Starting with our first title, Super Columbine Massacre RPG. Super Columbine Massacre RPG was developed by Danny Leedon in 2005. The game is, as it says, an RPG where you play as Eric and Dylan on the day of the Columbine shooting. Eric and Dylan, of course, being the two shooters of the Columbine Massacre. The game, as you could imagine, is very brutal. It opens with Eric's mother waking him up on the day of the shooting, Eric and Dylan making the bombs that they plant at the school, which never actually go off, and then you take control as Eric and Dylan massacre as many people as possible. After the shooting, as in real life, Eric and Dylan take their own lives, and in the game, their bodies are shown along with a montage of news footage and witnesses and statements of victims' families. However, this is only the halfway point of the game, as it then goes to Eric and Dylan in hell fighting off demons. And this is not played in a horrific or serious tone at all. The two of them remark that this is like Doom, and eventually they make their way to a plaza where they meet various dead historical figures and fictional characters like Oppenheimer or Ronald Reagan, as well as characters like Pikachu and Mario and Homer Simpson. And it ends with them fighting the South Park version of Satan, and then Satan saying they did a good job in that whole kill spree thing. So it's strange for a lot of reasons, but perhaps most strange by the words the creator has said about it. So Danny, the creator of the game, says that the reason he made the game is because when he was in high school, he was bullied a lot in a similar manner to how Eric and Dylan were bullied, and it got to the point that he began to desire to hurt these people who were doing this to him. And it wasn't until Danny watched A Clockwork Orange that he said while watching the movie, he recognized that just because society has placed him in a predicament, it doesn't justify his actions or the evils he would commit in the name of that injustice. So because of that, Danny began going to therapy and got better, but he always sympathized with the position that Eric and Dylan were in. So he claims that he made Super Columbine Massacre RPG as a purposefully over-the-top statement on how the media and how politicians portray the Columbine Massacre. There's a lot of talk in the game about things like gun control and about how their playing video games led to all this. And of course, with the second half of the game taking place in hell, it's clearly satirical, at least to some degree. Now, while that's all well and good for an art project, as you could imagine, the family members of the victims of Columbine weren't too happy with, this whole art project he had made. So one of the friends of one of the victims of Columbine ended up doxing the creator, and that's how we know his name's Danny and all, because beforehand he was anonymous, until he got doxed, and then after getting doxed, he came forward with all this stuff, effectively saying, oh, well, it's actually, irony or post-irony or whatever. But because of those statements, Super Columbine Massacre RPG is held in a weird place of respect by a lot of people who are familiar with these disturbing games. Like every other, I hate that I even have to say this, but every other school shooting simulator or RPG is compared back to Super Columbine Massacre RPG as it being the golden standard. One of these games being VTech Rampage, which is a game about the Virginia Tech campus shooting that was developed by Ryan Lamburn and came out 3 weeks after the Virginia Tech shooting. In it, you play as the shooter and you follow the same timeline of events he did, from his first 2 victims to going to record a final video and then going on the rampage before taking his own life. Now the reason I mentioned that, like I said at the beginning of the video, I'm only trying to keep one game from each category here. The reason I mentioned the VTech Rampage game is because unlike Danny Ladon, who gave all that stuff about how this was actually an artistic expression of his position and his mindset at the time, the creator of VTech Rampage said he made it, quote, because it's funny. And he put up these donation goals saying that if he is donated $1,000, he will take the game off Newgrounds. If he has donated $2,000, he will take the game off his website. And if he has donated $3,000, he'll say he's sorry. It doesn't matter where you go on the internet or how far down the rabbit hole you've gone. It always gets worse. And speaking of, let's get worse right now. KZ Manager is a Zoo Tycoon type game where the thing that you are managing is a concentration camp. That is right, it is a property manager video game set in a 1940s concentration camp. The original game was released for the Commodore 64 in 1990 by the Missionaries. Some of the resources you have to manage is prisoners and food to things like public opinion, and things like public opinion will rise with the more people you execute, but if you execute everyone, you don't have workers to raise capital in other areas, etc. It's had several different re-releases over the years, adding things like visual elements, but all versions of the game center around you controlling one of humanity's most brutal genocides. And to kind of have a final entry, especially after those last few, that's just bizarreness taken to the extreme, look no further than the developer Kongudi. Kongudi is, and yeah, I'm sticking with that pronunciation, is a game developer who has made some of the most unexplainable, bizarre things I have ever seen, ever. Like, look at some of these titles, such as Merry-Go-Round, Why, Intelligent Rackety Paradise, and The Underground Explorer. Theories for why these games even exist range from everything that it is a sensory overload test to see what you can push your brain to the idea that it is some new way to open up channels of your mind, sort of a visual drug. Some people saying he's just trying to give people seizures. All in all, I am sure that it is unexplainable to anyone but Kongudi. I went to his website to try to make things better, and it just made them much worse. Almost nothing is known about this anonymous developer, and nothing probably ever will. And I kind of like that there's just one absolutely insane corner of the internet that I can come back to if I ever want to be mortified. The story of Kamikushiki Village was supposedly created by the Aum Shinrikyo cult. Now in reality it was developed by Happy Soft Games in 1995, the same people, mind you, who did Hong Kong 97, and the game centers around the aforementioned Aum Shinrikyo cult. Now this cult may sound familiar to you because they were responsible for the Tokyo sarin gas attacks of 1995. The game goes on a journey through the cult's existence, from their early days to their rise to political power, and eventually the gas attacks themselves. What makes the game so disturbing are several of the videos and images are taken from the cult themselves. Everything from the facilities where the gas that would take the lives of several innocents was created, to interviews and videos of the cult in worship. Now while the game is disturbing in its own right for that reason, as mentioned, one of the main theories around this game is that it was developed by the cult themselves as a sort of recruitment tool. Now I personally don't believe that because, as anyone who's played the game would know, it depicts the cult in a pretty negative light. Like for example, the leader of the cult, Shoko Asahara, was known for selling his bathwater and blood to members of the cult. And the way that's depicted in the game is with this, which is, far from flattering. However, several theories come back into play and state that if the game wasn't made by a cult, it was made with the help of some cult members, as many of the videos and photos that are seen in the game don't come from any mainstream news or documentary sources that covered the cult's actions. So perhaps elements of this game were put together by disgruntled cult members. Either way, seeing killers portrayed in this kind of comedic light with the knowledge that perhaps these elements were made by people who were complicit with the murders when they happened is disturbing to say the least. And then finally for Tier 4, we have JFK Reloaded. Now a lot of you have probably heard of this game if you're familiar with disturbing games online. It was developed by Traffic Games in 2004 and is quite literally a Lee Harvey Oswald simulator. It entirely goes off the basis of the Warren Commission's findings that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone and shot Kennedy as he was driving away, and the entire purpose of the game is to recreate that kill shot. As a matter of fact, the developer of the game said that the reason this game was made in the first place was to prove the Warren Commission's findings that Lee Harvey Oswald could have taken all 3 of those shots, and everything played out in the exact same way the FBI said it did. As a matter of fact, all the language around this game, even given what we're about to talk about in a minute, seems to be weirdly respectful of JFK, and the idea that this whole game was done as sort of a research tool so that people could understand the logistics of what happened in Dallas that day. When the game came out, they put up a prize offering that said, depending on how the game does in sales, a $100,000 prize would be rewarded to whoever can most perfectly recreate Lee Harvey Oswald's shots. And you want to know the funniest thing about it? This entire game that was made to prove that Lee Harvey Oswald could do it, and that surely, if everyone plays a video game enough times, eventually someone's going to recreate it. They were never able to recreate Lee Harvey Oswald shots. They made a simulator to prove that Lee Harvey Oswald was the shooter, and it didn't work. The logistics of how the bullets went and the amount of time to fire and all of that was seen as no way, absurd, and the magic bullet, nope, didn't happen. The closest someone got during that competition was like 60% accuracy out of the 100% scale the game grades on, and he was rewarded about $10,000. But to this day, no one has completed a 100% run of JFK Reloaded. The game also has a lot of comedic elements in it as well. Like, for example, you can set how much everyone freaks out when shots start to fire, and there is a mode where as soon as you fire the gun, everyone starts driving in different directions and crashes into things and people get thrown everywhere. You don't just have to shoot JFK, you can shoot anyone standing around the area for funsies, I guess. And upon looking in the game files, all of that fake deep stuff about we're here to help the Kennedy family and all that seems to be not true, as they do things like, oh, I don't know, refer to JFK being hit in the head as the quote money shot. And people like Ted Kennedy and other members of the Kennedy family said they hated it and it was a disgrace and blah blah blah. And when you think about it, aside from like the disrespect to Kennedy and all that, when you think about it, this doesn't sound like someone that really likes the FBI and wants to prove that Oswald did it would do. This sounds like something I would do. Like, I would 100% make a Lee Harvey Oswald simulator where I'm like, yep, I made this to prove that he can do it, no problem. Oh, what's that? It's impossible? Everyone who's tried thousands and hundreds of thousands of times has never been able to recreate what the FBI said happened that day. Oh me, oh my, what a predicament we've gotten ourselves into. What will I ever do? Like, the developers of this were absolutely trolling. All of that, we're here to prove and help out the FBI, was a load of it. And aside from like the whole making fun of the Kennedy stuff, like calling it the money shot or whatever, the elements of like adding a car crash mode to it and making it effectively impossible to validate the FBI in any way, I for one stand for it. I think that's hilarious. I love them. I mean, look at the homepage of the game and tell me that this is state sanctioned. All right, tier 5 is going to be quick. I didn't really know where to put these because there's no other topics to talk about them. But if I'm talking about disturbing games, then it's kind of a cop-out to not talk about them. So yeah, let's just get this over with. So first up, we have 177. 177 is the Japanese police code for a rope in progress. And the game 177 is about just that. It was developed in 1986 by DB Soft and has you playing a character who is trying to 177 a woman he's chasing down in the middle of a field. You do this by stripping off pieces of her clothes one by one before you eventually commit the deed in a cutscene. This is not helped by the fact that the game has pretty much no music, so it's just like this incredibly eerie and violent setting that I think is supposed to be comedic, at least from the way the development and the text around it makes it out to be, but it just comes across as incredibly creepy and eerie. Depending on how you did, if you had low points, you lose because you didn't bring pleasure and you're arrested and thrown in jail. But much, much worse, if you win by bringing pleasure, then the victim decides to marry you and you get the good ending. This game was hated by everyone when it came out. The Japanese government had a big fuss about it, and eventually the game was recalled. And on the same note of 177 is a game called Ray Play. I think if I enunciate it that way, YouTube won't catch on. And the game is where you do exactly what it says. You play as a guy who is attempting to a woman and her 2 children, aged 17 and 12. The gameplay has you stalking each of them individually before you begin to physically assault them, before doing the task. The game was developed by a company called Illusion in 2006 and is one of the most banned countries in the world. Like, for real, everything from sections of Europe to Japan itself to Australia, everywhere has this game blacklisted, as you could imagine. Now, the reason that I talk about both of these games, like I said, normally if there's one game that has this encompassing idea, I'm not going to talk about everything else in that category. But I want to talk about these two for different reasons. So 177 is kind of like the idea of all those old games like Custer's Revenge and whatnot, like old early video games that were, they felt mocking of like a real world tragedy or whatever, a real world evil. But this one weirdly had a lot of people come to its defense, particularly when it started to get banned. What did I say? Particularly, there we go, when it started getting banned. Because they would argue that while that is a horrible crime, it's not viewed as badly in society as, say, murder is. But we have games about murder all the time. Why do they not get banned, but this one does? Two different stories that effectively show the depravity that developers can reach when they run with the idea of seeing what they can get away with. Tier 6 is going to be some of the more interesting urban legends or disturbing stories that revolve around pre-existing games. Worlds.com premiered in April of 1995 and was one of the first 3D meet and greet chat games. And considering it came out in 1995, Worlds.com is quite impressive. It featured a lot of things that would become standard for internet interactions into the future, with things like player-controlled avatars or different meeting rooms and sections within Worlds.com itself. When the game came out, it got attention from people like Steven Spielberg and David Bowie. It was a huge deal. However, over the years, the tech became antiquated and people lost interest. So why is it on this list? Well, effectively, Worlds.com was this online game where players could interact and talk to each other, but now there were no players. So something more sinister began to fill in the gaps. Now there's a lot of stories with Worlds.com involving legends of a cult presiding within the video game. Things like a person named Nexialist, which will appear before the player and then lead them into these dark, disturbing rooms before they message them videos and audio clips of like animals being slaughtered. And that's all disturbing in its own right. The idea that there's just a guy trolling around in the game that will just throw that stuff at you when you least expect it. But there's also evidence that supports the idea that Nexialist is just a troll who's doing it for fun and leading people into, rooms with goat heads and Satan pictures does seem like a troll. But what is creepy is how the game has become a hub for a sort of cyber stalking. There are people within the game, like Jimbly, who ask for your photograph and information so that he can then take it and plaster it all over the walls within the custom player created worlds inside of the game. And while some of these are treated in jest as a sort of gang initiation for fun within this dead MMO, some of these are nude images of participants that had been stolen from their personal information, or people posing or in spite stealing pictures from other people and then plastering them in the worlds as well. I mean, imagine if you knew that a compromising picture of yourself was just on the wall in this abandoned video game. That combined with allegations of spyware and people in the game convincing other people to give them personal data so that they can follow them in real life. While I don't think there's a cult in Worlds.com, there's definitely a stalking ring. Or at least I should say there was, because in recent years, Worlds.com has become a sort of crypto, NFT, VR, whatever thing, which is a cult in its own right, and in my opinion, much more terrifying. Similar in horror to Worlds.com, we have LostBoy.exe. LostBoy.exe originally made its way onto the message boards of 4chan. Upon loading the game, the player was dropped into a creepy sort of backrooms-esque maze where strange music would play and images of Satan could be seen on the walls around you. Although seemingly this game had no purpose as there was no real start, endpoint, or objective, and eventually the player would get tired and log off. It turns out that the game contained a rat, or a remote access Trojan. This allowed the creator of the game to achieve his real purpose, which was stealing the personal information and webcam access of people who decided to download the game. This led to a slew of people not only losing their bank accounts, but having pictures of themselves randomly emailed to themselves and other people who played the game as well. The initial story for LostBoy.exe was that it was just a creepy game that had demonic imagery and was possessed by some kind of demon, when in the end it was a way that a real creep got a lot of people's real information. Now, some people have made versions of the game that do not have the rat so that you can experience what the original game was, but never trust any of those because there's no reason to risk it. So the horror of this game is that to even play it, you are putting your own data and information at risk, as well as your very security through things like the camera on your computer. And you know, this all being delivered through demonic imagery and a never-ending maze, also not great. Berserk is an arcade cabinet that was developed in 1980 by Stern Electronics. The basic structure of the game is similar to other arcade games. You play as a guy with a gun who runs through a maze and shoots at the people who come for him while avoiding the game's final boss, which is a smiling face known as Evil Otto. Now, a lot of you who have heard of Berserk are probably familiar with what makes the game so famous, and that is the 3 deaths surrounding the game itself. On April the 3rd of 1982, a boy named Peter Bukowski died while playing Berserk. Or at least, that's how the legend goes. Supposedly, he was playing the art cabinet and became fully ingrained with it when he suddenly and abruptly died of a heart attack. Turns out, it is true that Peter Bukowski died in an arcade on April the 3rd of 1982, right after he got done playing a game of Berserk. Now, it turns out that the real Peter Bukowski had cardiomyopathy, and his heart attack was a long time coming, and any kind of excitement could have set it off. However, this didn't stop the legends that it was the Berserk cabinet specifically that caused him to die. Other tales, like the story of a man who hit a score of 66,600, suddenly dying of a heart attack as well as a third death and second definitive death that did happen involving a Berserk cabinet. While it's not exactly sure where it happened, a lot of people say at the same one that Bukowski died in front of, a 17-year-old Edward Clark Jr. got into a fight over whose turn it was to play Berserk next. The person who Edward was fighting was kicked out of the arcade room, and a little while later that same night, when Edward went to leave, he was met in the parking lot by the guy he got into a fight with and was stabbed to death. Now, there's several legends regarding arcade cabinets, story of things like Polybius and whatnot, but at least Berserk has 2 definitive deaths connected to it. And while most just take this to be a fight that led to someone getting murdered and someone who was going to have a heart attack soon anyway just so happened to having one right after he got done with a game of Berserk, others have said that the flashing lights and the music and perhaps an unseen MK Ultra-esque element of the game causes people to develop health issues and lose their minds in fits of rage. Hence the title of the game, Berserk. Sad Satan was a game that originally appeared on the YouTube channel Obscure Horror Corner. Man, that channel was designed to make me mispronounce it. I slur my words so much. Anyway, in the 5-part series he uploaded, the player walks through these black and white, strangely backlit areas as, just as you're walking, random images of gore and demons and, most particularly disturbing, pedophiles will appear in front of you. This is all done while music is played backwards, intercut with children screaming. The game itself believed by many to be a sort of induction into a satanic cult, hence the disturbing images and images of pedophiles or perhaps group members. There is something, admittedly, like as a guy who sees a ton of content that is shocking for shocking's sake, there's something really disturbing about seeing pedophiles intercut with just regular images of children. Like, yeah, sure, I've seen gore and blood and whatnot, but something about like the true evil that's out there really gets to me. Now here's where the conspiracy sets into it. So Obscure Horror Corner can't believe I pronounced that right twice, said that you shouldn't go looking for the original game files because it contains CP. Like, he was cutting it out in his playthrough, but randomly images of CP would pop up. Which, as awful as it is to say, makes sense considering that you see gore, you see pedophiles, you would think images like that may show up in this thing. So people began to look into the versions that Obscure Horror Corner had put out, and they couldn't download it because, if I recall correctly, it was something about the URL. The URL was messed up, that it couldn't actually be a link from 4chan, which is where the game supposedly came from in the first place. So then another version came out that many believe Obscure Horror Corner made as a deflection, because this new version that came out definitely did contain CP, like you'd walk and it just appear in front of you, and people think that the YouTuber did it to prove that he was right about how disturbing this game could be. Really weird and convoluted. But interesting, and not enough people talk about it. Like, I've heard of Sad Satan a lot as being this ultra disturbing, you know, video game or whatever. Not a lot of people talk about the fact that the really disturbing parts of it may have just been a cope so that people would believe him. Similar to Sad Satan, don't play this, not only because of the images you can see, but there are also several versions floating around that contain a Trojan virus. So leave it alone. Let the YouTubers get the virus and lose all their life savings, because, you know, that's what I'm here for. And then finally for this tier, we have Schnell Online. Schnell Online comes from a 4chan post that was made in 2018. People on the board began to recognize the game as other screenshots of it had made their way online. From there, a dark rumor surfaced that Schnell Online was in actuality a middle ground used by pedophiles to trade images of children. This game, in fact, being one of many that are accessed and kept secret on dark parts of the internet that allow users to speak to each other and communicate freely about their nefarious activities. Now, since then, gameplay has surfaced of Schnell Online, but many accuse that of being fake gameplay that was simply used to match the aesthetic of the disturbing game. And even if Schnell Online isn't real or is just some kind of internet creepypasta, it opens the idea that there may be an entire world of game development that only caters to the corrupt. And if all the dark corners of the internet that we find are just the ones that they don't care enough about to protect, then think of all the evil that we don't know about. And then finally, for our last tier on the iceberg, with an entire layer all to itself, we have our last entry, Eric Harris Doom Wads. So as mentioned earlier, Doom was the original, popular first-person shooter. And being a game that was played by a lot of people, a lot of unsavory people played it as well. One of the most famous aspects of the original Doom that has kept it alive into the modern age is the modding capabilities of the platform. People can create WADs, which are effectively maps or tailored experiences that they can run on the Doom engine. So basically, anyone who knows how to build a map can build their own map and allow other people to play it. Robert Steinhauser, the perpetrator of the Erfurt School Massacre, created his own Doom WADs and played and shared them online. But perhaps no mod, or game for that matter, has ever been as sinister or infamous as the Doom WADs of Eric Harris. Eric Harris, as mentioned earlier, was one of the Columbine school shooters. Eric, as mentioned earlier in the Columbine Massacre RPG, was a big fan of Doom. He would make several different maps and share them online for other people to play. As a matter of fact, the majority of Eric Harris's Doom WADs are still available to download to this day. Now, while that would qualify it for the bottom of the list in its own right, that one of the shooters had created their own series of maps that people still play and pass around even now, the reason it's reserved at the bottom of the iceberg is because of a reference made in the Columbine school shooting report. In the FBI's report, which totaled over 10,000 pages, there's a reference made to one of Eric's maps. According to the Columbine report, Eric made one map titled RealDoom.wad, which was a one-for-one recreation of the Columbine High School. And according to the report, Eric populated the map with enemies and time again would practice his massacre of Columbine High. But it seems that right there, at least according to the FBI's report, was a one-for-one recreation of the tragedy that he thought about day after day until he took the lives of so many innocent people. And a lot on this iceberg, we've talked about people fantasizing about murder or about doing vile actions, or there's been things that allow people to carry out vile actions. But here we have something that was solely created to fuel the mind of a killer that eventually did just that. And with that, we have the completion of the disturbing and controversial video game Iceberg. While several of the topics we've talked about are, very disturbing or graphic in their own right, and definitely something that you may not want to dwell on, it's important to emphasize the artistry that video games can represent, both as a medium of storytelling, of emotion, of experience, and everything we're talking about today is as far down the rabbit hole as you can look. It's not hard to pull your head out and see all the beauty that's around it. You have to go looking for the bad stuff because there's so much good stuff you've got to wade through. But either way, I'm still glad that you heard all of that depressing, probably useless knowledge, because I think it's neat, and I think you're neat for still being here, and I just want to say thank you for watching. Like I said in the beginning, been a while since I made an Iceberg. I made the disturbing movie Iceberg, so I figured that this was just the logical next step. I guess the only thing that's left on that trend would be like the disturbing music Iceberg, but I don't even know what that would be. But who knows, maybe we'll do it. There's also that period of time where I didn't want to just keep making Iceberg videos because I didn't want to get pigeonholed as an Iceberg YouTuber, but I think I'm pretty safe from that. Thank you all so much for watching. Thank you for being here. Like I'm a nerd. I like video games, and I've known a lot about this. I've known a lot about this kind of thing forever. Like I remember being a kid and listening to all the like top 10, disturbing games or whatever. So a lot of this was stuff that's kind of been in the back of my head to make videos on, and I was glad that I could finally make it, and I'm glad you stuck around, and I appreciate it. So thank you for watching. Like I said, a bunch of cool projects underway. Excited to announce those when they happen. Thank you all for being here and supporting me as videos have been slow and whatnot. A lot of exciting changes in my life, and like I said, can't wait to share. But for now, I need to get to editing and all that, let you all see this. But thank you. Thank you so much for sticking around. So I believe that should do it. But I just want to say thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Good fuck.
Step outside during class, and they'll make sure you make a speedy jump back to your desk. Hold your urine and wait for the proper bathroom break time.
Son of a bitch. I will have a good morning back at you.
You are in the library. Be quiet here and filled with
Okay. Damn.
I started my first business in the basement of a factory over 30 years ago. We had no heat and no air conditioning. Instead of customers, our office visitors were rats, birds, flies, and snakes. Our office flooded often, and we used blankets as our office walls. We were broke and needed customers. Mike Capel here, serial entrepreneur. Years later, I formed Patriot Software, which has attracted tens of thousands of customers with our easy accounting and payroll software used by accountants and non-accountants alike.
keep your time and money.
Nice. mess up, I'm gonna keep doing it. We got one left for this round.
Down at the end of the hall is ball storage for jocks who like balls. Like Richie Marcus. Did you hear me, Vincent? Richie likes balls.
It's a unique item in here, or at least a rare one. Fuck. I think it's these oversized golf balls. Okay. Heart and sand. There we go.
You got to the residential test. This is really Boros, by the way. Hello again. None of us thought you would get this far.
It was brain. Dogs playing poker. Sit, stay, kill. Love it. Love it. Okay.
The residential test. Wasn't that shut down for some reason?
For your sake. Your cooperation is requested.
Oh, yes! My test game!
Please take cover.
About the old boy and the
Till the danger has been eliminated.
experiments I'd done on him back at his. Gabe? Gabe, you're about to have your favorite treat. A visitor. Won't that be nice? Don't eat the visitor, boy. Don't, please. Gabe would bark, snarl, and bite whenever anyone came to visit. That's why I replaced his legs with spare parts and fed him a steady diet of psycho-laced dog chow.
It's a good way to go. I think all the vets agree. You should put psycho in your dog chow.
Gabe, I am sorry I put your brain in a bowl, boy. Oh, who's a good boy? You are!
Okay. Forget if there's anything important in these. I don't think this is unlocked yet. Okay. Oh, yeah. Go back through.
Attention, students. This is the pre-recorded voice of your pre-recorded principal, Dr. Principal Boros.
Ooh. There we go. Whoops. Nice try, buddy. Fellas. I don't think I want to go up yet. Oh, I was like, where the fuck are they even coming from?
Cafeteria will be serving nothing because I didn't build one. No cafeteria, no bathrooms, no swirlies, no chocolate pudding left in the chairs of brilliant minds. What are you going to do now, Richie Marcus?
Okay. Now going up there would make sense. Okay.
School is a sacred trust. Even though I am a long ago graduate of this facility, now I see its worth and see it was corrupted by fraternities and girls. Yuck.
We're almost there.
Hostile target detected. Law-abiding citizens, please leave the area.
Mark 4. Hot diggity daffodils. Bingo bongo. Is there another one they want me to do? Just for that, those ones is what I'm referring to. I know that we still have. Leading to a different spot now. Does it tell me to fucking move? Oh, I see. Way the fuck out there. It might crash if I do that. So let's. Perfect. Wild. Oh, here comes more of them. For that shit. Oh, one of those trauma harnesses. Let's go. Yeah, don't really need the incinerator. Alright. Bring it on, partner. So we'll go to X13 here. Get the kennel key. Laser pistols. Interesting. Yo, Michael, good to see you. Stealth suit is top tier. This is also where we can find another a decently rare item, the doggy treat. It's only here and in that bunker. There's Dr. Callis. Maybe it's not here. It's in one of the facilities at Big MT, but preserved meat. That's an interesting one too. I was mentioned in one of Nate's videos, he is top tier. I like him a lot. Bastard. Hey, C, good to see you. Yeah, Murith, it goes down that way sometimes. Okay. I don't know if I've ever been in this room. No bullshit.
Hello, it's nice to meet you. Who can I hide you from today? Stimpack reserves adequate.
They sure are.
Data collection array online. Please use the terminal below to begin user synchronization until we have to numb the pain. We haven't seen anybody in a while. Maybe the monsters have stealth suits too. This is the basic stealth test. The robots will be looking for us, but we won't let them find us.
Sure won't. This is vanilla, yes. I have a couple of audio fixes and like a stutter remover installed, but nothing that changes the gameplay or the game.
Test data processed. Firmware updated to version 1.1. Boot damping sensors online. Mean robot bugs. Mean robot bugs.
My tooth was extracted a couple of weeks ago, so that's been fine. I mean, my other teeth are gonna need work as well, but as far as like the abscess tooth that I had, that was extracted a while back. I have not tried the latest DLC for Fallout London, but I plan to.
Fighting over. This one looks pretty tough. This is the advanced test. Watch out for laser tripwires. They'll ruin our day.
Not go into it with such a high level. Yeah, I have a pretty high level going right now, and I'm doing all right.
Oh, hit my Robo-Scorpion, will you?
Wow. How dare you?
Go, my minion! Sting them in the name of all that is Mobius!
Test data processed. Firmware updated to version 1.2. Auto subnet online.
Back to your
Fighting
patrol routine,
over.
Robo-Scorpion!
Wait.
This is the expert stealth test. If you thought the lasers were bad, wait till you see the proximity mines. This one looks pretty tough. Cessation of hostilities complete.
I don't know. I know that we can't cheese it like this once we have to deactivate the robots. This is probably the last level we're gonna do then.
Test data processed. Firmware updated to version 1.3. Torso fitment synced to user's physiology.
Beautiful. Let's see what we got here. I do like that. The rad absorption. You know what? I'm gonna go for another rank of toughness. Get fucked. Okay. sure at all. Pretty sure the exit's out here.
Ready, steady, fighting.
You're no match for science.
Big boy. Nice scene. Glad you're having fun with it.
Fighting over. Ready, steady, fighting.
You won't escape me. Go, my minion. Sting them in the name of all that is Mobius.
Fighting over.
Right. Oh, he's still in there.
Uh-oh.
That was my bad.
You think that all stealth suited to keep you hidden from me? Think again.
Trying to do pocket sand. Stomped.
I hope I didn't leave my giant rubber scorpion on. That thing eats power like no tomorrow.
There we go. Do we have any doctor's bags? Because I keep getting a crippled leg, so I feel like it's probably low. I'm just gonna eat one of those right now. Okay. Where they be?
When I came to Notre Dame, I wanted to be a part of something more than just business as usual.
Hardee's Original Bag is back, now with even more full-size sandwiches to choose from. The new spicy chicken sandwich, hot ham and cheese, hand-breaded chicken tender wrap, or charbroiled double cheeseburger. Mix and match any two, with fries and a drink, just $5.99.
What?
This one looks pretty tough. Was that all?
Oh my goodness.
Time to fight. Fighting over.
Okay, we'll see about this.
Uh-oh. Please take this.
Love
Fighting
it.
over.
real quick. Data retrieval. I think this just changes it to
Time to fight.
Instead of cyberdogs, yeah. Okay.
Take this. It will help.
Perfecto.
I am lord of this institution. Once, long ago. Its omnipotent God principle. As I soon will be lord of Big Mountain. 2D2. Do you hear that? It is my trumpet of victory.
Damn. My fucking claw's getting broken. There's still one down here somewhere. Okay. So just to be safe.
Cessation of hostilities complete.
That should do that one.
Ready, steady.
Yep, it's October. We're out here.
Fighting over.
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
Please clear the area until order has been restored.
Okay, we got one right here.
Please stand clear. This is now a free fire zone. Hostile. Your cooperation is requested.
Okay. Must be above us.
You are in the library. Be quiet here and filled with...
Okay. No, we can just do that. Get it over with. Okay. Pretty sure this is where we came from. And it definitely is. Two down.
Please place all filthy propaganda books in the incinerator chute in the sink. Especially those with funny pictures of me in
Anybody in a while. Maybe the monsters have stealth suits too.
Well, they kind of do.
Bad guys dealt with.
Attention.
Time to
This
fight.
is now a combat zone. You may suffer harm up to and including death if you remain.
Bad guys dealt with.
All right.
Sneaking
Fuck outta
done.
here.
Fighting now. Cessation of hostilities complete.
Yeah, Patty. I really enjoy the Richie Marcus hate that comes from the Good Doctor, and all the snide comments that he makes and stuff like that. I love it. Excellent inclusion.
Technically, it's impossible to overdose on painkillers.
Let the intruder dig it up wherever you buried it.
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
I'm gonna have to do this, Gabe.
Bad guys dealt with.
Gabe! No! His cyber dog atomic core! It's active! That means an exceedingly imprecise countdown to critical failure in 10. Boros, why the hell did you install an atomic core? It'll blow when we reach 1, right?
9. All will be fine.
7. Yes, 7. 6. Halfway to destruction.
Sneaking done. Fighting now.
5 by 5. Someone's coming in line. 4, as in forbidden. Do you hear me, think tank? It is I, Mobius, hacking your frequinosity. Mobius? 3, as in we. As in we are in trouble. That didn't rhyme. 2, as in too late. 1, as in Mobius has won. 1. I
Have I played Fallout the Frontier? Yeah, back when it first was created. I haven't played the new version of it. I only played the wild version.
Destroy this one, I'll make more.
Cessation of hostilities complete.
Alright.
Time to fight.
Violence. You won't escape me. I see you. Now I end you.
Was that all?
What else do we got here, quest-wise? Okay. I don't mind going to Higgs Village real quick.
Sneaking gun. Fighting now.
You won't escape me. Go, my minion. Sting them in the name of all that are no match for sight.
Use.
Yes.
Cessation of hostilities complete.
Love it.
Ready, steady, fighting.
If you're claiming the cyber dogs of X8 makes you brave, intruder, it is no use. All cyber dogs are under my...
Wow.
Klein, remember the time you forgot to carry the two and nearly blew up the Y0 Research Center? Oh, wait, you did! Or was that me?
Cessation of hostilities complete.
Okay. Oh yeah, and then we got Stripe to deal with. I'm just putting back on my fucking power armor. Fuck that.
Don't you like me anymore?
Usually I go at him with an anti-materiel rifle or something. But oh, we are kind of fucking him up though. GG. Oh no, I'm stuck in here. Nah, Brad. He's pretty wild. Get the fuck out of here. Guarantee it's upstairs. Do an all safe unlock playthrough. I think the most tedious and hardest part of that would be going and finding all the safes. Let's see. Have to go here for multiple reasons, so let's just. Oh, safe houses. Yeah, that'd be a bit more interesting. Shit. See what he has here. Okay. Yeah, Gabriel, I am pretty excited for season 2. I'm excited to see the New Vegas area and like what's going on since we've been there. I was a big fan of season 1.
Hold it right there. Please.
You're doing all that.
Firing weapons. Commencing lawful use of deadly force. Firing weapons.
See where we're at here. Okay. I know we need to grab that antenna.
Trying to steal the H2 transmitter array antenna, are you? You won't succeed. Not if my lethal robo-scorpions have any say in the matter. Prepare to be attacked by Dr. Mobius. You are the bottom right. 3. Dr. Mobius, 0. Intruder, return what you have stolen from X2.
No way. Yeah, that would be interesting, Gabriel. I'm checking these guys out simply for the the XP. Yeah, that's like that. Back the fuck up. There we go. Okay. Enemies are afoot. Them again. There we go. Wrecked. See you later, bud. Alright. We're back at the tunnel. I wonder if the thing I was supposed to grab is just up there and I didn't see it before. Yo, Everything Island, good to see you. Thank you for the eggplants. Let's say, did I just miss it before? Yes, I did. Doesn't mean I don't want to check out what's going on down here. It could be the tunnel that Elijah used. It's caved in now. Both up top and down here. But I mean, it could be. I don't know off the top of my dome. I think there's another tunnel. It might be that one. Oops. So I think there is. If there's not another tunnel, I'm gonna... Yeah, there's an east tunnel. So it might be that. Oh, but that's caved in too. Back into Higgs Village, because I wasn't observant enough.
Mighty.
Yeah, Patty. Very quotable, Dr. Mobius. We already killed Stripe. Yeah, Krauser. So yeah, I'd imagine.
You're seeing Skechers' famous glide step footwear everywhere. And now that famous design is available in hands-free Skechers slip-ins. Get the comfort and style of glide step now with the convenience of slip-ins with no bending down or touching your shoes. Try glide step Skechers slip-ins.
We don't have a shovel to dig up the physical graves of the scientists. Grab this second. You're wrecked. That's all I gotta say about that. And I could probably fix this with Dr. Klein's glove. What does Klein's glove do? That is pretty good. Okay.
Might I be of service?
I forgot we could do this too. Fuck.
Oh, yeah, baby. Feels good to be online again. Yeah, all circuits online. Ready to receive your seed.
Nice.
Your seed, baby. I'm the original, certified, rarefied, testified GS-2000 biological research station. Yes, sir. I'm a seed cloning machine. You got seeds? I'll clone the shit out of them. It's the miracle of life, baby. You bring me some succulent genetic samples, and I'll work my mojo on them. Clone you up all kinds of plants. Oh, yeah. I can also break them down for you, if you're into the kinky stuff. Bring me any old plant parts, and I'll grind them up into salient cream for you. Yeah, you like that, don't you, baby? You know it, baby. I just need some samples, and I got you going. Take a few days, but trust me, it's all kinds of good. Just the miracle of life in sticky, gooey liquid form, baby. Heat that gunk up over a campfire and just watch it congeal into all kinds of plants. Ah, yeah, baby. Just slip it in there, all the way down in that dark, moist earth. Launching interface.
Say, I do remember picking up some of the seeds here, so GG.
Well, hello. Come on, baby. Bring me a sweet little dried fruit. I'll read.
Oh, God, look at you. You're filthy. I suppose you'll want to clean up then? Oh, it's just so unsanitary. Do you know how many germs are in 1 cubic centimeter of dirt? 70, 100, gajillion. Would you want that getting washed down your gullet day in and day out? I didn't think so. Oh, I'd love to, darling, but the circuits that allow me to dispense water into non-organic containers burned out years ago. You'd have to find a replacement for that module.
Hydrate all up in that thing.
Okay, what's your guys' favorite sync personality?
Well, how about that? Old Autodoc's back online. Well, all right, come here. Let's have a look at you. And rightly so, I should think. All right, then. Let me just fire up the old interface for you. You require some additional...
Good day, citizen. Library Processing Unit 232.7 is online and ready to eradicate sedition. Of course, citizen. That's my duty and sole joy in life. All those books from before the war, full of seditious, treasonous, complicated thoughts. Just dump them in and lickety-split. I'll have them pulped, scrubbed clean, and pressed out again clean and white and sedition-free. What good is eradicating sedition if the malcontents have ready access to the means to make more, citizen? I can also process pencils and clipboards. Wait a moment. Pencil processors offline? Pencil processors offline? Apologies, citizen. It seems traitors have absconded with that module. If you can find a backup copy of the module, I will happily eradicate your ability to create seditious literature.
Ooh, yeah, dig that sweet music. Damn, it's good to be back online. Dig, I'm an acoustical wizard kid. Old Doc Mo used me to prototype his sonic weapon designs. What's the hap?
You! Hey, you! Yeah, you! Got any mugs?
That was a nice little, cat nap. Oh. Oh. How can I illuminate you? As much as I'd love.
Yes!
Sorry for the delay. Anyways, I'm back. Got a glass of water too. And thank you for staying with me. Got a few of them in here. Jason Steele, good to see you. Where you be? I see. Wrestler Royal, shut up. This one close by. Oh, another tunnel too. Any one of these could have been the one Elijah officially used. I'm sure it's something in the lore tells us which one he used. I just don't remember.
Hostile target identified. This is a lawful use of deadly force. Please direct complaints to your local law. Attention, this is now a combat zone. You may suffer harm up to... Please leave the area.
No, I would consider doing a 24-hour stream again. I remember we did a $2,400 to instigate that and like actually hit the goal, which was ridiculous.
Hold it right there.
Because I put it so high because I was like, well, we're not gonna hit this, and I won't have to do a 24-hour stream, but we did hit it. But no, I wouldn't be against it. I'm more in favor of like a 12-hour stream, if I'm being honest, but. Yo, Dark Magician over there on Twitch rating us with a party of 3. Thank you so much. Hey guys, welcome. I'm happy to have you here. And thank you big time, Dark, for doing that. Yeah, this is a little Easter egg. Rocket 88. Fuck, I forget the name. Was it Buck Rogers? But he drives his car through a mountain. Come on out, big guy. Get fucked. Do I think people would be mad if the show said the toaster destroyed Vegas? No, I feel like deep down people would appreciate the tie-in to Old World Blues. I have a feeling the Tunnelers have something to do with it, if I'm being honest. Talk about another DLC with like Lonesome Road, but we hear foreshadowing of that in New Vegas.
I hold you in such disdain, I generalize my hatred for you!
But I guarantee you people will be pissed off no matter what happens. Don't you worry. Just trying to confirm this location.
And for that, you must. This is a lawful use of deadly force. Please direct complaints to your local law enforcement authorities.
Yeah, like the dust mod, yeah.
A lawful use of deadly force is in progress. Citizens are advised.
Oh, and the Snow White and the Seven
This
Dwarfs
area clear.
reference.
Proceeding with search protocol. Your cooperative.
If it has no Cazadors, yeah. Would be cool to see one. Oh, nice. Crispy Bacon coming in with the assist. Thank you, brother. And I'm glad that people enjoy what I do. Makes me feel nice knowing that people get enjoyment out of the stuff I make. Shit. Oh, it isn't that. But has to be under us.
Do not attempt to breach the Big Mountain force fields. Doing so could allow dangerous ideas and/or creatures having those ideas to escape.
Getting Elijah's LAER, however you want to say it, is always a good grab. Let's do one of these. Oh, cool. Talk about cazadors. Here we go. Beautiful. Oh, I don't think we can. They can poison us because we're missing organs and other parts. Yeah, Father Elijah's Lale Lule low rifle. I think the crazy specimen's behind that door. Beautiful. Okay, here we go. The main event. Kicked his ass. We can try to fix some shit here. Yeah, that's fine. Who cares? Okay. All right. Yeah, that sounds like a fucking rough time, Chris. Want to see the walking? Oh yeah, we encountered it at the beginning of the stream when we first started the DLC. We went to that area with them. That's a Venture Brothers reference, correct? Because I said that at the time, but I don't think anybody in the chat confirmed it or not, but I'm pretty sure it is. I could be wrong. Yes? Okay. I'm glad I wasn't at a left field on that one. Fucking Night Stalkers, man. Battle Brew. Okay. This fucking guy. Slim Shadus. Not anymore. Alright, there we go. That. Seeing what we got here. Likely above us. What's the fucking sterilizer glove do? Critical heat damage. Alright. Oh shit. I'm coming for you. Anyway, what the fuck's in here besides what I just grabbed? I mean, these are really good. Saturday Night Fists are okay too. I mean, obviously, this is the best thing I have. All right, let's see. Back to the fucking X-13. I didn't even notice these multiple Nuka-Colas over here. Where are you pointing? It's gonna be back up there, isn't it? You son of a bitch.
Please, don't take this personally.
Hey, awesome guy, it's going well.
Which do you like?
Just playing some old world blues. I need to get up there. This is your favorite game? That's a good choice. Yeah, I hear you on that. Okay. So that can possibly be all of them. Yeah, there are some situations like that with Wild Wasteland. In my opinion, the Wild Wasteland perk really outweighs the Gauss rifle that you miss, but to each their own, you know what I mean? Because you get the Alien Blaster with the Wild Wasteland perk if you really want. I don't know. I guess some people do like that Gauss rifle, but all the other like little encounters you get with the Wild Wasteland. Yeah, they you do at least find regular ammo for it. That is true.
Who gets to clean up all the... Me, that's who. Do stand still. And who gets to clean up all this blood? Me, that's who.
What the fuck is he shooting from? Doesn't seem right. Fuck. Well, maybe. A guy with a pokey thing. That's Embrace of the Mantis King we're talking about right there. But I do get your point. Okay.
Stand still.
I don't think this is gonna be the route to take. Okay, let's see here. It's essentially the same thing. Okay.
You have insulted my honor, and for that, you must die!
Oh, I see it. Okay. Few places. Little Yangtze. And this is likely where he experimented with the bomb colors too. I really like how much, yeah, there's a Sierra Madre poster too. I really like how much the DLCs tie in with each other in New Vegas. Like, they don't feel like separate experiences, they feel like they're tailored together, and that's a really nice touch. Anyway. Huh. Handle that. I think he has one of the dog guns. Oh, nice, awesome gun. The Sunset Sarsaparillas, is that what you're referring to? I'm not a big fan of sarsaparilla myself, but that's pretty dope. Okay, let's do it like this. Shit. Okay. See, it's something neat too. Oh, oh my god. I was reading the chat. Hey, that's a level 40 right there. Get this up to 30, so we're all rounded up there. Just seeing what we got here. I do like rad absorption. Do the nuclear chemist, fuck it. Got survival all the way up, so I've been making stuff. Nuka Chemist gives you recipes to make stuff out of Nuka-Cola. Mainly the Nuka Grenade, I'm pretty sure, and that's like having a nuke in your hand. Okay. We should run back to the sink.
Might I be of service?
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care. Okay.
Might I be of service?
Nice. So first off, this fucking heavy gold bar out of here. There. Okay. So that's gonna make a big difference weight-wise. Okay. Take all this shit out of here. Don't care about any of that. It's just taking up inventory space. I'll even take the loss on that. Okay. I'll take the loss on everything else, but I could sleep for a couple of days. Fuck. Get his caps back in line. Watching the Monty Python. Oh, nice. Holy Grail. That's a terrific movie. Yeah, the whole series has Monty Python references throughout the Fallout series, and it's always nice to see them when you do. Okay, so we're sleeping for a couple of days to get the sync to re-up. They're on Tubi? Nice. There you go. How are my dogs on car rides? One of them really likes it, the other one gets car sick. And so he doesn't really like it. But my youngest typically is pretty excited about it. The old boy, before he passed, he was kind of in the middle of those two, like where he was like kind of into it, but if he was in there for too long, it'd make him sick. I don't know how long ago you asked that, by the way. Yeah, I haven't really checked out Tubi, but I've seen like people talking about like funny shit being on there in the sense of like it's funny that this is on here, and people talking about good stuff being on there as well. So.
Have you been flirting with the Ice Queen again? Ugh, I'm so much.
Might I be of service?
0 cops.
More fun.
So yeah, we're just sleeping to wait for the sync's gold caps and inventory and stuff to refresh.
Might I be of service, sir?
Might have to sleep until Sunday. Well, it should be like every 3 days, if I'm being honest. I just noticed that the days are being weird. Did you see that? It says Saturday 5:20 a.m., but it changes to... The day changes well before it should. At least it seemed like it did. Yeah, see, now it's Sunday. That's interesting.
Might I be of service, sir?
Oh my god, and he still hasn't gotten his caps. Wonder what the deal with that is. Let me, I'm gonna try closing it now and restarting it. Because I feel like that shouldn't be happening. I don't think that's like an old world blues like trick that happens or anything. Okay, that time I did it right.
Might I be of service?
Oh my god, with these caps. Yeah, New Vegas do be crashing, awesome guy. I'm gonna see if this happens again. That was super weird. Okay. Seems to be back on track now. We're gonna go until Wednesday because I was under the impression that Wednesdays and Sundays is when merchants refresh. Let's see here.
Might I be of service?
Waited a long time too. We got storage in here. Oh wait, give me this back. Okay. Just doing some inventory cleansing here. Let's see what we can make out of those Nuka-Colas. Just drink all the sarsaparillas. This we might get some star caps out of the deal, so... I haven't seen you show up. Okay. Oh, there's a safe right there that I could have put everything in. Son of a bitch. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's a good strategy there, awesome guy. Yeah, Big Bear, I'm right there with you. It's my favorite DLC of the bunch for New Vegas. You despise Dead Money? Yeah, we just did Dead Money. It definitely can be rough. Time to fuck some Securitrons. There he is. Fuck. What's in here? No, I can understand, Bear. Yeah, I love Honest Hearts too, Zaid. That's a good one. Joshua Graham is the shit. Handled. Okay. Cazador. Don't mind if I do. My favorite ending? NCR is what I typically like to go with, but my favorite ending in the game that like you can get is the Elijah one from Dead Money. I just think it's super interesting, and it's neat that they had the forethought to put that as an actual ending. Where we're heading.
Greetings, citizen.
Okay, upgraded.
Hi again, sweetie. How can I illuminate you? Unlike
Oh, please, please!
Nice.
You require some additional.
Okay.
If Sir would press the spinal area against my primary instrument panel.
Yeah, the toaster is definitely plenty.
You require some additional.
Vibrate at a Sulu frequency.
I'll try to get all these, but I don't know how many more caps I have. Oh, just enough,
You
baby.
require some additional.
beautiful. Okay.
You've been working with that...
Love it. Yep, you got gifted one of those memberships, so make sure to use those awesome emojis that Patty drew for us, which are for members here on YouTube. Oh, first crash. Get fucked. Get fucked. Put this guy in here just a second. Try this again. I don't know how I keep missing all these things when we're in these areas. So observant. Alright, we'll get out of Higgs here. Enemies. One trick. Fucking handle this. Wait. Okay, let's not do that yet. What's my favorite DLC? Old World Blues has been my favorite for a few years now, so I'm pretty sure it's my favorite. I like Honest Hearts a lot, though.
So...
Okay.
Did you retrieve the...
Okay. Lonesome Road and Honest Hearts. See, Lonesome Road is like, I think, my least favorite. It just is very sloggy to me. I think the dialogue and the story are fantastic, but it just kind of feels like, like for me, it feels like a slog going through.
Go, my minion! Sting them in the name of all that is Mobius! I end you! You won't escape me!
Oh, you bastard. Love it.
Prepare to be attacked by Dr. Mobius! Go, my minion! Sting them in the name of all that is Mobius! You won't escape me! Now, I end you!
Come on. Whoops. I thought I kept the fucking heat glove with me.
Robo-Scorpion, attack!
Yeah, fuck that. Let's go. I'm afraid of shit. I do that too. Fuck it. We're getting fucking ready. I ain't dealing with that shit. Get fucked, giant scorpion. Oh, we gotta keep a lookout for... Aha.
Huh? Yo! You seem from... Oh.
I didn't mean to do that. I was scrolling through it too fast. Did I defeat the legendary blowfly? No, I don't think we went in there.
Huh? Yo!
Yes, Mobius, you're one of the best characters in all of Fallout. But we're getting through this here. Pretty lore dumps on us a little bit here.
Well, well, look who finally dragged themselves in out of the wasteland. And where have we been, Crawling through pits of radioactive muck again? Even if we would.
But I will not be getting the rest of my body parts back.
Oh. Not. I suppose now that we're reunited, you'll want to fill your torso up with those other meat. Personally, I think your upgrades are quite a bit better. But now that I'm with you, the sync's off. Right then, off.
Okay, and there might be... What? What's it here?
I do so love integers.
Okay. So... there might be some interesting loot laying around. We did not defeat the legendary blowfly.
I'm running out of floor space for my calculations.
I'm forgetting where it is even. It's in the mysterious cave. That's where it is. I also don't remember where the snow globe is. Okay, let's do snow globe. We didn't get the one at Dead Money. What's at the meteorological station? So we'll have to stop by there too. Hey Brian, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. So I feel like we should take the same approach.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Because the legendary
Stim pack
blowfly
reserves adequate.
is no fucking joke.
Medic supplies adequate. I bet no one has ever been as unnoticed as me.
Okay, boys. There she blows. I don't have any more turbo. Oh, wee.
This one looks pretty tough.
Yeah, it's onto us. Shit. Oh, you're fucked. Come on, land, you bastard. Coming here with like no other good weapons was a terrible idea.
This will stop the pain. Bad guys dealt with.
I forget if there's like any other really good loot in here. Let's do. Oops.
Don't you like me anymore?
Yeah, the stealth suit is great, Dark. I do agree with you on that. No, we haven't been there yet. Meteorologist. Well, maybe we have discovered it. Unless it's called something else. Okay. Okay, it's in here somewhere. Snow globe, that is. So I know there's the mini Hicks village.
You commie bastard. How do you like that, you mother-loving commie?
Okay. There's many pigs.
Since you don't seem willing to do the world a favor and kill yourself, I guess I'm gonna have to.
We'll take care of this dickhead.
Warmed up. Hoo-ah!
All right. I don't think I get radiation from drinking stuff anymore. Oh, it does say... That's too bad. I thought that implant took care of that. That's right here. It strips any liquid consumed of all radio. Okay, so whatever. Hey Martin, good to see you. We've only had one crash with it. Got his ass. Fucking scorpions. Oh, shit. My bad, Martin. I should be more careful. Oh, I bet I am. hell? I heard that. What the fuck is doing that? Is that the fixer? Yeah, I think so.
There's nothing I like better than make.
Yeah, we picked up Elijah's LAER. Alright.
What's the hat? You got some plans for me,
Beautiful. Yeah, we already picked it up, Martin. I bet you it's in here. I might have sold it, but it's right there. Okay, let's... Yeah, we ain't getting our original bits back.
The lobotomized.
Yeah, you're fucked. Oh yeah, convincing him that we're Mobius. The end.
As it had been in the years before the Great War, Big Mountain, the Big Empty, became home to one of the brightest minds of the 23rd century. The courier watched over the Big Empty for years to come, caring for it and keeping its discoveries safe until they were needed to help others. Which had always been Big Mountain's purpose. Past the laboratories and science, it had always been intended as a place to build the future of all mankind.
The courier had scoured much of the Big Empty, although secrets still remained in the crater's depths. Perhaps that was for the best, however. Curiosity, while sometimes rewarded for its efforts, often proves to be equally dangerous.
Dr. Mobius continued his research undisturbed in the Forbidden Zone. As much as he had attempted to create better scorpions, he tried the same with humanity, with considerably less success. These failures didn't bother him overmuch. Once the rush of mentats wore off, he forgot he had failed in any event. After all, the bright young mind who had come to visit him in the Forbidden Zone had already exceeded his expectations.
The sink atop the dome bustled with the voices of a small town, constantly chirping, arguing, and snarling at each other. Still, this all happened productively in the interests of its new owner. The Sync Central Intelligence Unit discovered, despite its inversion code, it was comforted by the sense of community the other personalities gave it.
The biological research station, obsessed with seeding everything in sight, requested a transfer to the X-22 Botanical Garden, so that it might, in its own words, sensually fertilize the garden's smooth contours. The garden sent back a polite refusal, saying it had prior commitments with a vault it had helped infect before the war.
The book chute continued to devour all seditious materials until it nearly choked on a paperclip. It adamantly maintained it was a Chinese paperclip, and the whole thing had been an elaborately orchestrated assassination attempt. Whatever the reason, it slowed down for a while, carefully appraising each document and clipboard that came to it.
The light switches continued to bicker and flicker.
This persisted until the day someone dropped a flashlight in the sink, and the two of them united in their hatred of the showboat.
The sink continued to ruthlessly scrub any particulate matter that came near it. Eventually, it gained access to the magnetohydraulics plant and nearly flooded all the Big Empty in an attempt to scrub the crater clean. Once it learned of the innovative toxins plant, however, it gained new purpose. It sought to develop antitoxins to flush into its drains and counteract the poisons bleeding into the soil.
The toaster continued its psychotic spree, reducing all appliances in range to scrap electronics and spare parts. After one of its more psychotic episodes, however, the other Sync personalities decided enough was enough and dumped the toaster in a bathtub. Sparking and hissing, the toaster swore its enemies would rue the day when they had bread and no way to toast it.
Muggy did his best to collect coffee cups, although in his quest, he accidentally trapped himself in Higgs Village. It might have been the end for poor Muggy. Except, he found it peaceful there, tidying up the kitchens of the think tank professors back when they had been flesh and bone. Well, except for Dr. O, who was an asshole for having created Muggy in the first place. Muggy left O's house deliberately dirty, punishing the dishes and cups that lived there in blind revenge for serving Dr. O.
Blind old Jefferson, with sounds the courier brought him, created a symphonic counter-frequency that saved Big Mountain from sonic invasion in 2910. If you didn't hear about it, good. It was rumored by the other personalities that he had a brief fling with the light switches. Although he forgot their names once too often and was soon left in the dark as punishment.
Autodoc, always gentle and methodical, kept sewing up the courier in all the right places when the skin split open from repeated wear and tear. The Autodoc was just glad to have purpose again. It heard its simpler brothers and sisters who got shipped to the Sierra Madre were bored out of their skulls in that toxic dead city. In time, the Autodoc found a way to deactivate the Y-17 trauma harnesses, releasing the corpses they had held prisoner for almost 200 years.
As the courier ran through the X-8 facility multiple times, the computers analyzed the test subject's movements. Rather than performing a superficial observation, they realized the subject barely knew what communism was, or even what a high school was. This confused them for a time, until the facility finally realized that its research had succeeded. So it let its cyber dogs out into the wastes to help protect small communities from physical aggression rather than communist propaganda.
The infiltration program in X-13 continued to scan for the subject and the stealth suit prototype long after the test was over. Frustrated and unable to find its lost technology, X-13 expanded its network of laser tripwires, sensors, and robo-brains out across Big Mountain. This glittering blue light beam forest cleanly bisected anything that entered its depths, slicing them into small segmented parts for easy disposal.
The courier, organs intact, continued onwards, a little less heavy of step, but with all the organs in the right places, as they should
Better
be.
not be.
After all, brains
didn't
can
tell it to
develop
do
a
that.
life of their own when left to their own thoughts, and the courier's brain was more clever than most.
Dr. Klein and the think tank remained alive, unaware of the world outside. They looped through their daily routine, none the wiser about the world beyond, although perhaps wiser was the wrong word. The world outside belonged to the courier, and if anyone would shape it, well, the courier had already called dibs.
There is an expression in the wasteland, old world blues.
It refers to those so obsessed with the past they can't see the present, much less the future, for what it is.
They stare into the what was, eyes like pilot lights, guttering and spent, as the realities of their world continue on around them.
Science is a long, steady progression into the future. What may seem a sudden event often isn't felt for years, even centuries to come.
In the times following the Second Battle of Hoover Dam, however, old world blues took on a new meaning.
Where once it was viewed as a form of sadness, nostalgia, it became an expression describing the potential for the future.
It can be easy to see science as evil, technology unchecked as the source of all ills, all misfortunes.
With the courier at the helm, science became a beacon for the future. There was old world blues, and new world hope. And hope ruled the day at Big Mountain.
We could say more, but the stories in the Big Empty speak for themselves. Now armed with the transportal ponder, the courier could return to the dome at any time and crack open the secrets of the Big Empty one by one. The sink sat vigilant, waiting for its master to return, shoes covered in Mojave dust. Only one road yet remained, and it was one
That's
the
true.
courier had to walk alone.
Bear bull, bear bull, bear bull. Okay. So I should still have like the spineless perk and stuff like that, right? Heartless.
Might I be safe in the asylum?
Damn, son. Okay. We did it. Okay, let's...
Thank you for visiting New Vegas.
Yeah, I always put the brain in and then leave the heart and the spine out.
Where to, partner?
Is it time?
Do one more nap in here.
High roller, sweet.
Okay, we're wrapping the stream up, by the way. So I want to thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with a little bit of Fallout New Vegas with me. I appreciate it greatly. Make sure to like the stream if you enjoyed it and you want to join me again with more Fallout streams. And I hope you guys have a terrific start to your day. And that's about it. So hopefully I see you on the next one.
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website? Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like whisperingbloom.com for your silent retreat, or whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website brings it to life, all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, hello there. Yep, haven't slept again. How'd you know? How could you tell? Is it the grease? Is it the bags under my eyes? What gave it away? Huh? Yeah, no, I couldn't sleep again. What? Big whoop. Want to fight about it? Anyway, decided to use this insomnia as like a superpower here to grow my brain here, get real big and smart, and look into something chat told me about that I kind of wrote off pretty quickly as being probably nonsense about NASA discovering potential evidence of ancient life on Mars. This is a headline I've seen regurgitated like once a year, every year for the last 31 years of my life. And it never actually leads to anything, it never goes anywhere, there's never any confirmation, and a lot of the evidence in many of the cases feels very flimsy where it's like, well, using this rover, it drove over this grain of sand that reacted in a weird way. It made like a whoopee cushion sound, which means that was most likely probably some microbial life playing a prank on us. We knew it all along. Maybe. So I've kind of just instinctually started to write it off as most likely horseradish. So when chat was telling me, I kind of was very dismissive of it. But since I couldn't sleep, I decided, well, let's take a peek. Let's see what all the hoopla's about, huh?
This very well could be the clearest sign of life that we've ever found on Mars.
So last July, NASA's Perseverance rover found a leopard-spotted rock at Mars. And scientists immediately knew it was interesting. We hadn't seen anything like that before.
What we saw in this rock were these layers of very fine-grained, rusty red mudstone that had in them these incredible features, these things that we took to calling poppy seeds, which are the sort of dark black spots in the rock, and leopard spots, which are these kind of ring-shaped features that have dark rims around them.
I'm not a geologist, so the significance of this rock kind of eludes me. I do think they do a good job of breaking down why it's a big deal and what it actually indicates, but in my sleep-deprived state, I unironically thought when they were showing the leopard spots, I thought it was going to be something like fucking eye-popping, having my eyes go out of my skull like a cartoon character. I thought they were going to say, like, and these leopard spots here, these dark rings, Well, it turns out these are cigarette burns, indicating that we had tobacco-smoking doobie lord monsters on Mars at one point, or just something unhinged. I don't know why I was expecting that. I guess maybe with the way chat was talking about it kind of just planted the idea in my head. But even still, the actual, like, real explanation is still cool, just not quite to that level.
We've done the analysis on these leopard spots, and we think they are potentially made by some sort of ancient life. This finding by our incredible Perseverance rover is the closest we've actually come to discovering ancient life on Mars.
The discovery of a potential biosignature, or a feature or signature that could be consistent with biological processes, but that requires further work and study to confirm a biological origin.
That's the quick and dirty of it. That's kind of the rock in a nutshell and its importance. Basically, they found this very peculiar geode here that they don't have a way of explaining how it could be like that without life being involved in some way. They have a null hypothesis where they attempted to prove that it's not life, but were unable to prove that. But I wanted more information than just that. I wanted more than just a surface level dive on it, so I went to a YouTuber named Anton Petrov, who covered it beautifully. I highly recommend you check out his full video. I'm going to play a couple clips for you here.
For several years, this rover has been moving across the Jezero crater in order to collect several samples and in order to possibly find life. And here this crater was chosen specifically for one reason. Researchers believe that this used to be some kind of an ancient lake, and also very likely contained a river delta, both of which are environments considered to be prime targets in the search for extraterrestrial life.
Now this is something I did know about, and I think a lot of people get confused about with like the mission of the Mars rovers. A lot of people are under the impression they're actively looking for water on Mars or life on Mars, like they're gonna stumble into a fucking frat house or something up there. The goal is to put these rovers and explore areas where they believe water once was. So this area was chosen because they believed it could have been an ancient lake. So that was something I was aware of, but I wanted to put it here just in case people were still kind of confused about like, well, why are they looking at, fucking rock? I thought they were up there trying to, get water samples and stuff. That is not exact. I mean, if they could do that, if they find that, that'd be huge. That would actually be like game changing, but that's not like the primary directive here. They're not expecting to somehow find that.
And it actually stood out because of these somewhat bizarre markings. They were referred to as the leopard spots, with the initial scans revealing that it seemed to contain organic compounds that might have come from some kind of ancient life, or at least showed us that there were clear evidence of liquid water in the past, and so life did have conditions necessary to exist. And it also contained these flecks, or these unusual spots of iron and phosphates, from various chemical reactions that, though could have been just chemical in nature, could also have been produced by ancient microbes that possibly used this for energy.
So that's how it ties into ancient life, why this rock would be potentially indicative of ancient life. It could have been used by ancient microbes on Mars, the fucking Martian microbes, as energy, and what we're seeing here is kind of the result of that. Or it could just be a chemical process in nature that the scientists aren't overly familiar with at the moment. And since it's not exactly a convenient trip over there to grab the sample, nor is it feasible to send the sample from Mars back to Earth because we don't have a retrieval mission scheduled any longer, I actually learned from Anton Petrov here that the retrieval mission, which was supposed to get the Mars sample to study them on Earth in our labs, where we could actually do some real heavy digging on it and figure out, what the fuck is going on, get into the bare butt cheeks of it. Apparently that has been put on an indefinite hold. So right now, there's only so much they can do to analyze that rock. And at the moment, they can't prove that it's not, indicative of microbial life because it is peculiar and there are some markers that it could be.
You probably know Vistaprint for business cards, but did you know we print everything you need to get your brand in front of your fans? We print banners and signs that help your business stand out. We print postcards and flyers that get people talking. And we print must-have merch like tote bags, t-shirts, and water bottles. Whether you want a few or a few thousand, we print on everything so that customers can go from noticing your brand to falling in love with it. Right now, new customers can get 20% off with code NEW20. Because if you need it, we print it at Vistaprint.com.
And this is a really interesting study. Now, first of all, this is really good science. There are no speculations here. There are absolutely no assumptions based on some kind of a preconception. And most importantly, this whole study is based on a null hypothesis. In essence, they're trying to prove that whatever they discovered is not life. But at the end of the study, the conclusion is that they're actually unable to do so. They don't have an explanation for what was discovered if it was not produced by life.
As he mentions, that's good science. That is chef's kiss, what you want to hear. And, not to toot my own horn, it's how I approach ghost hunting. About as far removed from science as you can get real quick, but just hear me out. I approach all of our paranormal investigations with the sole intent of proving empirically that ghosts are real. My, biases about I don't think that shit's real play no role in my science. It just happens to be that all of the science points to ghosts don't exist. So even though I'm going in there for that, I always end up proving so far that they're not real, but maybe one day that'll change. Actually, the more I talk about this and say it out loud, it's not really a null hypothesis at all. But it did just somewhat remind me of my ghost hunting methodology and how I approach it. Anyway, though, as he says, the report here is very good science, and it is super interesting. As far as these life on Mars claims go that I've been privy to over the 31 years I've been alive, this one so far holds the most weight to me. Like, this does seem pretty significant.
Which usually contains iron phosphate, and greigite, which contains iron sulfides. But what's really key here is how these minerals were arranged. Because on Earth we usually see very similar arrangements in water sediments where microbes are physically eating organic matter and then breathing out rust and sulfates. This is usually referred to as redox cycling. And so the presence and distribution of these minerals in the Martian rocks potentially suggests similar biological processes that might have happened here before. And one of the scientists from the study, Michael Theis, essentially describes this as something that would be very easy to explain if there was life, but something that would be extremely difficult to explain if it wasn't. So if this was just the chemical or geological processes, it would be super difficult to explain.
And that right there is kind of the bread and butter of why this could potentially indicate ancient microbial life, because the geological and chemical processes that we're familiar with, they would very much struggle to explain the presence of what they found on this rock. Meanwhile, if it was microbial life, that easily explains it. It's not to say that 100% confirms it or anything. There is still wiggle room that maybe there is just a process that we don't know about that is geological and chemical and does not have anything to do with life at all. It is possible, but it is seeming more so, at least to me, that it is likely explained with ancient microbial life being responsible for that, which is pretty cool. And I was looking up people's reactions to this, and a lot of people are downplaying it as not a big deal, who cares, not a three-titted goth alien babe, why should I even bother giving a fuck? And I think that perspective is kind of dog shit. I want to go ahead and show you Anton kind of going over some of the implications if this truly is ancient microbial life.
It would have profound implications on life existing elsewhere in the universe. It would basically suggest that developing life on different planets may not be as difficult after all. And so if life arose independently on two different planets in a single star system, it may suggest that life is not rare, but there's also this idea of panspermia. Maybe life started on Mars and then got transported to Earth, or I guess vice versa. And so maybe what we're seeing here are two different cousins that eventually ended up on two different planets. And finally, this idea also brings up the very important Great Filter hypothesis. And so if the simple microbial life is common, why don't we actually see intelligent complex life as well? And so is there some kind of a filter that's stopping everything? And is there something really major basically preventing life from becoming super advanced? And if so, what is it?
Of course, this is just some of, I imagine, many discussions and questions and things that would arise should this actually be confirmed as ancient microbial life. I find it to just be really fascinating. Any kind of proof that we're not alone in the universe, I think, is a big fucking deal. Truly. The Great Filter in particular is always such an interesting thought, because if this is ancient microbial life, it would really then need to be, thought about deeply. why we're not finding complex life. Because if we can prove that we're not alone, we're not like the first and only civilization in the universe, here's proof of ancient microbial life on Mars, well, what happened, to prevent other civilizations from, sprouting up elsewhere that we would have probably at least seen inklings of by this point? What is stopping it, if there is anything at all stopping it? It's all just so big in scale. I don't know. I always find shit like this very cool when it is legitimately something worth getting excited about, which I do think this is. I really appreciate Anton's coverage of it. Again, I recommend the full video. It'll be in the description. And chat wasn't lying. Like, they weren't overhyping this. I did think it was pretty huge. It seems, to me, like pretty strong evidence of ancient microbial life, but I guess we'll see as more tests get conducted on it. I guess as many tests as they possibly can do from this distance, since they can't get it into labs here or anything. There's only so much available to them, but for now, I'll just try and keep my finger on the pulse of it. That's really about it. See ya.
When too much work bogs you down, Asana helps you handle it. That's because Asana is where humans and AI coordinate work together. AI makes it easy to hand off routine tasks, streamline workflows, and keep everyone focused on the work that matters most. That's how work gets handled. That's Asana. Visit us at asana.com. That's ASANA.com.
Just let me know.
In the spring of 1806, two German astronomers were independently observing Venus when they noticed something odd. The hemisphere facing away from the sun did not perfectly blend with the blackness of space. Instead, it had a faint glow with a grayish-red or ashen-gray appearance. This ashen light resembled a phenomenon known as earthshine. It's when sunlight reflected by the Earth faintly illuminates the night side of the moon. It seemed reasonable, therefore, to ascribe the ashen light to a similar cause, namely that sunlight reflected by a Venusian moon was faintly illuminating the night side of Venus. Only one slight problem: Venus doesn't have a moon. This meant the ashen light resembled earthshine in appearance only because there was nothing in proximity of Venus to reflect any sunlight. In the words of famed astronomer William Herschel, "Those regions that are turned from the sun cannot possibly shine by a borrowed light." A few decades later, another German astronomer, Franz von Gröthausen, proposed a rather creative solution to this mystery. The ashen light was the result of sweeping wildfires on the surface of Venus, deliberately ignited by its inhabitants. As absurd as that sounds, there were tantalizing similarities between Venus and Earth. The two planets were of similar size, and much like the Earth, Venus had an atmosphere, a densely cloud-laden atmosphere which gave astronomers and science fiction authors alike free rein to speculate about what could lie beneath. A barren desert, a planet-wide ocean, a tropical rainforest. Anything was possible. It was in this context that Gröthausen made his proposal in 1836. He believed that Venus was inhabited by a humanoid species who would periodically light fires on the surface, the purpose of which was either to clear land, to commemorate a religious occasion, or to celebrate the coronation of a new Venusian emperor. Gröthausen did perhaps get a bit carried away, but he was far from the first to suggest that Venus was inhabited. Titans of astronomy like Christian Huygens and William Herschel envisioned all the planets, including Venus, to be teeming with life. And it took a long time for this romanticized image to fade. In 1916, this illustration appeared in American newspapers with the caption, "A remarkable drawing by Mr. Winsor McKay, illustrating the conditions on Venus as astronomical signs now believes them to exist. Even well into the space age, we still find echoes of this Earth-like perception. In 1967, a Soviet spacecraft plunged into the clouds of Venus to attempt a landing on its surface. While the probe did not survive the descent, it was actually designed to float in case of a water landing. History is ripe with stories much like this one, largely forgotten stories that once upon a time promised to end our cosmic solitude. Bygone visions of life asunder, long since quelled by newfound wonder. Venusian fire festivals were not the cause of the Ashen Light, but observations continued to be made. By the end of the 19th century, some 24 observations have been recorded. But some astronomers would dedicate years to the study of Venus without ever catching a glimpse of its elusive glow. Instead, they would often be greeted by these vague streaks and patches. They covered large portions of the planet and appeared to be features on the surface, lurking beneath the clouds. At least that was the opinion of American astronomer Percival Lowell. Far from the diffused shadings reported by his peers, Lowell could discern a distinctive network of branching spokes. It is as if a bright veil of some sort were drawn over the whole disk. These spokes of Venus bore a striking resemblance to markings observed on both Mercury and Mars. The features on Mars were especially distinct and remarkably linear. Lowell had been somewhat unimpressed by the spokes on Venus, but he became nothing short of obsessed with the lineae on Mars. There are celestial sights more dazzling, spectacles that inspire more awe, but to the thoughtful observer who is privileged to see them well, there is nothing in the sky so profoundly impressive as these canals of Mars. Owing to their striking linearity, Lowell could reach but one conclusion: the Martian canals must be the workings of an intelligence. He carefully laid out his arguments in 3 lengthy books filled with these intricate maps and illustrations. The Martian canals represented a vast irrigation network designed to carry melted ice water from the poles down to the equator. While many were understandably skeptical, the idea that Mars could be inhabited was an extremely compelling one, perhaps even more so than Venus. Legendary science fiction author H.G. Wells famously wrote The War of the Worlds, a fictional story about the Martian invasion of Earth, first published in 1897. But a decade later, Wells published a speculative non-fiction article titled The Things That Live on Mars. Inspired by Lowell's fanciful interpretations, Wells goes on to envision the habitat, society, and appearance of real Martians. To Wells and many others, the existence of Martians was not just possible, it was probable. Indeed, to some, it had already attained a veneer of truth. In 1891, the French Academy of Sciences was bequeathed a sum of 100,000 francs by a wealthy Parisian widow. The money was to be awarded to the first person who found the means of communicating with another planet, with the notable exception of Mars, implying that communicating with Martians would have been far too simple of a challenge. The reality of the Martian canals was difficult to ascertain as they resided at the very limits of perception. Telescopes were never quite good enough to conclusively prove nor disprove their existence. A book commissioned by NASA as late as 1965 stated that, although there is no unanimous opinion concerning the existence of the canals, most astronomers would probably agree that there are apparently linear markings on Mars. Indeed, maps of the Red Planet published by the US military that very same year featured sprawling networks of canals.
A towering Atlas Agena rocket is the launch vehicle that hurtles the Mariner into the heavens. Scientific apparatus on the Mariner will try to measure the density of the planet's atmosphere, and a television camera will seek to make photographs of its surface, giving man his first close-up look at Mars.
The American spacecraft Mariner 4 transmitted the first close-up photographs of the Martian surface in the summer of 1965. Despite the complete absence of any linear markings, scientists at NASA were unwilling to give up hope. Nothing positive concerning the existence or lack of canals can be concluded on the basis of the Mariner 4 photographs. Hesitation and dwindling hopes aside, the Martian canals had come to an end.
The canals, the cities, the Martians are all gone. Imaginative inventions, optical illusions.
As early as 1903, had an experiment found that groups of students seated a few meters away from an illustration like this one could discern fine, straight lines where none existed. The experiment demonstrated that non-linear markings viewed from a distance could evoke a linear appearance. This sort of visual inference is even said to be apparent in certain photographs. I mean, look at this. Not only is there a clear correlation between this sketch and this photograph of Mars, but you can almost see these barely perceptible lines snaking across the plains. The spokes on Venus, meanwhile, bear a curious resemblance to the inside of an eye. It appears that Lowell constrained the aperture of his telescope to such an extreme that the blood vessels inside his eye began to cast shadows, some of which might have fallen onto Lowell's retina, creating the illusion of labyrinthine markings on distant worlds. It is as if a bright veil of some sort were drawn over the whole disk. Whether it was optical illusions, indistinct shadings on the planets, turbulence in the atmosphere, technological limitations, or an untempered willingness to believe, these networks of lines were merely figments of the mind. There is something incredibly tragic about these old misconceptions. I mean, there was a time not so long ago when life beyond meant life right next door. There's still hope of finding less complex forms of life on a select few planets and moons, which is very exciting, but also a far cry from a tropical Venus or an Ecumenopolis on Mars. As our knowledge of the universe continues to expand, so too must our search for cosmic neighbors. By the mid-20th century, the Asian light had been observed by not dozens, but hundreds of observers, many of whom were as experienced as they were adamant of the phenomenon's existence. Despite this preponderance of eyewitness accounts, the lack of any empirical evidence attracted a fair amount of skepticism. In fact, the doubts have plagued this phenomenon since the very beginning. Italian astronomer Giovanni Riccioli is often recognized as the person who discovered the Asian light. In early 1643, Riccioli witnessed a band of colors enveloping the disk of Venus. The night side was tinted greenish-blue, enclosed by a semicircle of light. Riccioli ascribed the vivid colors to light being refracted inside his telescope, an effect known as chromatic aberration. In other words, Riccioli thought the faint glow on Venus was an optical illusion. Okay, so a quick aside, I managed to find an observation that to my knowledge has gone completely unnoticed and actually predates the one made by Riccioli. A German priest and scholar named Athanasius Kircher wrote in 1660 that he too had observed a band of colors on Venus. No date was given, but Kircher did provide a location, Palermo, Sicily. Based on historical records, Kircher paid his last and only visit to Palermo in the spring of 1638. So Kircher observed the Asian light 5 years before Riccioli and should thus be credited with its discovery. Okay, back to the video. Riccioli's doubts about the Asian light echoed through the centuries, and by the 1900s, it was not uncommon for sightings to be dismissed as a mere trick of the eye. Not only were observations infrequent and unpredictable, but they were often inconsistent. Brightness, color, and the extent to which the night side was illuminated could vary drastically between accounts. With no hard proof of its existence and a lack of concordance between those who had seen it, the Asian light appeared destined to join the ranks of myth and misconception. But in 1975, the Soviet spacecraft Venera 9 became the first to successfully orbit Venus. Diving into the shadow of this faded twin, it detected faint flashes of light emanating from the clouds below.
Mike Capel here, Patriot Software's founder. I have a huge respect for small business owners, especially the smallest of small businesses. They do so much. They're under so much pressure and stress. They have to be experts in business specialties like payroll taxes, bookkeeping, and accounting. It's crazy. That's why we created Patriot Software, to make accounting and payroll simple for all size businesses, especially smaller businesses. Check us out at patriotsoftware.com.
Venus and Mars have historically been the two prime candidates for cosmic neighbors, but the other planets have not gone completely ignored. Scottish astronomer James Ferguson had few reservations about life in the solar system. When it came to Mercury, for instance, Ferguson thought that Mercurians simply possessed greater resilience to heat. It is very likely that the people on Mercury have the same opinion of us as we have of the inhabitants of Jupiter and Saturn, namely that we must be intolerably cold and have very little light at so great a distance from the sun. Inspired by Ferguson's optimism, William Herschel took it a step further. In 1795, Herschel confidently announced that the inside of the sun was home to an alien civilization. This might seem incredibly bizarre, but at the time it was not uncommon to view the sun as an enormous planet encased by a luminous atmosphere. Herschel expanded upon that idea by regarding sunspots as openings in this flaming shell that momentarily exposed the true surface underneath. This concealed surface was richly stored with inhabitants who were shielded against the immense heat by intermediate layers of clouds. We have great reason to look upon the sun as a most magnificent habitable globe. Apart from the planets and the sun, another bygone candidate for intelligent life is the moon. Using stunning contraptions of tubes, wires, and lenses, pioneering selenographer Johannes Hevelius produced some of the earliest detailed maps of the lunar surface. Whereas you and I see a barren landscape devoid of life, Hevelius espied upon the moon a near-perfect copy of Earth. Mountains and valleys, rivers and lakes, swamplands and woodlands, islands and capes. This vivid interpretation can be traced to an ancient belief that bright and dark patches delineate continents from oceans. In fact, this fallacy is still reflected in the nomenclature we use today. Dark plains on the moon all have aquatic names, such as the Ocean of Storms, the Lake of Dreams, and the Sea of Tranquility.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Though water never filled these gloomy basins, it's not entirely inaccurate to call them ancient seabeds, for they are the volcanic scars left behind by vast oceans of molten rock, making the Lake of Death an especially apt name. While Hevelius never observed any creatures on the moon, its subjective resemblance to the Earth convinced him that Lunarians must exist, a conviction still being upheld more than a century later by who else if not William Herschel. I hope and am convinced that sometime or other very evident signs of life will be discovered on the moon. It didn't take long for these very evident signs to make themselves apparent. I am almost convinced that those numberless small circuses we see on the moon are the works of the Lunarians and may be called their towns. Herschel nearly convinced himself that the cratered landscape of the moon had been engineered by its inhabitants. Craters or circuses were not the remnants of violent impact events, but skillfully constructed towns and cities. While Herschel obsessed over circular dwellings, astronomers like Franz von Gröthuysen espied habitats of all shapes and sizes. This star-like structure appears to be a kind of temple, and because of its star shape, perhaps it is dedicated in service to the stars. The circle in the south, the two highest mountains in the north, and the two hills in the southwest are natural objects, but it is highly probable that these embankments serve as the dwellings of sentient beings on the moon. In reality, Gröthuysen mistook some oddly shaped terrain for intelligent design. The increasingly speculative nature of these extraordinary claims culminated in a truly incredible sighting by John Herschel, the son of William Herschel. Whilst gazing upon a rock formation on the moon, we were thrilled with astonishment to perceive 4 successive flocks of large winged creatures They were like human beings. Their wings possessed great expansion and were similar in structure to those of the bat. The moon was evidently home to a species of walking and flying man-bats. This was a truly profound, if not bemusing, discovery, not just for the world, but also for John Herschel, because upon being inquired about this remarkable find, John responded with confusion. He had no knowledge of any man-bats on the moon. It turns out the story had been fabricated by an American journalist named Richard Locke. Locke had sought to lampoon the often frivolous debate about life on other worlds, perpetuated by the likes of William Herschel and Franz von Grotthausen. Instead, the great moon hoax of 1835 convinced thousands around the world that the moon was inhabited by bat-like humanoids, unicorned bison, bipedal beavers, as well as, well, storks and goats. There's also this image of a man-bat besat the flat upon the back of a fellow man-bat televacked by a pack of man-bats. As to why this guy is copping a whiff, history has declined to answer. As time went on and telescopes improved, it became increasingly difficult to argue in favor of the moon's habitability. With no apparent atmosphere, this dry and barren wasteland seemed an improbable abode for life as we know it. But by the mid-19th century, the life debate had been resurrected by a new hypothesis about the shape of the moon. The argument was that gravitational forces had stretched the moon into the shape of an egg. This uneven distribution of mass meant that any atmosphere or fluids would have coalesced on whichever side was closer to the center of gravity. If that happened to be the far side of the moon, an argument could be made for its habitability. As one author put it, though the near hemisphere is a lifeless desert, having neither water nor air to sustain life, the hidden hemisphere may have a teeming population. Among the proponents of this radical hypothesis was none other than John Herschel. An egg shape would fully account for the total absence both of air and of water on the side of the moon turned towards us, and would be quite compatible with the abundant existence of both and of a habitable hemisphere on the opposite side. Had history played out differently, perhaps we'd be dealing with egg mooners instead of flat earthers at this point. No, but that's lunacy, okay. While skeptics made quick work of the egg-shaped moon hypothesis, far-side inhabitants could not be so easily dismissed. After all, the far side of the moon is unseeable from Earth, and thus ripe for speculation.
So then I subjected them to a spectrographic analysis. It's dust. A great amount of radioactive dust.
Larry, what you're saying is that somehow, for some reason, the moon has been encircled by a ring of highly radioactive dust?
Something's going on the other side of the moon. The invisible side. Something that we ought to know about.
By placing aliens on the far side of the moon, early science fiction authors were able to skirt the line of plausibility. If aliens wanted to conceal their presence and perhaps observe humanity from a distance, this cosmic blind spot was the perfect hiding place. At least that was the opinion of famed American astronomer Carl Sagan. It is not out of the question that artifacts or even some kind of base is maintained within the solar system. Because of weathering and the possibility of detection, it might have appeared preferable not to erect such a base on Earth. The moon seems one reasonable alternative site for a base. Humanity got its first glimpse of the far side of the moon in late 1959, when the Soviet spacecraft Luna 3 relayed these images back to mission control. Subsequent missions improved upon the quality, but alas, revealed nothing but more moon. But this idea of concealment lingers to this day. Many are still holding out hope that somewhere in the solar system, the ruins or technology of some unknown intelligence lie waiting to be found. In 1988, the Soviet Union launched a probe known as Phobos 2. As the name implies, part of its mission was to investigate the Martian moon, Phobos. The probe arrived at Phobos without any major complications, and in late March of 1989 began preparations to plant 2 instruments onto its surface. But then, contact with Phobos 2 was lost. In the weeks and months that followed, rumors began to circulate. puzzling features and shadows were said to be visible on some of the final images transmitted by Phobos 2, the nature and origin of which supposedly defied explanation. Through various articles, conferences, and television programs, these images were gradually unveiled to the public. They appear to depict an unidentified craft in orbit around Mars. It was said to be an alien spaceship that had attacked and disabled Phobos 2. Not only that, but it cast an enormous elliptical shadow upon the surface of Mars.
Но эта тень появилась действительно неожиданно, и что это такое, мы сразу не поняли. И, наверное, не очень хорошо обратили на это внимание, потому что дальше она опять, увидите, продолжается в виде полосы такой.
То есть это не предмет, висящий над поверхностью, а это, видимо, тень все-таки на поверхности планеты?
Наверное. Потому что, то есть это не полностью перекрывает, так сказать, сигнал от поверхности Марса.
Это похоже на ракету, взлетающую из поверхности Марса, и после которой еще остается инверсионный след. Как вы к этому относитесь?
Но если дать волю фантазии, то, конечно, можно найти и такие объяснения. Но мы склонны видеть совершенно реальные, хотя, может быть, еще до конца не объясненные обстоятельства, которые породили вот такой вот след. Скорее всего, это все-таки тень от какого-то объекта на поверхности, потому что сквозь тень просвечиваются элементы поверхности.
The mystery persisted for about a decade or two until the raw data from the Phobos 2 mission became readily accessible. The unidentified craft looked an awful lot like an overexposed transmission artifact. In fact, all the infrared images featured the same white streak. Meanwhile, the elliptical shadow belonged to Phobos. Its elongated shape was due to multiple scans or photographs being taken in sequence before assembling the final image. Stories like the Phobos incident have become rather par for the course. Some initial event or discovery leaves an information vacuum which is immediately filled by fantastical speculation. A printing artifact becomes a tower on the moon. The happenstance of light and shadow begets a human face on Mars. And these prominent boulders on both Mars and Phobos conjure images of a certain Stanley Kubrick film. More recently, a Chinese rover on the moon captured this image of what some described as a hut. Upon closer inspection, everyone was absolutely gobsmacked when the hut was exposed as a rock. Whether you're an amateur or professional, have no experience or decades worth, you're never quite immune to this kind of self-deception. When you want something to be true, it can be deceptively easy to convince yourself that it is. Remember that prize money, the 100,000 francs, offered to anyone who discovered a means of communicating with another planet, excluding Mars. Well, in 1937, there was a claim on that prize. The claimant was none other than world-renowned inventor Nikola Tesla. In 1899, Tesla had been experimenting with wireless radio communication. During some of those experiments, he picked up some rather odd transmissions. Although I could not decipher their meaning, the feeling is constantly growing in me that I have been the first to hear the greeting of one planet to another. A purpose was behind these electrical signals. Tesla described the signals as a repeating sequence of either 3 or 4 pulses. Decades later, Tesla was still convinced that he'd received an interplanetary message and had even deduced its origin. The signals consisted in a regular repetition of numbers, and subsequent study convinced me that they must have emanated from Mars. I believe the Martians used numbers for communication because numbers are universal. Then, in 1937, Tesla announced his plans to unveil a new technology capable of not just interplanetary but interstellar communication. With such impressive technology at hand, Tesla felt confident that he'd soon be awarded the 100,000 francs. I intend to claim the Pierre Gussman Prize. I am just as sure the prize will be awarded to me as if I already had it in my pocket. They have got to do it. They didn't do it. The prize was instead awarded to the crew of Apollo 11 in 1969. As for the alleged message from Mars, well, we don't really know. While Earth was much quieter back in 1899, it was still far from radio silent. Who knows? Perhaps it was nothing but the rumbling noise of a distant thunderstorm. Upon sailing into the shadow of Venus in 1975, Venera 9 detected faint flashes of light. The emissions were broadly consistent with lightning, but it's a matter of interpretation. Data gathered by subsequent missions are likewise consistent with Venusian thunderstorms, yet fall short of any conclusive evidence. Presuming that lightning does occur on Venus, could it explain the ashen light? Well, it's been estimated that the night side of Venus would need to maintain a rate of some 1,000 lightning strikes per second to yield a glow that's visible from Earth. That's more than 20 times the mean rate on Earth, and would likely been observed a long time ago. In the blunt words of another paper, lightning is not acceptable as an explanation for the ashen light. But in certain parts of the world, there is another striking phenomenon illuminating the night sky. These vibrant curtains of light are the result of charged particles ejected by the sun colliding with the Earth's magnetic field. Could something akin to the Northern Lights be responsible for the ashen light? Aurorae have indeed been observed on planets like Jupiter and Saturn, so it might seem like an obvious solution. What makes it not so obvious is that the magnetic field around Venus is virtually non-existent. It is extremely weak and transient and is generated by a completely different process than here on Earth. In spite of this, when caught in the path of a solar storm, Venus has in recent years been observed to glow. The underlying mechanism of this glow is still poorly understood, but there is an apparent link between solar activity and diffused emissions of light on the night side of Venus. Not only that, but there is a weak correlation between solar activity and ashen light observations. According to author John Barentine, who's written the definitive book on the subject, the data are inconclusive, but there are hints in this figure that something is indeed up. The apparent spike in the number of ashen light sightings in the 1950s correlates with one of the strongest solar maxima of the past 250 years. While all of this sounds quite promising, it's a bit too early to celebrate. Nothing conclusive has been found, and despite many attempts to do so, the ashen light has never been recorded on camera. Until that happens, this nearly 400-year-old mystery remains in limbo. Should it be ascribed to the atmosphere of Venus or the mind of the observer? Perhaps we should have listened to Giovanni Riccioli from the very beginning. Perhaps it is nothing more than a convincing illusion. The search for cosmic neighbors continues. Many scientists now believe that both Venus and Mars used to resemble Earth in the distant past. Perhaps a relict biosphere or the remnants of a once teeming population can still be found in Venusian clouds or Martian soil. There's mounting evidence that the Jovian moons Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, along with Enceladus and Titan of Saturn, all host a vast subglacial ocean. Could resilient microbes or even larger organisms have found a way to thrive beneath the frozen crusts? Who knows, an apparent hut on the moon or a monolith on Mars might one day match our most outlandish expectations. Even if Earth should prove the sole harbor of life within the solar system, every dot in the night sky has the potential to host another. And with the launch of the James Webb Telescope, there's no telling what secrets are about to be unveiled. Always remember that if at first you don't understand, it's definitely aliens.
Are your daydreams filled with salty air, gorgeous sunsets, and a certain je ne sais quoi? The beautiful beaches of the French Riviera are calling. Protect your European vacation with Allianz Travel Insurance to help you answer travel challenges like delayed or canceled flights, lost luggage, and medical mishaps with a nonchalant c'est la vie.
Mikola is many things. A fundamentalist, the unalloyed, creator of the Halig Tree, Lord of the Eclipse, Saint Trina of the Cradle Song, and not just a demigod, but a fearsome Empyrean who has been captured but is unresponsive, for now. And after watching this video, I think you'll agree that Mikola is a topic that almost has to be explored further in some upcoming DLC. For how could they not be? Their character is surely too major, too foreshadowed, and too intriguing to just ignore. So, let's learn everything that there is to know. For starters, Mikola is the demigod child of Queen Marika and King Consort Radagon, who, as I'm sure you're well aware at this point, are the same being. You can learn more about the timeline of events from my other videos, but basically, after Radagon left Renala, the Academy told Radagon to go fuck himself, basically, but Radagon took that literally, and he sired a third set of demigod children all on his own, who were the twins Mikola and Melania. These children appear to be represented by the butterfly items in the game, and the nascent butterfly appears to represent Mikola. Its description elaborates on his state of eternal childhood, stating that it appears as if it's just emerged from its cocoon for its entire life. Indeed, the word nascent means that something is just coming into existence and beginning to display signs of future potential. And that nascence is eternal for Mikola, and I think that this eternal nascence is incredibly important for his character. For Mikola and Melania both seem to occupy different sides of the life and death cycle. That's not to say that Mikola represents life and Melania represents death, rather it seems like both land somewhere in the middle of each process. Melania is constantly resisting her scarlet rot and is in this perpetual state of dying, and Mikola is in this constant state of nascence. He is newly born and showing an abundance of life and burgeoning potential. Special thanks to Quailag for making this clear to me. So Mikola is nascent, but he's also abundant, and I think that's another extremely key word for him. For example, there's this cut weapon called the Abundance and Decay Twin Blade, which symbolizes the twins and suggests that the twins were born from an inseparable fate and hold the runes of both abundance and decay between them. Not to mention, the word abundance is also literally spoken by Mikola in his cut content. And thanks to a very recent discovery by Sekiro Dubi, we know this cut dialogue I'm about to voice is Mikola speaking. And here, he appears to be leading you towards a unique ending for the game, and he talks about his ability to make life flourish, stating, "This is for thee, mine abundance, my drop of dew. Quench thy thirst throughout thy frame, blossom and burgeon, time and again, grow larger, stronger, until the day cometh, when thou canst share in my dream. Elden Ring, O Elden Ring, beget order most elegant from my tender reverie." And before I go on, I do want to say that Mikola talking about his abundance is cut content, and you shouldn't really take it as canon, but I think it does give us a deeper look at not only the powers that Mikola might have had, but also the world that he could create. He goes on to say, "If thou covetest the throne, impress my vision upon thine heart. In the new world of thy making, all things will flourish, whether graceful or malign." And I love that final line. All things will flourish, whether graceful or malign, because Mikola isn't enforcing any real notions of good or evil here. Instead, in the new world of his making, he simply wants all things to flourish, and I feel like that is a very unique viewpoint for a character in a Souls game. Not to mention, Mikola is certainly one of the few beings that is capable of creating this new world. That's because he is an Empyrean. He is one of the very few who were candidates chosen by the Two Fingers to succeed Queen Marika and become a god, to usher in a new age. Now we could go into an entire debate about why the twins are valid Empyreans and why they were born afflicted, but honestly that could almost be an entire video of its own, so for now I'll just give the simple answer, which is that these twins were probably valid Empyreans because they have singular parentage from a god, but that this singular parentage was probably also responsible for their afflictions as well, due to the almost incestual implications of such a thing. Why do I feel like it was George R.R. Martin that wrote this part? Anyway, let's move into the early childhood years of Miquela's eternal childhood. Miquela's early years were clearly quite inspired by their father, Radigan, who fostered a bit of a fundamentalist streak in his prodigal son, and Miquela would go on to invent fundamentalist incantations of his own, dubbed Discus of Light and Triple Rings of Light, which he gave as gifts to his father. These gifts reveal that Radigan and Miquela had a good relationship, and Radigan must have been proud of his son because these two spells do represent those two key fundamentals of the Golden Order, namely that there is a law of causality, which is a branching cause and effect that goes outwards, but also that there is a law of regression, that all things yearn eternally to converge once again. And in gratitude, Radigan countered with a gift of his own, showing Miquela Radigan's Rings of Light. These incantations would go on to become core fundamentalist spells, as they are true to those two concepts that form the basis of the Golden Order. But there is another aspect of Golden Order fundamentalism, and that is the persecution of those who live in death. Hunters of these undead would attempt to stamp them out with spells such as Order's Blade and Litany of Proper Death, which deal additional damage against those who live in death and prevent them from resurrecting. To recap, those who live in death exist because of Godwyn the Golden, who was one of the early sons of Marika and Godfrey, who was eventually killed with a fragment of the Rune of Death, and then the Rune of Death would eventually spread its undeath throughout the lands between via Deathroot. And there is an entire debate that we could have here about whether the persecution of those who live in death is even true to the core principles of fundamentalism. Goldmask certainly doesn't seem to think so. In fact, according to the Order healing spell, Goldmask laments the hunters of those who live in death, deeming them to be fanatics, who wanted nothing more than an absolute evil to contend with. And the reason I bring up this debate at all is because you could argue that Miquela was on the side of these fanatic hunters, as he created multiple weapons that were capable of effectively slaying those who live in death. For example, this is Golden Epitaph, and it is a sword that was made to commemorate the death of Godwyn the Golden, first of the demigods to die. It is infused with the humble prayer of a young boy and reads, "O brother, Lord brother, please die a true death." So this weapon is an effective tool of killing those who live in death permanently, and clearly the young boy who created it was Miquela. We can infer this because the sigil that appears when you use this blade's skill is the Halig Tree sigil, and once activated, this ability, called Last Rites, imbues the sword with a holy power that prevents those who live in death from reviving. But beyond this being a potential tool to slay those who live in death, is that this weapon points towards an early kinship between Miquela and Godwyn, a relationship that might have made it all the more painful when Godwyn's soul would perish, but his body would remain, spawning Deathroot. This is interesting, as it gives Miquela a legitimate emotional grievance against those who live in death. And it's almost a bit hypocritical, I think, for what I believe to be Miquela's character, as we previously established that he might have been this character who wants all life to flourish, but I guess that principle might not extend to those who live in death for him. This sword might not be the only representation of Miquela's relationship with Godwyn. That relationship is potentially strengthened even more when we consider this statue found in Elphael before the Halig Tree. It depicts a larger figure who is clearly embracing the two Empyrean twins, Miquela and Melania, but then who is this larger figure? It could be their parent, Marika or Radigan, but then it doesn't have their signature hair braid, and instead it has this long, wavy hair. What's more, the statue asset is flat-chested, which appears to rule out Marika, at least. And after reading a good amount of debate online about this, I think it's a fair conclusion to say that this statue represents Godwin, who himself does seem to have long, wavy hair. And this statue being enshrined here really tells a story. It's a story of two gifted but afflicted siblings who were supported by their older brother, but then they were left alone, as their older brother would become the first demigod to die. And this isn't the only statue in this location. Far more prominent in the area are these statues, which depict two siblings left alone after their brother died. There was one sibling, Mikola, who was forced to remain as a young child, and another who grew up in great pain, eventually losing vision and limbs to rot and decay. These statues are everywhere in the Halig tree, and they tell that sorrowful story. They are an early sign of Mikola's extreme empathy for his sister, and they foreshadow his desperate attempts to give her relief from her terrifying condition. And so the young Mikola abandoned fundamentalism, for it could do nothing to treat Melania's accursed rot. This was the beginning of unalloyed gold. So, what is unalloyed gold? Well, an alloy is something that's created when you combine metals, usually because you want to create a stronger compound at the expense of its purity. So, if we were to view Marika's Golden Order as if it were a metal, which I think is something that the law wants you to do considering the implications of the tarnished and everything like that, then Marika's Golden Order would definitely be an alloyed metal. Just think of all the foreign powers that it's absorbed in the interest of strength. For example, Godfrey and his Crucible Knights were enlisted to devastate Marika's enemies. The ancient dragons were won over and eventually became a part of Laendel's forces. Even the House of the Erd Tree and the Moon were married at one point. Literally. After all, as Muriel puts it, all things can be conjoined under the Golden Order, so I think Marika was definitely open to fusing factions and ideologies to an extent, as long as it made her treasured Golden Order alloy stronger. So hopefully now you understand what I mean when I say that Mikola's gold is unalloyed. It is pure, it is untainted, and it is, perhaps, a singular ideology. And if you subscribe to the idea that the cut content is still representative of Mikola, then I would say that his ideology is what I had Mikola quote earlier, that in his new world, all things should be allowed to flourish, whether graceful or malign, and that is his pure ideology. Though, of course, that is my speculation based on cut content as well, so please keep that in mind. But Mikola's unalloyed gold couldn't have just been this metaphysical concept of pure ideology. It was a physical material as well. For example, this is an unalloyed gold water lily, said to have been beloved by Mikola. This is a bewitching branch, blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold. Unalloyed gold decorated the armor and shields of his soldiers. It was inserted into their weapons, and most importantly, perhaps, it was forged into a set of armor for his sister, Melania. Because, remember, the whole reason Mikola embraced unalloyed gold in the first place, it seems, was because he thought that it could treat his sister's accursed rot, while fundamentalism could not. And he was right, for Melania's scarlet rot is no mere disease. It's literally the divine essence of an outer god, and Melania is its vessel that will one day bloom into a true goddess. But unalloyed gold is one of the few materials in the game that can ward away such meddling of the outer gods. Another example are the mirror helms, like the one that Iji wears, which literally reflects the influence of the outer gods. And personally, I think the reason that unalloyed gold inhibits the meddling of the outer gods is because it is a pure metal and potentially a pure ideology. But if that's not enough reason for you, then Quelaag actually has a great video where she breaks down potential reasons at a chemical level. But At any rate, reasons aside, Mikola crafted needles of unalloyed gold which could be inserted into the tortured flesh of one afflicted by rot to alleviate their suffering and forestall the effects of the rot. And true to the needle's descriptions, the outer god of rot isn't the only one affected by this. Our character actually uses the final version of this unalloyed gold needle to subdue the outer god of frenzy, which is something you might want if you decided to be a terrible person and burn down the world. Anyway, when we first find Mikola's needle, it's been broken, snapped in half, and picked up by a commander at the very center of the Scarlet Swamp. But once this needle has been prepared, we can give the golden needle to Millicent, proving that it does indeed work to forestall the rotting sickness, to remove pain and nightmares from the afflicted. It is, after all, lovingly crafted by Mikola himself.
Well, well, this is a marvel indeed. The work of a true artisan, a meticulous, bold craftsman who grasps the essence of life.
In crafting these needles and pursuing unalloyed gold, Mikola is attempting to save his sister from her affliction. It seems like this objectively good deed, which is a rare sight in Elden Ring, especially for a demigod whose strengths have been known to tip them towards madness, and that is what makes Mikola such a pure and likable character in Elden Ring. So it's no wonder really that Melania venerated her brother. She is a character of undefeated prowess, and she's an Empyrean, no less. And yet, she dedicated her blade to Mikola, and Mikola alone, for she believes that he possesses the wisdom, the allure of a god, and that he is the most fearsome Empyrean of all. The story of their bond and duty to one another is legendary, and that's something that becomes quite clear when we explore Mikola's Halig tree and see these statues depicting their embrace all around. And if you were one of the many defiled outcasts in Elden Ring, you too might have felt inspired by this story, and you might have felt inclined to earn Mikola's favor and make the long pilgrimage towards your salvation, towards the distant divine Halig tree and its brace that was Mikola's domain. So first, what even is the Halig tree? Well, it's pretty obvious that it's a sort of Erd tree. For one, Erd tree avatars have clearly emerged from it, which they only do in order to protect the Erd tree's own offspring. And then there's the Halig tree knight armor, which confirms that the Halig tree ultimately failed to grow into an Erd tree. And one thing I've been wondering is, when exactly was the Halig tree planted then? If we knew when, then we might be able to guess at its purpose. Was it planted before or after the shattering of the Elden Ring? Because when the Elden Ring was shattered, golden seeds flew from the Erd tree, scattering across the various lands as if life itself knew that its end had come. These seeds create these little illusory trees and likely spawned the minor Erd trees as well, so I think it's a fair assumption that Mikola might have planted the Halig tree from an Erd tree seed. And if that was indeed the case, then it should have happened after the shattering, for before that, the Erd tree was considered perfect and eternal, and it wasn't even believed that Erd tree seeds could exist. But on the flip side, the golden epitaph sword that we mentioned earlier likely existed before the shattering, as it was created to commemorate Godwyn's death, and this sword displays the Halig tree sigil when its weapon art is activated, so one could infer that the Halig tree must have existed at this point too, right? So I guess it's always possible that Mikola somehow procured an Erd tree seed before the shattering, or simply grew it from his own being, as he is a scion of the Golden Bough after all. But whatever the case, Mikola clearly decided that growing such a tree was important, and he even went so far as to water it with his own blood. This confirms that the Erd tree is indeed a blood-sucking parasite. Just kidding. Sort of. I mean, you have to admit, it is pretty disturbing that an Erd tree could flourish in such a manner. But this does lead us to the final question, which is, why was the Halig tree planted? What was the point of it? And at the end of the day, the main reason is always going to be because it's like the Erd tree. It's natural to compare them, and the item descriptions seem to want you to compare them as well. The Erd Tree is this enormous icon of power and faith in the lands between, so evoking that and inspiring worship is clearly a valuable thing. But the Erd Tree was only really an icon of faith in its later years. Before that, it was a symbol of abundance, with light as warm as the gentle sun that could gradually heal all those who bathed in its rays. But perhaps most importantly, during this time of abundance, it would drip sacred dew, sap or tears that could bestow blessings, form crystal tears, and even be embedded into talismans. These were treasured things, and naturally, this was an extremely valuable symbol for Mikola to evoke, since he is himself associated with dew and abundance in the cut content. And his Halig tree did drip with dew. The greenish amber of the Halig tree can even be seen in cut content items. It even looks as if it's mingled with a bit of Mikola's own blood. And that signature green hue of Halig tree amber is also seen in the Halig tree knight sword, which is not a cut weapon, and this was modelled after the Carrion Knight's own swords, except it was embedded with amber from the Halig tree instead of glintstone. Okay, so the Halig tree is a great symbol of faith and power and abundance, and Mikola is related to abundance in the cut content, but what else does the Halig tree add in terms of value? Well, the Halig tree itself is something of a vessel, fit for a god. Mikola plants himself inside it later on. Melania returns home to it, and speaking of it being a home, many other creatures have made their home within the tree, and within the brace that supports it as well. And I guess you could also argue that the Halig tree might be a sort of a tool to be used. After all, Marika puts the Erd tree to use in such a way, using its roots to absorb people after their death, and perhaps even its branches to rebirth life. And then the Erd tree is later used as a prison, with thorns that are almost entirely impenetrable. But I don't think Mikola planned to use the Halig tree in such a way. Perhaps the biggest difference between the Halig tree and the Erd tree is that the Halig tree was built in a largely inhospitable region. It is extremely difficult to reach, and unlike the Erd tree, it might not really be designed for the benefit of the vast majority of the world. As it stands, the Halig tree strikes me as being more like the Painted World from Dark Souls. It's a place for the outcasts, the heretical, and the malign, not to mention the low and the meek, who are specifically named in the description of the Sacred Crown Helm. While many of the Scarlet Rot-afflicted seem to be here because of the eventual decay of the Halig tree, I think that there are a number of refugees here that would have been here before that, namely the Misbegotten, the Crystallian, these astray mages of Raya Lucaria, and of course Loretta, who deemed this place to be a great haven for the despised Albinaurics. The second generation Albinaurics even carry a weapon called the Ivory Sickle, which reads, "These weapons are evidence of their dedication to the Halig tree, despite never having entered its presence." And we really don't find a single Albinauric within the Halig tree. I'll admit, I do find this a bit strange. You do find quite a few Albinaurics so close to the Halig tree. It's a bit strange to me they don't go just that little bit further. The reason given for the first generation of Albinaurics not being at the Halig tree is given by Albus, who says that their faded legs are the reason for that. But yeah, we find them defending Mikola and his Halig tree all the same at the Ordina liturgical town, which takes us to the Halig tree via a puzzle within an Everjail. The word liturgical means relating to public worship, and this town is fittingly filled with many statues of Mikola sitting alone, cradling what might have become the Halig tree back when it was still just a sapling. I also find it interesting that the Halig tree is never called out as competing with the Erd tree, or never called out for housing all these undesirables. Perhaps the House of the Erd tree was happy to see ungraceful folk leave their lands. Perhaps the Halig tree was extremely well hidden from everyone and they didn't know. Or perhaps Mikola could just get away with it because he was beloved by all. For example, the Bewitching Branch is an item that you can create from Mikola's lilies, and it is blessed with an incantation of unalloyed gold and reads, "The Empyrean Mikola is loved by many people. Indeed, he has learned very well how to compel such affection." And that second part that says he has learned how to compel affection, to me that's saying that Mikola is very good at knowing how to inspire others' affection to his own advantage. And nowhere is this more clear, I think, than at Castle Sol. This is the Haligtree Secret Medallion. It's furnished with that signature green amber, and it features the Haligtree in the background, for it allows you to access a secret lower level of the Grand Lift of Rold and progress through the consecrated snowfields to this sacred place. Having both halves of this secret medallion is therefore extremely desirable, for the medallion has another name. It's called Mikola's Favor.
Mikola's favor can be yours. Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter. The all-hearing slaughtered. But alas, it was for naught. But all you need do is snatch it from the big pot.
Gideon is the all-hearing man in this dialogue, and he slaughtered an entire village just for one half of this medallion, but he did not find it in Albus's possession. But you can. And the other half is at Castle Sol, right before a nameless phantom who says this: Lord Mikola, forgive me. The sun has not been swallowed. Our prayers were lacking. Your comrade remains soulless. I will never set my eyes upon it now. Your divine Haligtree. So this phantom seemingly has, or I guess had, one half of the medallion, and yet he laments that he will now never set eyes upon the Haligtree. To me, this suggests that Mikola might have been withholding the second half of the medallion from him, or that this phantom believed that he could solicit the second half of the medallion from Mikola and make it to the Haligtree if he achieved his goal here at Castle Sol and basically earned Mikola's favor. But what exactly was supposed to happen here at Castle Sol? What does it mean when the phantom says, the sun has not been swallowed, our prayers were lacking, your comrade remains soulless? It means, I think, that the residents of Castle Sol and Mikola were attempting to restore the dead soul of Godwin the Golden. And just to refresh your memory, when a fragment of the Rune of Death was used to kill Godwin, it was also being used at the exact same time to kill Rani, and since they perished at the same time, Rani lost her body, and Mikola's demigod brother, Godwin, perished in Sol alone. And despite this death seeming so final, Mikola clearly believes that some sort of ritual performed here could restore the soul of his comrade. For example, here's some more dialogue from a different phantom that reads, O great sun, frigid sun of Sol, surrender yourself to the eclipse, grant life to the soulless bones. But the question is how? How does that work? How does an eclipse restore life to Godwin? Now you can just take Mikola at face value and trust that he knows what he's doing, or we can try to learn as much as we can about the eclipse and see if we can reason out the mechanism behind this process. So at Castle Sol we find the Eclipse Shotel, which reads, Storied sword and treasure of Castle Sol that depicts an eclipsed sun drained of color. In Sol, the sight of an eclipse inspires a dreadful awe, preventing an onlooker from averting his gaze. The most important part of this description, though, is the part that says it's the storied sword of Castle Sol, as this proves that the veneration of the eclipse here goes back a long way. But what does an eclipse represent? So, according to the Eclipse Crest shields, the eclipsed sun, drained of color, is the protective star of soulless demigods. Honestly, I think calling it a protective star is kind of the closest we come to understanding the mechanism here, because you could reason that a protective star might be a sort of outer god that lends them power, though that is just speculation. The description goes on to say that the sun in eclipse is said to be the symbol of the wandering mausoleum where the soulless demigods slumber. So note that it says demigods plural here. Now, this could be because the wandering mausoleums come to house many demigods from a gameplay point of view, because you can take their remembrances here, but it could be a word that is slightly lost in translation, as the Japanese version of the word demigods does not specify whether it's a plural or whether it's a singular word, so my take on this is that I think the wandering mausoleums became necessary when Godwin died. I think that the mausoleum was intended to be a resting place for him initially, but then also for any future demigods, as all of a sudden all of their true deaths had become possible as well, with the theft of a fragment of the Rune of Death. The mausoleum knights themselves are these headless soldiers who behead themselves, willingly following their master into death. As such, they become these headless spirits, tied to the land so that they might better defend the walking mausoleums. They also carry eclipse-crested shields, and the eclipse is said to aid the mausoleum knights by keeping destined death at bay. It is their symbol, and by keeping destined death at bay, maybe it's helping to keep their souls tied to the land. We could speculate for a long time on how the eclipse has this power, and I've done my best. Maybe other people have a better take on it, and maybe you guys do in the comments, but in the end, it's simpler just to trust that Miquella knew what he was doing with the eclipse at Castle Sol, where he wanted to block out the sun and restore Godwin's soul. All that said, we can't trust him too much, I guess, because it's important to remember that this ritual failed. According to this phantom, the sun was not swallowed. I guess the protective star of the soulless demigods did not listen to their prayers, and it did not appear. But it is really fascinating to learn that such a thing might even be possible. That Godwin, whose soul seems to be as dead as Rani's body, might actually not be? So if his soul is somewhere, then where has it fled to? A part of me wonders, if his soul is lost, then maybe it's lost within a dream. One theory I did come up with regarding the mechanism by which Godwin's soul is brought back by the eclipse is that his soul might be brought back by bringing about a sort of artificial dusk with the eclipse. That's because those who live in death are called the Duskborn, after all, so there is an association between night and death, to be sure. And there's also an association between death and sleep. For example, when you pursue Fia's questline, you use her as a medium to enter Godwin's deathbed dream, which is an entire dreamscape where the dragon Fortisax is futilely fighting against the death in his companion. And then there's Roger, who speaks this line of dialogue as he is on the precipice of succumbing to Deathroot.
Maybe I should tell you. Lately, I feel I'm on the precipice of falling into a deep, fathomless slumber.
He does say he's about to fall into sleep. So, in conclusion, a realm of death does seem accessible through dream, and I think this is the perfect time to mention that Miquella has an alter ego. Some say she is a comely young girl. Others are sure he is a boy. This is where we have to talk about the enigmatic figure named Saint Trina. Perhaps the biggest in-game clue about Saint Trina's true identity is Trina's lily, which bears this undeniable resemblance to Miquella's lily of unalloyed gold. Its description reveals that it is a symbol of faith in Saint Trina, dulls the senses, preventing agitation. Naturally, it can be used to craft a bunch of sleep-afflicting items like Saint Trina's arrow, which states that the sweet oblivion of sleep can become quite the habit, and it tells of the priests of Saint Trina who use these arrows to spread their teachings, though the Japanese description seems to specify that these were more of a tool used for their rituals. So it's largely left to your imagination as to what rituals these priests might have been performing, though I will mention that it seems Saint Trina might actually be able to be found somewhere within sleep. This is suggested by Feather's cookbook, which reads, "A record of crafting techniques left by a man who was utterly captivated by Saint Trina. He continued the search for her in his slumber." We get a side profile of her in the hilt of Saint Trina's sword, which hints at that flowing astray hair that she has, and then we get a much better front-on view of this feminine adult form upon Saint Trina's torch. The carvings depict Saint Trina, but in adult form, somewhat unnervingly. The carving is indeed unnerving, and it's certainly strange considering Miquella is supposed to be eternally a child. It raises the question, what has to happen for Miquella to grow up into this? And why is this bizarre creature the adult form that he takes? Another question worth asking, I think, is whether Mikola even has total control of Saint Trina. What if he's in a similar situation to Marika Radigan, where their alter ego is an opposite of sorts, and able to act almost as if they have their own free will? So all of this is definitely a little bit of a disturbing view of what Saint Trina could be, but I guess we do have cut content that does somewhat reassure me that their alter ego is still a benevolent person. This cut content was first showcased by Sekido Dubi, and this cut content is truly ancient. It exists in one of the oldest versions of the game that we know about, so a lot has probably changed since then, but regardless, here we can learn about Saint Trina's crystal ball, which once read, "A crystal ball full of mist, symbol of Saint Trina of the Cradle Song, copies dream mist from a sleeping being. Dream mist was once used as an ingredient in rare and potent physics. May the quietude of slumber come to all and sundry, even to those whose red eyes burn with the flames of frenzy." So this reveals that this cut version of Saint Trina even once had sympathy for those afflicted by the flame of frenzy. They even went so far as to teach the merchants their songs.
Our song derives from an old lullaby, sung for us long ago, deep inside our tomb. But whoever it was sings no longer. Its melody allowed us to sleep, despite the cursed flame.
The description of Mikola's songs as a lullaby is referenced by the modern-day sleep pot description, which reads, "Like a lullaby or a quagmire, its light purple haze irresistibly draws its victims down into sleep. Sweet dreams." This is the closest thing we have to Dream Mist as well, which was an item that you could again once collect from sleeping enemies. And after you did this, you were supposed to sell this Dream Mist to the merchants, who used it to quell their flame of frenzy. But as the merchants once said, whoever it was that sings, now sings no longer, and this is a detail that has remained intact even in the final version of Elden Ring, with Saint Trina's sword stating that Saint Trina's appearance was as sudden as their disappearance. Something clearly happened to Mikola that prevented them from continuing their work as Saint Trina, and that is what we will discuss next. At some point, Mikola embedded himself into the Halig tree. Why he did this is never explicitly stated, but I think we can make a good attempt at puzzling it out. So, Mikola famously watered the Halig tree with his own blood, since it was a sapling, so I guess you could argue that he embedded himself in it to simply feed the tree more, which I guess is possible because the tree does eventually wither without Mikola inside it, and Gideon seems to tie his removal with the death of the Halig tree, or it turning into a husk, but I don't think that can be the only reason why he embedded himself. For instance, look closely at the Halig tree roots, and you'll see the form of a tree-like woman, and where her womb should be, there's a gap that once contained Mikola's cocoon cradled by the Halig tree. Now, either Mikola was attempting to fuse into and become this woman-like figure, who might even be the adult form shown on Saint Trina's torch, or there was a rebirth occurring here. This is a cocoon within a womb, after all, so rebirth could have been the intent here, but regardless, it seems things ended prematurely, for Mikola would eventually be ripped out of the womb and the Halig tree would split and decay. And so, when we arrive at the Halig tree and the town of Elfale that is built into the brace that supports it, the music here hits extremely hard. This place is just so sorrowful, for the Halig tree and Mikola's lilies and even Saint Trina's lilies are all wilting, and all who live here are just hoping and praying for their lord to return. I love the little detail of the guards looking outwards and sitting dejectedly. To make matters worse for them, it was here that they realized that the sacred light inside them would explode upon their imminent deaths, and yet, in spite of this, their spirit ashes show their faith and state, "May the flash of our deaths guide Mikola's return." And Melania is here too, holding to the husk of Mikola, dreaming and waiting for Mikola to return, and believing full well that he will.
corpse after corpse left in my wake as I awaited his return.
Melania's set reveals that she believes her brother will keep his promise. So what was that promise, I wonder? Was it merely to return, or was it something more? How much does Melania know? Why did she fight Radahn? We'll have to talk about all of that in another video. So there is still faith. There's even this one phantom in the consecrated snowfields who has somehow puzzled out who took Mikola and even where they are. He is pointed towards the portal that takes you to Mohgwyn Palace and Mohg the Omen. So indeed it was the demigod Mohg who somehow broke into the Halig tree and absconded with Mikola's infant form. And it's with him that this story ends. Or maybe it's where this story truly begins. So, if you're not familiar, Mohg is the Omen son of Godfrey and Marika, and being an Omen of royalty, he was born into a wretched mire of filth in the subterranean shunning grounds below Leyndell capital. But unlike his brother Morgoth, who reviled his accursed blood, Mohg reveled in it, and it was assumedly because of this accursed blood that he chanced a meeting with an outer god called the Mother of Truth. And as Mohg stood before her, deep underground, his accursed blood erupted with fire, and he was truly besotted with the defilement that he was born into. Mohg is just one of many characters who discovers a new identity in the ways that they have been discarded by the world. And how could he not? For his defilement was validated by nothing less than an outer god. And as always, we know very little about this outer god. We know she is called the Mother of Truth, and the Formless Mother. We know that she desires wounds and bestows power upon accursed blood. Her followers can thrust their arms into her body to scatter blood flame, and followers of Mohg can share in the Lord of Blood's power and send blood flies before them. There's even been some speculation in my recent shorts and my TikToks as well that the Formless Mother is also an outer god called the Bloodstar. But the one thing that all outer gods seem to have in common is that they all require vessels to move through. So in this case, the Formless Mother's vessel was Mohg. For example, the sacred spear that he wields is a weapon, but it's also an instrument of communion, and Mohg may well be doing her bidding with his actions. These actions included him starting a new dynasty called Mohgwyn, deep below the earth, in the grounds of these ancient dynastic remains. This is a secret place, difficult to reach, and it was here that Mohg brought the infant Mikola, torn as he was from his cocoon. I mean, that's how we see him in his opening cutscene, but in-game, Mikola seems to be back with a new cocoon here. You can even see it sat upon this giant pelvic bone, which seems to be a reference to the womb of the Halig tree woman that he was literally ripped from. And it's from the remembrance of the Bloodlord that we can learn of Mohg's intent here. He wished to raise Mikola to full godhood and become his consort, taking the role of monarch. To this end, Mohg has begun soliciting blood offerings to Mikola, and that certainly explains the state of so many who reside here. According to the Lord of Blood's exaltation talisman, he proclaimed, "Render up your offerings of blood to your lord, drench my consort's chamber, slake his cocoon's thirst. His awakening shall herald the dawn of our dynasty." And then, to return to Mohg's remembrance, it's stated that, so far, this has all been in vain, for no matter how much of his bloody bedchamber Mohg tried to share, he received no response from the young Empyrean. So maybe nothing will happen. Or maybe, according to the Pure Blood Knight's medal, it is not yet time, for Mohg yet slumbers beside the divinity. Be patient, the new dynasty is nigh. What do you think? I mean, it's kind of hard to know. Even Gideon has no clue. But something does seem to be happening to Mikola in there. He has clearly grown, for one, since being taken, so maybe his adult form is manifesting? And personally, and this is really speculation, but this reminds me a lot of Berserk, which we know Miyazaki is always inspired by. Spoiler warning, really, you should watch that show, but there's this moment at the very end of the first chapter where Griffith betrays his companions in this sacrificial ceremony of carnage and bloodshed in order to be inaugurated and reborn as a god within an egg of sorts. This really reminds me of that. It also reminds me of a scene with Griffith where he allows himself to be abused, basically, in order to get what he wants. So I wonder, what if this was also what Mikola wanted? We know that he is extremely proficient at compelling others to love him, and Moog is clearly enraptured. We know that Mikola is an Empyrean prodigy, and we know that his sister, who knows him best, has total faith that he will return. So you'd think he's still in control of the situation somehow, but that could be a part of the tragedy, and Mikola, this benevolent being, might not have predicted this at all, and is now being completely taken advantage of. Or maybe he did intend to be taken, but he's going to get more than he bargained for with the Mother of Truth. Or maybe Mikola's fate really is long gone. There's one other thing I want to mention. There is this place called Mikola's Hideaway in the Altus Plateau, and here we can loot Amber Starlight, which Seluvis mentions is the very fate of a demigod. Clearly, since it's here, you'd think it's Mikola's fate, right? And then you also have to consider that the cut content that we are basing so much of this video on is very much removed from the game, because it might not fit the developer's intent. That's always possible. So I really do hope you all bear that in mind, as I would really hate to promote ideas that are against the developer's vision for this character. But I really do think that it's a possibility that we're going to one day enter the dream of this slumbering demigod. After all, there was once a cut character called Rico who was supposed to say the following, standing before Mikola's cocoon at Mogwin Palace. He says, "Finally, I have found it. St. Trina's, no, Lord Mikola's cadaver, such that I may aid you, O Lord. So please, I hope you welcome your humble servant Rico into your dream, the world of your heart. Indeed, I beg you grant my wish, that when you transcend from Empyrean to God, allow me a place by your side." Plus, if we do get DLC, it's going to need a new Great Rune to acquire, right? That's a huge gameplay mechanic in these games, and it'd be weird if DLC came and you couldn't get more Great Runes. Apart from Mikola's Great Rune, the only one we don't know about also is Rani's Great Rune, which was allegedly cast aside. So there's always that to consider. But hopefully we get some DLC to answer these questions, or more likely we'll get DLC that will give us more questions than we started with. That's always how it seems to go, but I really hope they throw us some good curveballs with this one, as they always do. But regardless, it's always a ton of fun to speculate with you all, so if you're still listening to this extremely long video, thank you for giving me your time today. Thank you to Quelaag for reviewing the script for me. Thank you, Miss Pep, for the incredible visuals, as always. And I also want to give a sincere and really reverential shout out to Eugenia Lysa, who created the speculative visuals of St. Trina. Please follow her work in the description. She's one of the most talented artists that I've ever known. And yeah, thank you, as always, of course, for watching my videos, and I'll see you next time.
Well, I was down on my last dollar and then I started saving, cause the bank said fiscal restraint is what you're craving. So I put my earnings in a high yield account, let the savings compound and the interest mount. I'm optimizing cash flow, putting debt in check now. Time is my friend and not a pain in the neck, and we've got a little cash to rebuild the old debt.
Boring money moves make kinda lame songs, but they sound pretty sweet to your wallet. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865.